But let's welcome Dr. Hugh Ross.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are so glad you are here.
Well, thank you.
Amen. God
And
bless
thank you for inviting me back and for allowing me to bring Fuzz along with us, too. Fuzz and I frequently speak on university campuses where we present our testable creation model, then we invite science professors on the campus to critique it and open up for discussion. As you can see with this slide here, we're all about presenting new reasons to believe, predominantly from the book of nature to establish that Christ is Creator, Lord, and Savior. You can engage Fuzz and me simply by texting either Hugh to 31996 or Fuzz to 31996. That's your portal to several book chapters and articles and much more that we're giving away for free. But as advertised tonight, we're going to talk about the Big Five, and specifically the 5 best scientific evidences to show STEM people that God exists. And you say, who on earth are these STEM people? They're people that are in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and medicine. That's kind of our target mission field. And we're not just talking about the professionals in those areas, but people who are influenced by them, work for them. And we have estimated that about 1/3 of the entire US adult population are either trained in the STEM careers or they're influenced by people that have been trained in the STEM disciplines. And they represent the largest unreached people group here in the United States, and for that matter, in most other countries. Now, what's interesting about these STEM people, they typically are not regularly attending church. They have heard about the Bible, but they've never really read the Bible, and they typically don't have a lot of close Christian friends. Consequently, we have to use a different approach to reach them. And evangelism here in the United States has been sharing with people how they can come into a relationship with God, but really many of these STEM people need assurance that this God even exists. As it says in Hebrews 11:6, anyone who comes to God must believe that he exists, and he rewards those who earnestly seek him. And traditionally, evangelism here in the United States has assumed that every American believes this. That's no longer the case, and especially not the case for people that are in the STEM careers or influenced by them. These individuals need evidence from the book of nature that there really is a God, not only a God, but a God who cares for human beings. There are also people who not only need scientific evidence, they need opportunities to discuss and dialogue and debate the evidence. That's one reason in arranging to come here this weekend, we've asked that there be lots of time for questions, dialogue, and discussion. And we're hoping when you ask questions, it'll be the hardball questions, not the softball questions. And you say, well, where did you get these Big 5 scientific evidences from? We got them from our engagement with scientists, engineers, technologists who were atheistic but have become Christians. And in interviewing them, we found that there are 5 significant scientific evidences that consistently have been the significant factor in their moving from a non-theistic worldview perspective to a Christian worldview perspective. And we refer to these as the Big 5. And that, namely, that the origin of the universe. I mean, I was raised and educated in Canada. I didn't meet Christians till I was 27 years of age. But for me, it was the origin of the universe. Recognizing that when we look at the universe, it tells us there must be a beginning. If there's a beginning, there must be a beginner. Then the fine-tuning of the universe that makes possible the existence of human beings, and in particular, makes possible our redemption from sin and evil. And then, I know you probably have heard this. How many of you have heard this from people in the STEM careers, that science contradicts Genesis? Okay? Very common. All right. And I found that that's really critical for people in the STEM careers, that they understand that rather than science contradicting Genesis, it actually proves and establishes Genesis and therefore the rest of the Bible. To put it another way, if you can't get the skeptic past the first page of the Bible, you're probably not going to get them to the Gospel of John. And it's the first page of the Bible that raises the most scientific objections. Then the origin of life, and then human exceptionalism. Fuzz is going to talk about briefly the origin of life and human exception. What we're doing tonight, we're covering these big five very quickly, and the rest of the weekend we're going to unpack it for you in a little more detail, where the cookies will be on the bottom shelf. But forgive us for tonight. We're going to be blasting through this just to kind of give you a survey of what you can expect for the rest of the weekend. So, origin of the universe. Now, I started studying astronomy when I was 7 years of age in a serious way, but when I got to be 16, I realized that of all the explanations for the origin and history of the universe, the evidence was supporting Big Bang. And if there's a Big Bang, there's a beginning, there's a beginning, there's a beginner. What has happened in the past several years is that my peers in astrophysics have developed over 30 space-time theorems. And they all are slightly different, but the one that's having the greatest impact on my peers is this one by Arvin Borde, Alexander Vilenkin, and Alan Guth, that states that any universe that expands, and here's what's significant, only a universe that expands permits the existence of physical life. Any universe that expands on average has a space-time beginning, which implies there must be a causal agent outside of space and time who creates space-time, matter, and energy. Now, I'm going to give you a quote from Alexander Vilenkin. He's not a theist, but he wrote a book. He's one of the three authors. He wrote a book about 2 years afterwards where he said this in the book, quote, "With the proof now in place, cosmologists can no longer hide behind the possibility of a past eternal universe. There is no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning." And you say, what is that problem? The proof of a space-time beginning implies a causal agent beyond space and time who creates a universe of space-time, matter, and energy. Now, before I began to study the Christian faith, I studied Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, Baha'i, a lot of the other religions. But what I noticed was the difference. In Christianity, it talks about a God who creates independent of time. In the Eastern religions, it's God's creating within time that eternally exists. So this is actually establishing the God of the Bible. In other words, there's now a consensus amongst my peers that a transcendent God must exist. Now, they don't use that terminology. They don't talk about, hey, we proved God exists. We have proved an agent beyond space and time who creates everything must exist. But last time I checked, that is the dictionary definition of the God of the Bible. But where there's still some pushback is this God that we've now established must exist. Is God personal? And did he design the universe and the earth for the redemption of billions of human beings? Now, I got a question for all of you as we move into this question. Is God merely transcendent, or is he transcendent, personal, caring, and loving? Who was the first scientist to claim that the universe is expanding? And I'll give you some suggestions. People have said it was Albert Einstein. Some have said George Lemaitre. Some have said Edwin Hubble. How many of you would vote for Albert Einstein? Okay. How about George Lemaitre? Probably not as well known by some of you. And how about Edwin Hubble? Oh, we got a lot of people for Edwin Hubble. Okay. The real answer is Job, followed by 5 other authors of the Bible. And you'll laugh, but this was a huge factor in my becoming a Christian. Picking up the Bible and seeing that in these 11 texts, it speaks explicitly that we live in a universe that continuously expands. No book outside of the Bible said this until the 20th century. And in terms of these 3 scientists, it was George Lemaitre that first talked about the expanding universe. He's considered the father of the Big Bang expanding universe model. But he was actually upstaged by Job and Moses. He was upstaged by Isaiah and Jeremiah and Zechariah. These were the first to speak about the expanding universe. Job 9:8, where it says, God alone expands the universe. It may not come through in some of your English translations. Most of these texts put it this way: God stretches out the heavens. But the Hebrew verb for stretch out is the verb natah, and it literally means the expansion of what's being described. Now, these texts have been so disturbing that when I debate atheist physicists on university campuses, they immediately insist that these are figures of speech. They're mere metaphors. The Bible isn't literally speaking about a continuously expanding universe. But if you look at these texts in the original language, you'll see that the verb natah is used in all three Hebrew verb forms, which means they are literally talking about a continual expansion of the universe. And that had a big impact on me in my late teens, realizing this is evidence that the Bible has the power to accurately predict future scientific discoveries and do so thousands of years in advance of what scientists have been able to discover. Now, I've actually written a whole book, The Creator and the Cosmos, on the scientific evidence we have that the Bible got it right, that we live in an expanding universe. I'm not going to take the time tonight or even this weekend to take you through that evidence, but I will show you a visual demonstration. And this is thanks to the Hubble Space Telescope. So on the left, you're seeing a part of the sky where we're looking at galaxies that are 12 billion light years away, which means it took the light 12 billion years to reach our telescope. Contrast with another part of the sky, we're looking at galaxies 2 billion light years away. So there's 10 billion years between these two images you see here. And I put them both to the same spatial scale, so you can see how over the course of those 10 billion years, the galaxies have spread apart from one another. And if I had time, I could show you dozens of other images that demonstrate that indeed as the universe expands from the cosmic creation event, it expands in a continuously near constant fashion, just like the Bible declared thousands of years ago. And now we know what aspect of the universe is most responsible for that expansion. It's something called dark energy. How many of you have heard of dark energy before? Wow, most of you have. You know, it wasn't discovered until 1999, and yet it makes up 71% of all the stuff of the universe. Isn't that interesting? That astronomers have been ignorant of the biggest component of the universe until 1999. There are reasons why. It's hard to measure. But what we discovered is that in order to have the universe expand at just the right rate to get the stars and planets that you need to make physical life possible, you have to fine-tune this dark energy to better than 1 part in 10 to the 122nd place. Or to put it another way, the fine-tuning we see in dark energy exceeds the best human design achievement by a factor of 10 to the 97 times. 10 to the 97 times. Or to put it another way, what this demonstrates is that the one that designed dark energy, compared to the very best of what we human beings have been able to achieve, demonstrates that the designer of dark energy, at a minimum, is 10 trillion times more intelligent and more knowledgeable than our best scientists. And at least that many times better funded than the US government that actually made it possible for them to build these amazing machines that they have built. And I think you get the point. We're not just talking a transcendent being, because only a personal being can manifest the attributes of intellect, power, intelligence, and creativity, and does so to a degree far beyond anything we humans are capable of achieving. And interestingly, this has been noticed, not just by astronomers like myself who are Christians, but also by astronomers who have been lifelong atheists. And 3 of these atheists wrote a research paper recently in which they wrote about this fine-tuning in dark energy. And when the paper was published, it caught the attention of another atheist, a physicist who is a senior editor for the journal Nature, probably the most prestigious science journal in the world. And he interviewed these 3, and this is what came out of the interview. That arranging the cosmos as we think it is arranged, say the team, would have required a miracle. And basically they're saying, if dark energy is real, this is what we're stuck with, which is a remarkable statement for 3 atheist astronomers to make. And they went on to say in the interview, an unknown agent, namely beyond space and time, intervened in the evolution that is the history of the universe for reasons of its own, which explains the title of the research paper. Their title of the research paper was Disturbing Implications of a Cosmological Constant, which is another term for dark energy. In other words, their paper was saying if dark energy is real, then we're stuck with this agent beyond space and time performing miracles for reasons of his own. And since that is so utterly disturbing, dark energy can't be real. And that's actually how they finished their paper off. This is a direct quote, the last sentence in their paper. Perhaps the only reasonable conclusion is we do not live in a world that is a universe with a true cosmological constant. But here's the irony of that paper. Within 9 months after the paper was published, astronomers developed 9 observational demonstrations that not only does dark energy exist, it is a dominant component of the universe. I don't have time tonight to go into the technical details, but that URL at the bottom will send you to short articles I've written on all 9 of these discoveries, and actually the latest update shows 25, because today we got 25 independent observational demonstrations that dark energy is real and the dominant component of the universe, which means there really is a personal God that is designing the universe for the benefit of us human beings. Now, part of our creation model, reasons to believe, is based on the principle you see in Job and the Psalms, that the more we learn about creation, the more we learn about the universe, the more evidence we will accumulate for the supernatural handiwork of God. And this is one from my book, The Creator and the Cosmos, which makes the point that indeed, as we learn more about the universe, the number of features, like dark energy, that shows this extremely high level of fine-tuning design has consistently gone up. Whereas back in 1991, we knew of 17 such features. Today, the list is now above 180, which is what motivated the agnostic astrophysicist Paul Davies to say in his book, The Impression of Design is Overwhelming. Now, he was only looking at the universe. The truth is, we see that overwhelming design at all size scales levels. We need a just right universe. We also need an exceptionally fine-tuned cluster of galaxies. We live in the only cluster of galaxies in which life is possible. Over 200 features of our Milky Way galaxy must be fine-tuned for life to be possible. I don't know about you, but it spoiled my enjoyment for the Star Wars movies. A galaxy far, far away. Hey, we've looked far, far away. We don't see any galaxies that meet the requirements. So hopefully that doesn't spoil things for you. But we need a just right star, and now we know that every planet in our solar system plays a critical role in making advanced life possible here on Earth. So come Thanksgiving, our family is going to be thanking God for all 8 of the planets in our solar system. And of course, we need a just right Earth, and we need a just right moon. And it is such that when we look at what features we need in our Milky Way galaxy and our planetary system, we see that the evidence for supernatural intervention goes up. Matter of fact, it's going up at a rate of a factor of 1,000 times minimum per month. So we're on university campuses, we share with the skeptics, if you're not convinced today, wait 1 month and see what happens as we learn more and more about galaxies and stars. But this is what Freeman Dyson said. concerning this evidence. It says, the more I examine the universe, the more evidence I find that the universe in some sense must have known that we were coming. Now, if you want to read more about this, we're giving away chapter 15 of this book, The Creator and the Cosmos, for free. Go to reasons.org/Ross and you will get that. And if you want the latest evidence on the design of our planet, again, you can get a free chapter by going to reasons.org/Ross. If you want the entire book, they're out there at the table. And my last few minutes before I turn things over to Fuzz, I want to give you just a little snippet of what we've learned in the last few months that gives us a much stronger case for Genesis 1, demonstrating the scientific accuracy of the entire Bible. Now, if you remember nothing else from this evening, I'm going to ask you to remember this. Genesis 1:2. The Spirit of God was hovering over the surface of the waters. It places the point of view on the surface of the earth, below the clouds, not above the clouds. Galileo made the comment that the biggest mistake you can make in Bible interpretation is to get the wrong point of view. When you run into a scientist or an engineer who says that Genesis teaches scientific nonsense, ask him what the point of view is. If you get the wrong point of view, it will be scientific nonsense. But the text says it's on the surface of the earth. And we get a confirmation of that in Job 38, where God speaks and he says, I made the clouds its garment and wrapped it in thick darkness. So it's explicitly telling us why it's dark on the surface of the waters before we get to creation day 1. It's not dark because God hadn't created the sun, moon, and stars. It's dark because between the sun, moon, and stars is a cloud layer that blankets the seas and keeps it dark. So on creation day 1, it says, let there be light. Notice it doesn't say that God created the light or made the light. He did that in the beginning. But creation day 1 is when the atmosphere, for the first time, is transformed from opaque to translucent. Light can now pass through. Jumping ahead to creation day 3, it says, let the land masses form. Now, I remember back in the 1950s reading texts about the history of the continents, and they basically were saying they have not changed over the entire history of the earth. In the 1960s, I had the opportunity to take a course from 2 of the 3 geophysicists that launched the discipline of plate tectonics. And they said because of plate tectonics, we see an increase in the continental landmass coverage. Now, the Bible tells us that the earth begins with no continents at all. But on creation day 3, we see these continents come into being. Okay, year 2000, geophysicists for the first time come up with a fairly detailed history of the buildup of the continental land masses. And notice you get the most aggressive growth when the earth is a little bit less than 1/3 of its present age, just exactly where Genesis puts it. But a paper was published in late March of this year, and this is now the story. What I want you to notice is the more we learn about science, the greater consistency we get with the biblical text. The more we learn, the more evidence we get that the Bible gets it accurately, with greater accuracy with respect to time. Buzz, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, well, good evening, everybody. I'm going to pick up where Hugh's left off, and Hugh spoke about the evidence for God's existence from astronomy, the beginning of the universe and the design of the universe and the design of planet Earth. Then, of course, pointed out the scientific accuracy of Genesis 1. So I'm going to continue in that same vein, except I'm going to focus on the life sciences and specifically the origin of life and the origin of humanity. And so when we think about this in terms of the history of life, we're looking at the bookends. We're looking at the very beginning of life on earth, and we're looking at the culmination of life's history, namely with the advent of humanity. And what I'm going to show is that when we look at the origin of life, we see compelling reasons to think that life must stem from the work of an intelligent agent, of a creator. And then when we look at the origin of humanity, we're going to see that the scientific evidence is increasingly in support of the Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 creation accounts, specifically the idea that human beings are made in God's image. So let's go ahead and take a look at the origin of life question. How did life begin? And if you remember back to your biology classes, you probably learned something along these lines, that from an evolutionary standpoint, the idea is that life emerges through a process called chemical evolution, where on the early Earth there are these simple molecules that undergo chemical reactions and begin to increase in molecular complexity, and the Earth begins to build up an inventory of a large number of different types of chemical species. This is called complexification, and that eventually over time these materials begin to self-assemble and what are called autocatalytic cycles form that become the preamble to metabolism, and then we see these systems acquiring the ability to self-replicate, to reproduce, and at that point scientists believe that a form of biological evolution kicks in, transforming these protocells into the very first cellular forms. So this is the textbook description, if you will, for how people believe life originates from an evolutionary vantage point. And specifically, when you look at how origin of life researchers conceive of this process, there are actually three distinct models that have been proposed for chemical evolution, called replicator first scenarios, metabolism first scenarios, and membrane first scenarios. And all this simply means is that, for example, in replicator first scenarios, the belief is that self-replication emerged first, and then the molecular assembly and autocatalysis emerge as secondary processes. Metabolism first is that maybe the autocatalytic cycles emerged first, and then self-replication and membrane formation followed. And then with membrane first scenarios, the thought is that membranes emerge first, and then everything else follows afterwards. And the point that I want to make is that regardless of which approach specifically you take a look at, every approach from a chemical evolutionary standpoint leads to a dead end. The problems are so severe with trying to explain the origin of life through chemical evolution that no matter how you try to explain it, you wind up at a dead end. And in fact, this was really significant for me when I was a graduate student. I was an agnostic when I started graduate school. I didn't know if God existed or not. And when I began to appreciate the elegance and the sophistication of the cell's chemical systems, the first question I ask is, how do scientists explain where these systems come from? This is essentially the question of chemical evolution. And when I looked at these explanations, this was over 30 years ago, I found them to be essentially inadequate. I recognized even then the dead ends that these approaches led to, and over 30 years later, these dead ends still exist. But let me just show you how origin of life researchers respond to these problems. When it comes to replicator first scenarios, there's a litany of problems. I don't have time tonight to go into them. If you're interested, there's a couple of books that I would recommend to you. One is Origins of Life that Hugh and I co-authored, and another book is called Creating Life in the Lab, where we lay out some of these problems with replicator first scenarios. But these problems, again, are so severe that in honest moments, origin of life researchers who are deeply committed to explaining the origin of life through chemical evolution will recognize those problems. One of them is Leslie Orgel. Leslie Orgel, when he was alive, was considered one of the world's preeminent origin of life researchers. And Hugh and I were at a conference in Oaxaca, Mexico, an origin of life conference a few years ago now, and Leslie Orgel was the keynote speaker, and he was looking at replicator first scenarios, and he basically paused after going through all these scientific issues, and he said this, it would be a miracle if a strand of RNA ever appeared on the primitive Earth. In other words, even as a committed atheist who was committed to chemical evolution as an explanation for the origin of life, Orgel recognized that to appeal to chemical evolution is equivalent to appealing to a miracle. When it comes to metabolism first scenarios, again, we see the same kinds of problems. Again, I'm not going to go into the details, but again, origins of life and creating life in the lab are places you can go if you want to explore more. But Orgel, right before he died, wrote a paper on metabolism first scenarios, and this is what he concluded with, that these scenarios require an appeal to magic, a series of remarkable coincidences, a near miracle. And then finally, when it comes to membrane first scenarios, again, the problems are intractable. A few years ago, I collaborated with a chemist by the name of Jackie Thomas, and she and I wrote an article where we criticized the evolutionary explanations for the origin of life from a membrane first standpoint. And this critique was published in a journal called Origins of Life and Evolution of Biospheres, which is the leading journal when it comes to looking at the origin of life from a chemical evolutionary standpoint. So no matter how you try to explain the origin of life through evolution, you wind up in the same spot, basically a dead end. In fact, most people in the scientific community will readily agree that we have no explanation for the origin of life. We do not know how life could originate through chemical evolution. Now, this is in and of itself not evidence that a creator was involved in bringing life into existence. We're not making an argument that because we can't explain the origin of life, therefore God must have done it. But rather, what we're going to do now is show how this very work in chemical evolution actually provides empirical evidence that there must be a mind behind the origin of life. The way in which scientists study chemical evolution is to go into the laboratory and try to replicate the process in a laboratory setting. We can't time travel back to the early Earth to see what happened, so what we have to do is go in the lab and try to replicate the process. This is called prebiotic chemistry. And so what scientists will do is they will set up some kind of chemical apparatus and they'll try to, again, replicate certain steps in the origin of life process. But in doing so, what they end up doing is having to carefully control the conditions in the laboratory to get the chemistry to work. So they have to control the starting conditions. They have to choose the right solvent. They have to add the right materials at the right time. They have to make sure that you have a chemically pristine condition. They have to control the temperature and the pH and the concentration and the order of addition. They have to stop the reaction at the just right time. In other words, these processes work in the laboratory only because you have scientists that are basically jimmy-rigging the system. The scientists themselves, through exerting intelligent agency, are responsible for the success of the chemistry in the laboratory. And the problem is, organic chemists didn't exist on the early Earth. It was a highly uncontrolled environment. And the chemistry in the lab doesn't translate into the chemistry of the early Earth. And let me very quickly illustrate that by looking at something called the RNA world scenario. This is a replicator-first scenario for the origin of life. This was an idea that Leslie Orgel himself proposed in the 1960s. And the idea here is that the very first replicators weren't DNA, but was rather a molecule called RNA. And they believed that the entire biochemistry at that time was RNA-based and later gave rise to the biochemistry that we are familiar with today, which is based around DNA and proteins. Now, there's a lot of pieces of evidence that people will cite in favor of the RNA world hypothesis. One of the most important pieces of evidence is the idea that we can go in a lab and start with RNA building blocks and assemble those building blocks into RNA molecules using clay surfaces. And the thought is, well, maybe this happened on the early Earth. There would have been clay in the early Earth environment, and if RNA building blocks formed, the clay could help assemble those molecules into RNA. The problem is that when you look at those experiments that are done in the laboratory showing RNA assembly on clay, is that first of all, they're done under chemically pristine conditions, where the materials that would have been present on the early Earth that would have interfered with RNA formation or would have broken down the RNA molecules are carefully excluded from the experiments. The researchers have to stop the reaction at the just right time. Otherwise, the RNA chains will grow so long that they will not become detached from the clay. They become irreversibly adsorbed onto the clay. And if this happened in an origin of life scenario, the game would have been over. You can't have a process proceeding once the RNA is absorbed on clay. But what's also interesting is that the researchers had to use RNA building blocks that were chemically activated so that they would more readily react with other RNA building block materials. And they had to take clay from a particular supplier. They had to treat the clay in a special way in order for it to function as a catalyst. That is, this reaction only works if you have intelligent agents that are controlling the process. And this is characteristic of everything that you see by way of work in prebiotic chemistry. In fact, this is suggesting that unless there's an intelligent agent involved, again, life cannot come from non-life. Simon Conway Morris, an evolutionary biologist, said this: many of the experiments designed to explain one or other step in the origin of life are either of tenuous relevance to any believable prebiotic setting or involve an experimental rig in which the hand of the researcher becomes, for all intents and purposes, the hand of God. And so the point here is this, that when it comes to the origin of life, chemical evolution leads us inevitably to dead ends. And the irony is this, that work in chemical evolution and in prebiotic chemistry provide us with a clear piece of evidence that unless intelligent agents are involved, chemicals cannot transform into the beginnings of life, let alone into life itself. In fact, I've used this argument with origin of life researchers in many instances, and this argument is actually fairly effective. It really gives them some significant pause for thought about is chemical evolution possible, or do you ultimately need a creator? Okay, let's move our attention now to the question of human origins. And what I want to focus on this evening is this idea of the image of God. Tomorrow morning at the men's breakfast, I'm going to be talking about scientific evidence that points to the reality of a historical Adam and Eve. But tonight I'm going to focus on the image of God. And of course, this is an idea that is foundational to the Christian faith. It's foundational to the gospel, because we believe that human beings are the product of a creator's handiwork, that we're made uniquely in his image. And because we bear his image, every human being has inherent worth and value. But because we bear God's image, we can enter into a relationship with the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit through the cross, through the sacrifice of Christ on the cross. Yet this idea of human beings bearing God's image, being the crown of creation, as David would describe in Psalm 8, has met a significant challenge in the last 150 years from the evolutionary framework. And the idea here is that human beings, according to human evolution, are the product of an evolutionary process. That we're no different than any other animal on the face of the earth, that there's nothing exceptional about us, that as human beings that are the product of evolution, we only differ a little bit, we only differ in degree from other animals, including creatures like the great apes, and that anything that we think is special about us has already been in place among the great apes. We just display that property or those properties a little bit more than those creatures. We differ only in degree, not kind. This is how Darwin puts it in his book, The Descent of Man. in a series of forms graduating insensibly from some ape-like creature as man, in a series of forms graduating insensibly from some ape-like creature to man as he now exists, it would be impossible to fix on any definite point when the term man ought to be used. That is, again, we differ only in degree, not kind, according to the evolutionary paradigm. What's interesting to me is this, is that even though scientists study the question of human origins in an evolutionary context, a growing number of anthropologists are actually challenging Darwin's conception of humanity. That instead of differing only in degree, it looks indeed as if we actually differ in kind. That we actually stand apart from any other creature that has ever existed in a way that reflects the image of God. One of those scientists is Thomas Suddendorf, who in his book, The Gap, writes this, and Suddendorf is an evolutionary psychologist, and this is what he writes: "We build machines that speed us from one place to the other, even outer space. We investigate and rapidly accumulate and share knowledge. We create complex artificial worlds in which we wield unheralded power, power to shape the future and power to destroy and annihilate. We reflect on and argue about our present situation, our history, and our destiny. We envision wonderful, harmonious worlds as easily as we do dreadful tyrannies. Our powers are used for good as they are for bad, and we incessantly debate which is which. Our minds have spawned civilizations and technologies that have changed the face of the earth, while our closest living animal relatives sit unobtrusively in their remaining forest. There appears to be a tremendous gap between human and animal minds." This is really significant because what Suddendorf is arguing, again, from within the context of the evolutionary framework, that presumably humans and chimps share an evolutionary ancestor. And what he's arguing is that when these two lineages diverge, what we see with chimps are creatures that are on the verge of extinction as the rainforests disappear. And on the other hand, you have human beings who in that same period of time have sent people to the moon. And he argues that there must be something different about us that makes that possible. And it turns out that what makes us different are four qualities. Symbolism. We have this ability to represent the world with symbols, to represent abstract ideas with symbols. And we can communicate those ideas with one another through language and music and art. We have what's called open-ended generative capacity. We can embed symbols within symbols to create alternative possibilities. We have theory of mind, where we recognize that other people have minds like us, and we desire to link our minds together, and we do so in these complex social hierarchical structures. And these combination of properties are unique to human beings, and I would argue that these are merely scientific descriptors of what we would understand to be the image of God as human beings. Now, what about Neanderthals? Many of you maybe are familiar with Neanderthals and the idea that Neanderthals were our evolutionary predecessor, and they made music and art and buried their dead. And even though these claims exist in the scientific literature, there are many researchers who dispute those claims. It's a highly contentious area. But to me, what is really interesting about Neanderthals that again highlight the exceptional nature of human beings is the trajectory that Neanderthal technology took compared to the trajectory of human technology. Neanderthals were on Earth longer than we've been on Earth, and their technology was crude and cumbersome compared to ours, and it remained unchanged. Human beings show up on the scene, and the technology we develop explodes. It takes an exponential growth in terms of its trajectory. This is what Ian Tattersall and Noam Chomsky and some other collaborators said in a journal article. Our species was born in a technologically archaic context, and significantly, the tempo of change only began picking up after the point at which symbolic objects appeared. Evidently, a new potential for symbolic thought was born with our anatomically distinct species. but it was only expressed after a necessary cultural stimulus had exerted itself. The stimulus was most plausibly the appearance of language. Then, within a remarkably short space of time, art was invented, cities were born, and people had reached the moon. This is highlighting again our exceptional nature compared to Neanderthals, and the key seems to be our capacity for symbolism. And of course, again, symbolism is manifested in the form of language. And one of the things that's really interesting is that when we look at the origin of language, instead of language evolving from a simple, crude form to a complex form, the latest work from scientists working on the origin of language says that language seems to appear suddenly out of nowhere. It appears when human beings first appear on Earth, and it's unique to human beings. And in fact, our language structure at its inception was as complex as language is today. This is what a Japanese researcher by the name of Shigeru Miyagawa says. The hierarchical complexity found in present-day language is likely to have been present in human language since its emergence. Tattersall and Chomsky and others said this in a journal article on the origin of language. By this reckoning, the language faculty is an extremely recent acquisition in our lineage, and it was acquired not in the context of slow, gradual modification of pre-existing systems under natural selection, but in a single, rapid emergent event that built upon those prior systems but was not predicted by them. The relatively sudden origin of language poses difficulties that may be called Darwin's problem. Scientists cannot explain how language could emerge suddenly out of nowhere from an evolutionary standpoint. But if human beings are made in God's image, what would it look like? That as soon as human beings appear on the scene, language shows up, and evidence for that language is found in our symbolic capabilities and the trajectory that our technology took. So when it comes to the origin of humanity, and particularly the image of God, we see the same thing as we do with the origin of life. Work to try to understand the origin of humanity in an evolutionary context has surprisingly produced evidence that supports the biblical notion that human beings are made in God's image, validating the Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 creation accounts. I'm going to go ahead and end by just simply pointing out that, as Hugh did, that if you text Fuzz to 31996, you can gain access to a couple of book chapters from Origins of Life, as well as a video showing how biochemistry was critical in my conversion to Christianity.
Okay, I'll jump right in. What do evolutionists say is the reason that animals are no longer evolving? If that's a true statement, I didn't know that was a true statement, if it is or isn't. And why did the evolutionary process stop in that way?
Do you want to?
Go ahead.
Well, I'll let Hugh jump in here because he has a real interesting take on this. But the way I look at evolution is I'm a skeptic of the evolutionary paradigm, but I recognize that there's some aspects of biological evolution that actually are well evidenced. Microevolution, speciation. Microevolution, the textbook example would be a peppered moth changing its wing color from light to dark. This is, again, an example of adaptation or microevolution or speciation, the emergence of the Galapagos finches from one bird species to closely related sister species. This is well evidenced. And so in a sense, we see speciation and microevolution at work. We see bacteria evolving as well. But in terms of large-scale innovation, we don't see any of that happening at this point in time. In fact, I would argue that large-scale innovation is something that I question whether there's actually robust evidence for. Macroevolution, I question, obviously, chemical evolution and the origin of life. So I think we do see microevolution and speciation, but that's the limit of what we see.
Yeah, and where we do see the microevolution is where you've got a species with an extremely high population a short generation time where they go from birth to being able to reproduce in weeks or less, where they don't have complex biochemistry. And yet when you look at the fossil record, we see that there's lots of, quote, transitional forms for whales. And whales have a very low population, a huge body size, very long time between being born and being able to give birth. They should be at the bottom, and yet we see them at the top. And yet there's field studies that show that whenever you're talking about a mammal, if a mammal has an adult body size bigger than 7 pounds, it will go extinct before it can experience any significant evolution. But Fuzz is right. We're talking bacteria, we're talking insects, certain plant species. We do see it. But if you look at the textbooks for evolution, they're saying our evidence is at these very large animals. That's exactly where we see the greatest problems. And you say, well, why do we see all these, quote, transitions for whales? God likes whales. Moreover, we've written in our book, Hidden Treasures in the Book of Job, that the reason why you see all these different species of whales, you need those different species showing at just the right time and just the right locations on Earth in order to help compensate for the brightening of the sun. That's the one thing evolutionary biologists often fail to take into account. We live in a regime where the sun gets brighter and brighter. Therefore, it's necessary for the Creator to step in with different life forms at different times in order to compensate for the brightening of the sun. And only a mind that knows the future physics of the sun will know which life needs to be on the Earth at which time. You'll see that described in great detail in Improbable Planet. And that may be a way we can resolve this. If we can just get the biologists to look at astrophysics of the sun, maybe we can get this all settled.
All right, so you guys use a lot of big words that I couldn't really understand. I just got a simple question. So is a human mind considered a galaxy?
Can what?
Is a human mind considered a galaxy?
Can the human mind consider the galaxy? Is that your question?
Is the human mind considered a galaxy?
Oh, is the human mind considered a galaxy? No. Stars and galaxies are incredibly simple. They're made up predominantly of just hydrogen and helium gas, and your brain is a lot more complicated than a bag of helium and hydrogen gas.
You actually, the human brain has 85 billion neurons that make it up. It's mind-boggling in terms of complexity. So yeah, the human brain is incredible in terms of its complexity, and we don't even understand even the beginnings of how our brains and our minds work.
Hi, my question is about Neanderthals. When you said it was proven, of course, that Neanderthals were here first, how does that correlate, or how do you explain that as far as like with the Bible, and the Bible saying, you know, Adam and Eve were first, and it seemed like, from what I've read or know of the Bible, that they seem pretty human. So how do you feel that kind of fits in?
Yeah. Well, you know, when you look at the Genesis 1 creation account, which is giving you an overview of Earth's history and life's history, the way I look at it is each day of creation is like a snapshot of what God has done, where there's a lot of information that's left out about God's creative work. And so I think the emphasis ultimately is preparing the planet for human beings to be created who are the crown of creation. But there's a lot of information about life's history that's left out. So I would argue that the Bible is essentially silent on the existence of Neanderthals or any of the other hominids like Lucy or Homo erectus. And in fact, we've only known about these creatures for probably just a little bit over 100 years, maybe 125 years. So for most of human history, we're completely oblivious to the fact that these creatures existed. But as we study them, the way I look at them is that these are not transitional forms, but rather creatures that God created that existed and went extinct, that they had intelligence and emotional capabilities, like all animals do, but they lacked the image of God. And so I see Neanderthals in the same vein that I would see chimpanzees, orangutans, and gorillas. Fascinating, remarkable creatures in their own right that reflect God's glory, but they lacked the image of God. And they did employ tools, but we have evidence that chimpanzees employ tools. And in fact, what we see Neanderthals doing is looking a lot like what we see chimps doing in the wild. Not identical, but it's in a similar context. So I see Neanderthals as creatures that God made that went extinct. They lack the image of God. And the difference that we see in the behavioral capacities of humans and Neanderthals reflects that difference. The similarity, to me, isn't surprising because when I look at shared biological features that life on Earth has, I just look at those shared features as reflecting common design templates that a creator employed as he was creating life on Earth. And so we bear similarity to other creatures, but that similarity shouldn't be confused as evidence for our evolutionary history. I see it as evidence that we come from a single creator that employed common archetypes.
I got one here. Do you believe that God created Earth, humans, etc., in 6 days?
Yes, we do believe that it was done in 6 days, but it's 6 long periods of time. I've written a whole book, it's not here, but a matter of days, making the point that if you read the Bible literally and consistently, so all 66 books are saying the same thing, then the creation days in Genesis must be 6 consecutive long periods of time. And keep in mind, this is an English language controversy. When I speak overseas, where they're speaking with a much smaller vocabulary than we do in English, this isn't a controversy. The challenge is taking a very tiny vocabulary language like Hebrew and translating it into English, which is the biggest vocabulary language that has ever existed. So we look at the word day as referring to 24 hours, but the Hebrew word for day, yom, has 4 distinct literal definitions. Part of the daylight hours, all of the daylight hours, a 24-hour period, or a long but finite period of time, and 3 of those definitions are used in the first page of the Bible. Creation day 1, it's contrasting days and nights. That's day for daylight hours. Creation day 4, it talks about seasons, days, and years. That's day as 24 hours. Genesis 2:4 uses the word day to refer to the entirety of creation history. That's a long period of time. And notice there's no evening and morning for the 7th day. And 3 texts, John 5, Hebrews 4, and Psalm 95 tell us we're still in God's 7th day. So at a minimum, the 7th day must be a long period of time.
Just real quick, say those references again, those scriptures.
What scriptures?
Just the ones that you just referenced.
Okay.
You
Creation.
gotta say them, just reference them again.
Okay, yeah, it's John 5,
John 5,
Psalm 95,
Psalm 95,
Hebrews 4.
Hebrews 4.
We're in God's 7th day. It's a day when God doesn't create, but God focuses on his work of redemption. Which, interestingly, also explains why so many scientists say we see no scientific evidence for God. Of all they're looking at is the human era. That's the day when God stops his creation miracles. So if that's what the scientist is looking for, and he's looking for it on the human era, he will or she will not find it. It explains why so many astronomers are believers in God, because their data comes from deep time. Whereas with biologists, most of them are focusing during the human era, and therefore they say, we don't see the evidence. They're looking on the wrong days.
You opened this evening with the comment that 1/3 of Americans come from a STEM background or some type of scientific background or have an influence from that. Yet the narrative in our society seems to be that there is a conflict between faith and science. They cannot coexist. Yet you present a very different view. My question is this: what are your recommendations on how we can present this evidence for a creator to someone who comes from a STEM background? It seems to me that with this conflict in America between faith and science, that we seem to be speaking a different language from a different worldview. So how can we effectively communicate to someone who has a scientific background these facts in a way that they'll understand and
Yeah,
break
that's a
through?
really good question, and it's kind of our motivation for the message tonight. The reason why we have so many people in STEM careers or people who are influenced by STEM, thinking there's a conflict between science and the Christian faith, we Christians have not engaged them. They're an unreached people group, and if we target that unreached people group, I think this situation will go away. And so, yeah, and that's been our experience. As we engage people in these STEM careers, they change from thinking that science contradicts the Bible to recognizing that science indeed supports the Bible. Science and the Bible are allies, they're not enemies. But we need to get that message out, and the only way we're going to get it out is by engaging these folks. The tendency of Christians is either to attack people in the STEM careers or to withdraw from them. The Bible tells us we're to engage. They're a mission field, let's engage them, because we know that they're just as hungry for Christ as the rest of the people groups here on the planet. They just need to be reached in a way that they can receive.
If I could add just one point real quickly, I think a lot of, and you made the comment about worldview, and I think that's really a very insightful point, because many times the conflict isn't with regard to the evidence or even what the implication of the evidence is. It really is different worldviews that are viewing that same evidence in very different ways. And so part of it is to know what the evidence is and then how to make the connection between the evidence and the Christian worldview, and then also to highlight how that evidence actually fits uncomfortably within a more naturalistic or materialistic worldview. So it really becomes a combination of worldview thinking and science. And if you notice tonight that all of the evidences that we present, we're presenting scientific data that everybody would agree upon, but we are showing how that data is compatible with a Christian worldview, and that's a very critical component.
Hello. Quick question, and I'm sorry, I don't know if you had read this question and that you were just responding about the days in creation, because I apologize, I was talking to this young man. But my question is, where do you stand on the old Earth versus young Earth creation debate? I know that one of the points that old Earth proponents use is like, radioactive carbon dating, things like that. So where do you guys stand on that debate?
Well, just to be clear, we are old Earth creationists.
Okay.
Although as I was sharing with your pastors over lunch, there was a debate about 60 years ago in the astronomical community. Is the universe young or is it old? But the debate was between quadrillions of years and billions of years. And the young universe astronomers won. It's only billions of years old. And if it's only billions, there really is no room for naturalistic evolution. You have to have a God that's involved in all this. And if you read the history of that astronomical debate, it was theology that was driving the debate. Those pushing for quadrillions of years wanted to keep God out of the picture. But hey, it's only billions of years. But yeah, we're old Earth creationists. And what was your first part of your question?
That was the first part.
Okay, and then what was the second part?
About radiometric dating.
Radiometric dating, yes. The Bible tells us in 7 places the laws of physics don't change. Jeremiah 33, where God compares his immutability, his unchangeable nature, and he says, just like the laws of physics don't change, I don't change. Here's what's significant. Every young Earth creationist model depends on radically altered laws of physics at the fall of Adam, the flood, or both. And they particularly need the radiometric decay rates to change by a factor of anywhere from 1 million to 1 billion times. Number one, the Bible rules that out. It says the constants don't change. Number two, in astronomy, we can look at distant stars and galaxies and measure the radiometric decay rates in those stars and galaxies. They measure to be identical to what we measure in the lab here today. And what's interesting about astronomy is the one science where we directly access the past. The other sciences infer the past, but in astronomy, we directly access it. And it's because of the velocity of light. So as I tell my wife that because I'm an astronomer, I cannot be held accountable for the present. All my data comes from the past. So when I look at the sun, I don't see the sun as it is now. I see the sun as it was 8.25 minutes ago. Or when I look at the Crab Nebula, I see it as it was 6,500 years ago. But by looking at these distant stars and galaxies, we can measure the constants of physics, we can measure the radiometric decay rates, and they're identical when we measure here. So it confirms what the Bible has stated thousands of years ago, but also tells us there's really no room for altered radiometric decay rates. Now, with respect to carbon-14, it has a half-life of 5,715 years, and like all radiometric decay dating tools, it is reliable within a factor of 6 of the half-life. So you can divide that 5,715 years by 6 or multiply it by 6. That's the range where it can give you accurate dates. Outside that range, it can't. And what you hear from young Earth creationists, they'll say, well, we have these samples that geophysicists insist are billions of years old, and they measure to be 58,000 years old by radiocarbon dating. Well, radiocarbon dating is basically looking at cosmic rays coming through the atmosphere and transforming nitrogen 15 into carbon 14. But that's not the only way you get carbon 14. There's uranium and thorium in the crust of the Earth. And likewise, there's nitrogen in the crust of the Earth. And the decay of uranium and thorium will transform a very tiny amount of that nitrogen into carbon 14. So no matter how old a sample is, it will have a date of 58,000 years. So anytime you see a carbon 14 date of 57, 58, 59,000 years, you know that's simply the background signal. That's not the actual carbon 14 date. The limit for carbon 14 is about 40,000 years. Older than that, you don't get a reliable date. If it's younger than 1,000 years, you won't get a reliable date. That was a problem with the Shroud of Turin. The carbon 14 was saying 1300, the 13th century AD. That's too young for carbon 14. It's great for early Bible manuscripts, which are about 2,000 years old. Those we can date to high precision with carbon 14. If you want the details, you'll find them in the book, The Crater and the Cosmos.
Man, I'm just glad smart people like you are believers. I got a question here, and then we'll go to Darius. What are some of the best points that your opponents have made in debate? Because both of you debate quite frequently, and I'm guessing people on opposite ends of what you believe. So what are some of the most challenging and best points that you both have engaged in debate?
Well, it depends what kind of person we're debating. Are you talking about an atheist scientist, a young Earth creationist, an evolutionist? Or...
Let's go with the atheist scientist.
Okay. You want to start off, Buzz?
Yeah, well, when it comes to biology, probably the most challenging problem for the notion that there's a creator that's responsible for life would be so-called bad designs in nature. And the idea would be if there are bad designs or flawed designs in nature, that doesn't seem compatible with an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-good God. But one of the things that's really interesting is many times when people point out what they would argue are bad designs in nature, these are typically very complex systems that we don't have full understanding of. And as we develop that understanding, what we thought was a bad design turns out to be an elegant design. And so the examples like the inverted retina of vertebrate eyes or wisdom teeth or the human appendix, these are classic examples, the panda's thumb. These have all been cited as examples of flawed designs that turn out to actually have good reasons why they are the way that they are. But the quintessential example would be junk DNA, the idea that within our genome, about 95% of our genetic makeup is comprised of non-functional DNA that people argued was the vestiges of an evolutionary history. And interestingly enough, we've discovered that virtually every class of junk DNA has function. And in fact, if you look at something called the ENCODE project, which was cataloging the functional elements in the human genome, it looks as if close to 80% of the human genome is functional, not 5%, as people thought initially when the human genome was sequenced. And the expectation is that number is even going to increase in terms of functionality as more work is done with the ENCODE project. So that would be an example of what I think to be the greatest challenge. I also think the problem of evil is always a problem. It's really a philosophical issue, but my experience, when you present a case for a creator, one of the most common retorts is ultimately related to the problem of evil. And so I think as Christians, we need to make sure that we are equipped to engage the problem of evil. And in fact, tomorrow night at the church service, I'm going to address the problem of evil in a biological context. So.
Yeah, and come Sunday morning, I'm going to tell a story of sitting on an airplane for 2 hours with a German atheist quantum physicist. And he brought up what he considered to be the 8 big objections to the Christian faith. So I'll be telling the story of what happened during that 2-hour conversation. But one of those 8 objections was the problem of evil. And what you'll hear on Sunday morning is how I was able to appeal to him as a quantum physicist and say, do you realize every one of the laws of physics has been fine-tuned by our Creator to eliminate evil once and for all? And he said, well, you got to tell me about that. So.
How y'all doing? I just wanted to know what, if any, influence the Scopes trial had on either one of you.
Okay, the influence of the Scopes trial, I do write about that in the book A Matter of Days, the book that's not here, in the sense that I think that was a turning point in the Christian community where they felt beaten down by atheist scientists. And so that's when I saw happening in the Christian community kind of withdrawal from the scientific community. And that's why I think we have such a large unreached people group amongst these STEM individuals. And that's when I saw Christians too trying to strike out at these atheist scientists rather than engage them in a loving spirit. But I think it all stems back to the great embarrassment of what happened at that Scopes trial. And so that's something I think we're still trying to recover from. But again, the Bible tells us we need to engage our enemies with grace and with love and with humility. That's the way back.
Dr. Foz, you stated that biochemistry and science were critical to your conversion. But I think we all know that no amount of evidence is enough to convert anybody, and it's always going to be a matter of the heart. And I see you're nodding yes, so you agree with that premise. I would just like to hear your comments on experiences with this with your colleagues and such, if that makes sense.
Yeah. When I came to faith in Christ, it was really a 2-stage process. The first was recognizing that a creator existed. And in retrospect, I would argue that the Holy Spirit was revealing that to me. I mean, there was obviously the scientific evidence at hand. And then it was, after being convinced that there was a creator, having a pastor challenge me to read Scripture, which I was 23 years old and never had picked up the Bible. And so it was really reading the Gospel of Matthew and specifically the Sermon on the Mount where I encountered Christ through the pages of Scripture. So again, it was the Holy Spirit revealing Christ to me in the pages of Scripture. But at that time, this would have been in 1986. And at that time, Francis Crick, who won the Nobel Prize with Jim Watson and Maurice Wilkins for discovering the structure of DNA, had just written 2 books. One of them was called What Mad Pursuit, which is a story about the discovery of the DNA double helix. And then another book he wrote is called Life Itself, in which he looks at the origin of life question. And in both books, Crick reached the same conclusion I did as a graduate student. One was, in Life Itself, that there's no way to explain currently the origin of life. He basically said something to the effect that you would be forgiven if you thought that the origin of life was a miracle, so many of the things that would have had to have happened to get it going, right? So he reached the same conclusion I did when I looked at the intractable problems with the origin of life, that this really does look miraculous. In his book, What Mad Pursuit, he concludes the book by saying biologists must constantly keep in mind that what they see was not designed, but rather evolved. And so there he's admitting that the first reaction that anybody has when they look at biochemical systems is it's designed. So he reached the same conclusions I did as a graduate school student. This is designed, and the origin of life just simply appears to be miraculous. I believe, by the grace of God, I was able to conclude that there's got to be a creator. Crick went to his grave as an outspoken atheist. So the question isn't what does the evidence show, but there are other factors at play, that I think involve psychological issues, issues of the will, issues of the heart, but I want to be cautious, about how I would characterize that, because I don't think we want to conclude that people who are scientists or people who push back on the evidence that we present are necessarily hard-hearted and lost causes. Sometimes when people push back, they're actually as much closer than you would think. And I think there are people who have been wounded by the church, and those wounds drive them to atheism. I think there are some people who are just intellectually convinced that there isn't a God. And again, I think those people can be reached if we're willing to engage them intellectually. But I think it's not a question of the evidence. It's a question of other things that are happening beyond the evidence itself, right?
Go on here. Although we may not understand all aspects of evolution, why does that mean that the miracle is God himself? Is it not logically possible that the miracle could be a different, perhaps non-creator scientific explanation?
Well, Fuzz just mentioned Crick. What he concluded was, well, it's not God, it's aliens from another planet that brought life here to planet Earth. But the question is that a sufficient explanation to explain the origin of life here on planet Earth? And, Crick passed away, but there were papers published just in the last year making the point, if there is intelligent life elsewhere in the universe, it's got to come after us, because the physics says we must be the first. And so the idea that they could travel across interstellar space and dump life here 3.8 billion years ago simply is not a viable explanation. But I think Crick is an example. There's no way I'm going to accept God. I got to find some other explanation. And the fact that he appealed to intelligent aliens on another planet, on a galaxy far, far away, tells me to the degree to which he was committed to reject the authority of God in his life.
And he had great faith, too, to believe that, I would have to say.
Pardon me?
I think he would have to have great faith, to believe aliens from another planet. Can I follow that up? I'm going to cheat because I can get the mic, so I think I get to cheat. You mentioned aliens, so just can you give us the 3-minute talk on aliens that you have your experience with?
Sure. We actually got a book here on that, but not here. It's called Lights in the Sky and Little Green Men. Our publisher said we could have sold a lot more copies if we called it Little Green Women, but that's the way it goes. But really it's based a lot on my experience overseas in addressing audiences where there's a lot more occultic activity going on. So for example, when I was in the Soviet Union, when the communists were running the show, my audiences, often the majority, had close encounters with UFOs. And so they wanted me to speak on UFOs. What I notice in many of my audiences, a large percentage of the people there, and we're talking people with degrees and PhDs in physics and chemistry and mathematics, etc., how many of them are manifesting the symptoms of being demon-possessed. And that was a time when the Soviet Union was sponsoring research in occult physics, trying to develop occult weapons to use against the West. But consequently, a lot of them are having these exposures with aliens. And what we write about in Lights in the Sky and Little Green Men is that physical aliens like us, we have overwhelming evidence that we are alone in that capacity. They don't exist elsewhere in the universe. But the Bible speaks about God creating two distinct species of intelligent life: human beings that are constrained by the physics of the universe, and angels that are not constrained by the physics of the universe. As it tells us in Hebrews 13, many of us have had encounters with these angels, some with the righteous angels, others with the wicked angels. And we document that what's behind the UFO phenomena, and let me make a disclaimer here, 99% of what people report to me as UFOs here in the United States are not real UFOs. They're hoaxes, they're misidentified astronomical phenomena, they're optical illusions, but there's a residual that is the real thing. And the only people who have those experiences, what we call residual UFOs, are people that have deep involvement in the occult. And we end their book by saying, this is scientifically testable. If you will close the doors to the occult, that will be the end of your close encounters with UFOs. The demons will have no power over you. They can only come to you if you invite them to come. Take away the invitation, that'll be the end of that phenomena. But it explains why, for example, such a large percentage of Russians in the Soviet era were having these encounters and such a low percentage here in the United States. The level of occult activity here is much less. But for example, equatorial Brazil and France, it's still quite high. And if you go there, yeah, a lot of people will talk about these encounters with aliens. They're aliens not in our dimensions, they're aliens in other dimensions. Interestingly, 6 PhD physicists who are not theists have written about the UFO phenomena. Every one of them concludes that the only possible explanation is that they're aliens from another dimension. But that's the biblical definition of angels. They also all conclude that this is not benevolent, it's harmful. And when you have these encounters, the best you're going to escape with are recurring, terrifying nightmares. In the worst case, they kill you.
Dr. Ross, my name is Joe, and thanks to our PBS station here in St. Louis, they introduced me to Dark Energy. It was an incredible program that they put on, and are you aware of that program?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Is there anything that we can anticipate coming from your office or desk in regards to Dark Energy?
In regards to?
Dark Energy?
Dark energy?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I just brought out the 4th edition of The Crater and the Cosmos a few months ago. And in that book, chapter 5 and 6, I talk about the latest advances in our knowledge about dark energy, how there are multiple independent observational demonstrations that establish that it really does exist. As I mentioned tonight, 25 independent observational demonstrations. We now have a measure that's quite accurate in how much dark energy there is. It's 70.7% of the total stuff of the universe. I'd say the strongest evidence for dark energy comes from the measure of the geometry of the universe. Anyway, check out chapter 5 and 6. I think the book is out there.
Okay, now I hear you're teasing women here about being green and things, and I'm the only one in line. There's plenty of us sitting around, so just be careful. I'm just telling you that.
Thank you.
I'm teasing. Okay. You know, we get to see the or the planets with a telescope and see their beauty and their detail. I'm a crier.
Pardon me?
I'm a crier, so just hang on.
What did you say about the planets?
How beautiful they are.
Oh yeah, they're beautiful through
detail.
telescopes. Yeah.
With Job, how did he do it? I know it had to be with God. I mean, how if we don't have a telescope to see the same beauty he saw?
Okay, very good question. I wrote a short article a few months ago on my Facebook page making the point that for the first time in human history, less than half of the world's population has ever seen the Milky Way. And that's because of our polluted skies. Both light pollution and air pollution prevent us from actually having the capacity to see those, unless you happen to live outside of a big city in a place that doesn't suffer from a lot of light pollution. When Job looked up at the sky with his naked eye, he could see 15,000 stars. Where Fuzz and I live in the Los Angeles basin, when we look up at the sky, we see 30 stars, not 15,000. And so Job could see the immensity of the Milky Way. And in fact, what you notice in ancient Egyptian astronomy, they actually tried to measure the parallax of the stars and discovered that they couldn't do it. And that's what led them to conclude those stars are objects just like the sun. Because with planets, they could measure their distances. They couldn't measure the distances of the stars. So then they knew all those thousands of stars they saw were objects just like the sun. So it gave them an idea just how majestic God's creation was. And in many respects, I would argue that people in the 21st century are more ignorant about science than people lived in the days of Job. One of the books I've written is called Hidden Treasures in the Book of Job, where I make the point that people living in Job's day had intimate contact with wild birds and mammals. And the 12th chapter, Job says to his three friends, look to these birds, look to these mammals, they will teach you lessons. And what he meant was not just lessons of science, he meant spiritual lessons. As you have close contact with the animals, you notice that they're not abused by your sin, they are actually attracted to you. They want to relate to you. They will come towards you. They want a relationship with you. But they only manifest that with a higher being. Likewise, these animals are designed to relate and serve and please a higher being. We humans are designed to serve and please and relate to a higher being. The book of Job ends by God saying to Job and his friends, you've been able to tame all these animals, but there's one animal you can't tame. You're not able to bring humility to a proud human heart. It takes a higher being to tame a human being, just like it takes a higher being to tame all these animals. And as your sin causes these animals to run away from you instead of towards you, it's your sin that causes you to run away from God or pretend he doesn't exist rather than run towards him to have an affectionate relationship with him. But notice today in the 21st century how few individuals in the human species have that kind of intimate contact with wild birds and wild mammals, especially intimate contact where sin is not a factor. I actually tell stories in Hidden Treasures in the Book of Job of my encounters with those animals that I knew had no contact with human beings for over 50 years. And you could actually see how they were naturally designed to come and relate to a human being. I mean, I tell a story, for example, of how I woke up in the morning and inside my tent were all these animals wanting contact with me. I mean, that doesn't happen where they're afraid of you, but where they're not afraid of you, where they're not worried about being abused, they actually come towards us instead of running away from us. So yeah, Job had advantages we don't have.
Hi, my name is Tony. First of all, I want to say I'm kind of scared to ask my question now. And the
Hey,
reason
welcome
why-
to the club, man. We're all in the same boat.
Well, the reason why, first, I'm a believer. I solely believe in Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior. And it's the reason I'm standing here today. If I had the time to go into my testimony, it would be to probably rock people in this room. I'm still here breathing. But anyway, I argued with a friend of mine for years. We played chess together. And the possibility that God just didn't stop with humans as the final big product of the world, that maybe it was some other life he invented out there. And the reason why I asked myself that question, I'm not possessed. There's no demon in me. But this is because in my short life, seeing how technology went from the 70s to where it is today, and I mean, like, when I was a kid going to school, and I went to school, and kids said, hey, man, they made a plane can fly up in the sky and come back, go on Earth and come back and land. I was like, no, I bet the kid my lunch. And he ate my lunch that day, because when I found out there was a space shuttle that really did that, it blew me away. But since then, the technology, like the video games, cell phones, all this technology is new. And then I watched a program where it showed where the microchip, where the thought of its invention came from, alien technology, and that made me think. And then I thought, well, God can do anything, so what made me think that we the best of his creation? What if there's something else out there? And it's just a thought, and I wanted your thoughts on it. Would you answer that?
You know, that's such a good question. I've already written one book in attempting to answer that question. And I just got permission from the committee that Fuzz heads up to write a sequel to that book, and I actually got started on that this afternoon. So thank you, Fuzz. Thank you for your ideation team. And what we're doing in these two books is basically making the point that what's made our technology and incredible global advances possible is we happen to live in a unique era in the Earth's history where we got an optimal temperature for global human technology, and we have extreme climate stability. We've had that extreme climate stability for the past 9,000 years. But as I wrote in Improbable Planet, at a maximum, that's going to end in about 1,400 years. And we're going to return to a period of extreme climate instability, which will be the end of civilization as we know it. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is, according to the Bible, God's on a mission to take the human species from this creation to a brand new creation where the laws of physics are different. I mean, this world is not our home. We're just a passing through. And this new scientific evidence is telling us we're passing through at a relatively quick pace. We will be exiting to the new creation relatively shortly. But I'm now working on a sequel to Improbable Planet, where I'm actually talking about the discoveries of the past year that really give us specific details as to how much longer we can sustain our current technology and standard of living, and then what we need to do with that standard of living and technology to take the good news of salvation through Jesus Christ to all the people groups of the world. And that's why I'm so passionate about targeting these STEM people. I realize we need time. And it's going to take a mobilization of a lot of resources to get that job done in the time that I see remaining, thanks to what we see taking place in our understanding, what we call the Ice Age cycle. So if it's any comfort to you, our technology depends on ice. And the sun's never been brighter than it's been before. The fact that we got ice on planet Earth today is an outstanding miracle. And the fact that we got ice and climate stability is even a greater miracle. And God gave us that because indeed we are the epitome of his creation. As it tells us in the Bible, yes, right now we're less powerful than the angels, but a day will come when we will rule over the angels. We are the epitome of his creation. The angels watch the grace of God. We get to personally experience the grace of God. And because we experience the grace of God, we're being equipped and trained for a career, not just here on planet Earth, but in the new creation. And God's going to take us there relatively quickly.
Just going to interject so we all see the time. We're going to end at 9 p.m., so we have about 12 minutes, just so you know. And also, on your way out, we have refreshments for you to stick around, keep talking, dialogue, interact with some of their team out there, and look at their resources. I just want to interject that, so we got 12 minutes. Go ahead, Jamal.
Yeah, my question's about kangaroos. This is a serious question. This might be a curveball. But with Noah's Ark in mind, if the whole world was flooded, everything was on one boat, if that bad boy landed in one spot, how do kangaroos get to Australia? I mean, that continent's out in the middle of the water.
Yeah, good question. When it comes to Noah's flood, you don't want to just read Genesis 6, 7, and 8. You want to read the Psalms, Job, Proverbs, 2 Peter. Those are just a few of the biblical texts that address the flood of Noah. And so you need to integrate all those texts. I mean, kind of our interpretive model. Take the Bible literally and consistently, but you need to read all the biblical data. What you'll see in 2 Peter 2, verse 5, is that the world of the ungodly was flooded. So as far as ungodly people existed, that world was flooded. What you see in 2 Peter 3, verses 5 and 6, is the world at the time the event took place was flooded. The Greek term is cosmos tote. But you notice in both 2 Peter 2 and 2 Peter 3, Peter qualifies the word cosmos with an adjective. Now, if he meant the entire planet, there would be no adjective in either case. The fact that it was qualified tells us it's the world of humanity, not necessarily the entire globe. Now, what you see in Job, Psalms, and Proverbs are creation chapters that deal with the subject of Genesis 1. And they all address creation day 3. In fact, I just mentioned here a few minutes ago the new evidence that we have that Genesis 1 got it right on the continental land masses. But what you see, for example, in Psalm 104 is that there comes a time when God transforms our planet Earth from a water world into a world with oceans and continents coexisting. What it says in verse 9 is that once the continents are in place, never again will water cover the whole face of the earth. That's repeated in Job. It's repeated in Job 38, in Job 38, Proverbs 8, and 3 texts in the book of the Psalms, which means that the flood of Noah couldn't have covered the entire surface of planet Earth. It's explicitly ruled out in those texts. Now, here's an interesting response I get from my friends who are leaders of young Earth creationist organizations. They say, Hugh, you're appealing to the New Testament and you're appealing to these poetry texts. And they say, poetry is an inferior communication than the narrative of Genesis 1. But that's not what I learned in seminary. What I learned in seminary is that that Hebrew poetry is a powerful tool for communicating didactic truth, and that we're to interpret the narrative texts of the Bible in light of the didactic texts. And didactic means teaching texts. And that some of those texts are poetry and some of them are prose. But in terms of this idea that somehow the poetry books of the Bible are inferior, notice that our most explicit teaching and extensive teaching on the doctrine of the Trinity is in the poetry of Isaiah. So I think it's a mistake to demean the poetry that's in the Old Testament. And I understand it. I mean, English poetry doesn't have the power of Hebrew poetry to communicate didactic truth. But yeah, talk to anybody who's been exposed to Hebrew, they'll tell you it's a very powerful medium for communicating didactic truth, which means we don't have to worry about, I'll tell you this one. I was once at a meeting with a whole bunch of global flood theologians, and at one point they said, Hugh, we want you to give the strongest evidence that you know of that the flood had to be global. And I said, well, I'm from the Los Angeles area. One of the suburbs of Los Angeles next to the LA airport is Torrance. And the text says the rain came down in Torrance. So I guess that must be the strongest evidence that the flood indeed was global. But the whole point is, the Bible makes it quite clear. Yes, it wiped out the entire world of humanity, but notice humanity did not become global until Genesis 10 and 11. Before Genesis 10 and 11, humanity was in one locale. In fact, what you see in Genesis 11, God judging humanity for their failure to fill the earth. And so God had to forcibly scatter humanity over the face of the earth.
Good. Here's one. I learned in graduate school that all of life's DNA is 99% similar. Is this true, and do you think it disproves your theory?
You know, one of the pieces of evidence that people will often point to as evidence for evolution is biological similarity among organisms, and that would include similarity in the genetic makeup of humans and the great apes. So, for example, the claim is that there's a a 99% similarity between humans and chimpanzees. But you could understand that similarity as reflecting not common evolutionary ancestry, but actually common design. That is, that a creator would have employed the same design elements to create all life on Earth. And in fact, when you look at biochemistry, there's a universal nature to biochemistry. All life on Earth is made up of the same types of biochemical systems. All life on Earth is made up of cells. All life on Earth is made up of similar anatomical and physiological systems. And in fact, again, I would see that as evidence for common design, not common descent. When you look at Genesis 2, it talks about the creation of Adam as being made from the dust of the earth and God breathing the breath of life into him. Well, it's interesting because in Genesis 2:19 it talks about the creation of the animals, the beasts in the field, the birds in the air, from the dust of the earth. But they do not receive the divine breath. Only Adam receives the divine breath, which I would argue is the image of God in that text. But what's interesting is it's telling us that we are made out of the same stuff as other animals are. And if that's the case, then you would expect that we would share the same molecular components as part of a makeup, but also the same design templates would be used to create us. So I think the Bible actually anticipates this idea that we would have anatomical, physiological, biochemical, and genetic similarities to other creatures. Now, I've had atheists challenge me saying, well, if God is this all-powerful, limitless creator, then why would he use the same set of designs to make all life on Earth? Why not use a wide variety of designs? And I think the answer to that in part is that by creating life with the same designs, it actually makes biology possible. That is, if every organism was made with a distinct design, then the discipline of biology is impossible. The fact that all life on Earth has the same designs means that we can study, for example, a yeast cell, and from studying a yeast cell, we can actually learn about human biochemistry. And this allows for drug development. It allows for medicine to even be possible. And so I think that the shared designs that we see is essentially making God known to us through the life sciences. That because of biology, we can understand the living realm. We see God's handiwork. We see God's fingerprint in the creation. But also as part of God's providence, that because of the shared designs, it's possible for us to understand life sufficiently that we can then use it for our advantage. And again, it even makes the whole idea of medicine possible, because the experiments we need to do to understand biology, to develop medicines, to test medicines are only possible because we share similarity with chimps and with other mammals.
Yeah, I mean, you would say that 1% difference is still a huge difference.
Yes. Yep.
Yes, good evening. It's very interesting, very technical. My question is, I think Einstein said that either everything's a miracle or nothing's a miracle. And isn't life, all life forms, a total miracle, very complex? Someone recently, I didn't see the movie, but he made a documentary on just the flight of a bird, just any bird. And he showed that so many complex things have to happen at exactly the right time for that bird to fly. I mean, what do you say to the atheist? I mean, when you look at all life forms, it's highly complex. It's nearly impossibly complex.
Well, what you're going to see in our website is lots of articles that Fuzz and I have written, making the point that a lot of our technological advances has been copying the designs we see in organisms here on Earth. So it's more evidence that God can do it better than we can do it. And as Fuzz points out in his book, Creating Life in the Lab, if the atheists think it's that easy to happen, then why can't they make it in the lab? So, Fuzz, you want to add anything?
No, since we're running out of time, that was good.
This will be our last question right here.
Thank you both for doing this. I really enjoy hearing you. My question is not so much about the Bible, but about your science. I see you both as modernist scientists, and what I mean by that is you've separated out the observer from the observed. And I would suspect that both of you look at me and you think, he's out there. I would argue that I'm actually on the back of your retina as a vision. I think you probably hear me and think that I'm out here. And I would argue that actually what you hear is your inner ear mechanism. And so, even when we use telescopes to look out into the universe, that's still up against our retina when we look through that telescope, and it's still being processed by our neurological system. So here's my question. Have you considered that that your science and your conclusions are as much about you as an observer as it is about what you observe?
Yeah, I think I get the question. And it's not just our brain and our retina and physical senses. We can use non-organic detectors, and they see the same thing our eyes and ears see. So it doesn't necessarily depend on our biology to detect the event. But it still raises the question, maybe all of reality is some kind of computer simulation. I get that kind of question on Twitter and Facebook all the time. And incidentally, both Fuzz and I answer questions on Facebook and Twitter. So if you go home tonight and think of a great question, you can still ask us that question. And I would say this, I cannot rule out with absolute certainty that what we're seeing all around us, including you yourself, is just some complex computer simulation set up by some kind of being beyond the universe to fool all of us into thinking we're actually making contact with physical reality. That is a possibility, but I put it in the same realm of possibility that my wife of 41 years doesn't really exist. I can't give you absolute proof that she exists. On the other hand, I have a lot of experimental and observational evidence that she exists. Moreover, that evidence gets stronger with every year that I'm married to her. And that's kind of the same way our science works. The evidence, I think, overwhelmingly supports the conclusion we are in touch with physical reality, and that evidence gets stronger with every day that goes by. And so, yeah, I can't eliminate in an absolute sense the computer simulation hypothesis, but I can draw the conclusion that it's an extremely tiny probability that gets tinier and tinier every day that goes by. But it was Kurt Gödel who made the point. Because we humans are constrained to the space-time dimensions of the universe, we can never learn everything about the universe. There's always some point of ignorance, and that point of ignorance will allow speculation, which is why I believe we'll always have atheist scientists. But what I notice about my atheist scientist peers, they're being backed into a corner that's smaller and smaller and smaller as we learn more and more about science. And many of them are realizing they're being backed into a smaller corner and are actually coming to the Christian faith. And we've seen many atheist scientists finally admit that there's a God out there and give their lives to Jesus Christ, including even a Nobel laureate.
Amen.
Okay, well, how are you guys doing this afternoon? Good. Well, I'm not sure how many of you watch late night TV. Anybody willing to admit they watch late night TV? How many of you are just too old to stay up that late anymore? Yeah, that's my problem. But in my younger days, when I could stay up late, I used to, from time to time, watch the David Letterman show. And one of my favorite parts of the Letterman show was the top 10 lists. You guys remember that? Well, what I thought I would do to kick things off this afternoon is go through a top 10 list of the 10 greatest threats to the world today. That's a real cheery topic, right? And this is actually based on an article written in the USA Today a number of years ago. So this is the USA Today's perspective on what are the top 10 threats facing the world today. One of them is a fiscal crisis in key economies. Another one is structurally high unemployment or underemployment, water crises, failure to mitigate or adapt to climate change, greater incidence of extreme weather events, global governance failure, food crises, failure of a major financial mechanism or institution, and then finally, profound political and social instability. So again, you may or may not agree with what's on this list, but this is the USA Today's perspective. Now, there's something that's missing from this list that really needs to be on the list, and that is a serious crisis that really is confronting us as humanity, and that is a digital data crisis, a digital data storage crisis. You may not realize it, but we are generating digital data at such an intense pace that we are facing a data storage crisis. And part of the culprits are basically everybody with smartphones watching YouTube videos and posting videos of this, that, and the other thing, and pictures of food that go on to Facebook. But scientists are also causing some of the problems. Astronomers are causing problems because they're generating huge amounts of digital data as they survey the universe. And then biochemists are also causing problems because they're generating huge amounts of data with genomic science. And we're generating so much data that today it's estimated that there's 44 trillion gigabytes of data that exists. And just to give you some sense for how much data that is, if you assume a world population of 10 billion people, every person would have to have 6,000 compact disks to store all of that data. That's a huge amount of data. And the problem is, the typical data storage medium has a lifetime. Magnetic tapes about 10 years and hard disks about 3 years. In fact, some people estimate that by 2040, there's not going to be enough high-quality silicon in the world to store all of the data that we will have generated. And we are looking at a data storage crisis. Interestingly enough, one potential solution to that data storage crisis is the DNA molecule. DNA is an information storage molecule that stores information inside every cell in our body, and the information in DNA is essentially a set of instructions that are used to build, in our case, build our bodies. Every organism harbors DNA, and that DNA is the instruction manual, the set of instructions used by that organism to build itself and to carry out its operations. And the information in DNA is digital information. And so people believe that DNA may actually be a solution to the digital data storage crisis because DNA is optimal in terms of its data storage capacity. It's near optimal. And we'll talk more about that in a minute. But in fact, DNA is such an elegantly designed molecule that it's not only inspiring solutions to our data storage crisis, it actually has given birth to a brand new area of computing science called DNA computing, where people are literally building computers out of DNA. And again, it's possible because DNA is harboring digital information. DNA is also inspiring advances in nanoelectronics because of a really bizarre property that the DNA molecule has. The whole idea of turning to biology and biochemistry to inspire engineering advance, to inspire new technologies, is called biomimetics and bioinspiration. And as the name implies, this is a discipline in engineering and technology where researchers turn to designs in the living realm and they mimic them, they copy them, or they derive insight and inspiration that they then apply to create new technologies. And so the use of DNA to inspire these different nanotechnologies is part of biomimetics and bioinspiration. And again, DNA is capable of serving in this capacity because of its role inside the cell as an information storage molecule. In fact, DNA structure is highly optimized for its role inside the cell. It's an incredibly optimal molecule where every feature and facet of its structure seems to be intentionally designed to serve in its role inside the cell as an information storage molecule. And this degree of optimization is what makes it possible for DNA to be such an inspiring molecule. Now, I don't have time to go into all of the features of DNA that make it an optimal biomolecule for information storage, but if you're interested in digging into some of the details, I would recommend my book, The Cell's Design. I have an entire chapter in that book where I talk about how optimal biochemical systems are, and included in that chapter is an extensive discussion of the optimal nature of DNA. So what we want to do in the next few minutes is just survey ways in which DNA is actually driving nanotechnology. And let's turn our attention back to this, the use of DNA as a digital data storage medium. And as I mentioned, DNA is optimal in its capacity to store information. Some people believe it's at the theoretical maximum in terms of being able to store data per unit mass of material. In fact, 1 gram of DNA can store 455 exabytes of data. To put that into context, if you have a kilogram of DNA, which is about 2.25 pounds, that would be enough DNA to store all the data that currently exists in the world. Isn't that amazing that just about a couple of pounds of DNA can store 44 trillion gigabytes of data when it would require 10 billion people, 6,000 compact disks? That's mind-boggling. And to demonstrate the capacity for DNA to store digital information, there's a famous experiment that was done in 2012 by George Church's group at Harvard University, where for fun, they basically digitized and encoded a book into DNA molecules. And this book was a 53,000 word book that had 11 JPEG images in it. And what they did is, instead of synthesizing a contiguous piece of DNA to store the information, they actually created DNA fragments that stored the information in the book. And part of the reason for this is because they could create redundancy. One of the limitations of DNA as a storage medium is it's a chemical material that can break down over time. So to offset the loss of information from degradation, they just simply made multiple copies of each of these fragments. So that way, if one fragment breaks down, you still have redundant copies. But also, by using what they called a locator sequence, they could actually fish out information specifically page by page, or skip around and pull out information from a particular page. So that locator sequence was functioning like a page number in a book. And so the point here is that this proof of principle experiment showed that DNA could actually store information. In fact, any kind of information that we can digitize, whether it are Word documents or photographs or video files, can actually be stored in a DNA molecule. Since that time, people have been looking at all kinds of different ways to use DNA for data storage and trying to overcome some of the limitations. DNA is optimal for storing information inside the cell, but when you move it out of the cell and you begin to use it in a technology application, it does have some limitations. One of the big problems is, in addition to stability of the DNA molecule, and there's ways that people are looking to solve that problem that are rather clever, another problem is it just takes a lot of time and energy to copy the information into DNA and to read it out. So most people think that DNA would be ideal to archive data for long-term storage. But there are other scientists who are looking for different ways to design polymers that could be used for data storage that would overcome some of these limitations. But in order to do this, they still are turning to the DNA molecule for the inspiration for these particular polymers. So this is an exciting area of nanotechnology that, again, is highlighting the elegant nature of DNA. Another area of nanotechnology that's really intriguing is DNA computing. And what's going on here is that researchers are building computers, because again, DNA harbors digital information, using DNA and the components of the cell's machinery that manipulates DNA. And the reason why they're able to do this is because when you look at what's called DNA metabolism, processes like transcription, where the cell's machinery copies the information in DNA and then locates it to another portion in the cell for use, or when DNA is replicated, or if there's damage to DNA and it is repaired, these operations are fundamentally the same operations that essentially are at work in a computer system. Because these machineries function like a biochemical Turing machine. So I'm not going to get into the details of that. But a few years ago, when Leonard Adleman, who is a computer scientist at the University of Southern California, realized that relationship between computer operations and the metabolism of DNA, he had the brainstorm of actually building computers using DNA. And these computers are held in little tiny Eppendorf test tubes that are about that big, but they're more powerful than the most powerful silicon-based supercomputer system. And part of that power is the possibility of doing massive parallel operations. And again, it also has to do with the massive amount of data that DNA can store, and these operations are operating at near maximal energy efficiency. In fact, there are problems that you can solve with DNA computers that you cannot solve with traditional silicone-based computers. So, again, DNA's optimal nature is inspiring technology. Another area where DNA is inspiring technology is in nanoelectronics, where people are trying to build electronic systems at a molecular level. And one of the properties of DNA that's really, really unusual is that DNA can serve as a wire. The DNA double helix can function like a wire. And this was discovered in the 1990s by a scientist by the name of Jacqueline Barton, who was at Caltech. And what she did in this experiment is she had a DNA double helix, and then on the ends of the double helix, she attached two chemical groups. And these groups could give up and receive electrons. And so what she did is she hit one of those chemical groups with light that caused it to eject its electron. The electron flowed through the interior of the DNA double helix like a wire, and then it reacted with the other compound at the other end, and that compound picked up an electron. And the conduction through the DNA double helix was so fast that when she originally reported the data, people didn't believe what she was describing. And it turns out that actually the electrons move through the DNA wire employing a phenomena called quantum tunneling. It's really, really interesting. Well, as soon as Jacqueline Barton made this discovery, people thought, well, DNA could be used to build nanoelectronics. And a few years later, Jacqueline Barton's group discovered that the cell actually uses this mechanism to detect damage in the DNA double helix. Because when the DNA double helix is damaged, the helix is distorted, it's like breaking the wire, and the electrical current doesn't flow. And so what the cell does is it surveys the entire genome with these proteins that bind to the DNA. When they bind, they give up an electron, they send it through the interior of the double helix. Another protein that's bound to the DNA will pick up that electron, it'll hop off, move down the DNA double helix, bind again, and send its electron. And so you have these proteins just sending electrons back and forth through the interior of the DNA double helix. And if there's damage, it's going to cause the double helix to distort. And when that happens, the electrical current flow stops, and these surveillance proteins begin to stack up in that particular region of the double helix, which triggers a DNA repair process. And again, this idea is inspiring work in nanoelectronics, where people are looking at the DNA double helix as a wire molecule. So the point here is this, that DNA has such an optimal design in terms of its role of data storage that it's literally being used, again, to inspire new technology. And this is really provocative, but what's even more provocative is I believe that the area of biomimetics and bioinspiration actually can lead us to a new set of arguments for a creator's existence. I believe that these kind of discoveries lead to a new set of arguments for a creator's existence. And to understand this, we need to consider the watchmaker argument developed by William Paley in the late 1700s. How many of you are familiar with the watchmaker argument? Yeah, quite a few of you are. Well, this argument was presented by William Paley as evidence for a creator's existence. And at that time, William Paley surveyed biological systems, what was known about biological systems, and concluded that these systems have machine-like properties. And based on those machine-like properties, he argues that they look as if they are the work of a mind, a divine mind. And he does this by comparing biological systems to a watch. This is a famous passage from his book, Natural Theology, where Paley says this: "In crossing a heath, suppose I pitched my foot against a stone and were asked how that stone came to be there. I might possibly answer that for anything I knew to the contrary, it had lain there forever. But suppose I found a watch upon the ground, and it should be inquired how that watch happened to be in that place. I should hardly think of the answer which I had given before, that for anything I knew, the watch had always been there. Yet why should not this answer serve for the watch as well as for the stone? Why is it not as admissible in the second case as in the first? For this reason and no other, that when we come to inspect the watch, we perceive what we could not discover in the stone, that its several parts are framed and put together for a purpose, and that they are so formed and adjusted as to produce motion, and that motion so regulated as to point out the hour of the day. That is, if the different parts had been differently shaped from what they are, or placed after any other manner or in any other order than that in which they are placed, either no motion at all would have been carried out in the machine, or none which would have answered the use that is now served by it. This mechanism being observed, the inference we think is inevitable, that the watch must have had a maker. There must have existed at some time and at some place or other an artificer or artificers who formed it for the purpose for which we actually find it to answer, who comprehended its construction and designed its use." That's a long passage, I understand, but here you can begin to see William Paley's reasoning, is that when you look at a watch is very different than a stone. A watch is made up of parts that interact precisely, that are framed together to accomplish a purpose, and that this type of organization reflects the work of a mind, a watchmaker. And so Paley argued by analogy that when you look at biological systems, these systems look as if they are more like a watch than a rock. Therefore, if a watch requires a watchmaker, life must require a divine watchmaker. That's the argument that Paley advanced. And what's interesting to me is that the advances that we see happening in biochemistry allow us to revitalize this watchmaker argument. But the use of DNA, again, to inspire nanotechnology, gives an added twist to the watchmaker argument. Think about the watchmaker argument now in light of the use of DNA to build computers. Because we know that if we see a computer, we recognize that a computer must be the work of a mind, right? There's someone who conceived and designed that computer and then built it. And the properties of a computer are identical to the properties that Paley recognized in a watch that made it evident that it was the work of a watchmaker. Well, the fact that DNA inside the cell is manipulated by the cell's machinery in such a way that it resembles a computer system, so much so that people can take advantage of that and build DNA computers, suggests that these systems inside the cell must be the work of a mind. This is what Leonard Adleman says, the founder of DNA computing. The most important thing about DNA computing is that it shows that DNA molecules can do what we normally think only computers can do. This implies that computer science and biology are closely related, that every living thing can be thought to be computing something, and that sometimes we can understand living things better by looking at them as computers. It's practically stating the same thing as William Paley. Now, when I wrote the book, The Cell's Design, where I argued that there is this eerie similarity between biochemical systems and man-made designs, making a modern-day version of the watchmaker argument, one of the critiques that came from skeptics is that, well, this isn't really science because it's all well and good to make this argument, but it really isn't science because you can't really make any predictions using the watchmaker argument. And so to counter that criticism, I actually presented what I call the watchmaker prediction in The Cell's Design. And the idea behind the watchmaker prediction is this, that if indeed the cell is the product of a creator's handiwork, that there's very well technology inside the cell that is anticipating our technology advance. In other words, we have to wait till we develop new technologies before we realize that those very technologies already exist inside the cell. We just can't recognize it as such because we haven't invented the technology yet. And it turns out that DNA wires are a beautiful fulfillment of the watchmaker prediction, because the book, The Cell's Design, was published in 2008, and Jacqueline Barton and her group didn't discover the fact that DNA wires are used to survey for DNA damage until about 2012. So what Jacqueline Barton and her group did is discovered this property of DNA that allows it to conduct electrical current, and then it suggested that this could be used in nanoelectronics as a wire. But it was only later that they discovered that this is actually how the cell detects DNA damage. And so this is a fulfillment of the watchmaker prediction. We weren't able to even recognize this biochemical technology until Jacqueline Barton suggested the use of DNA for wires. Now, there's another way in which we can argue for design that's a variation of the watchmaker argument, and this is what I call the converse watchmaker argument. That is, if biological designs are the work of a creator, then these systems should be so well designed that they can serve as engineering models and otherwise inspire the development of new technologies. And so the fact that we see, again, biomimetics and bioinspiration at play, again, highlights the elegant design of these systems, and we can, again, formalize that intuition of design in the form of an argument that I've dubbed the converse watchmaker argument. So these advances in nanotechnology inspired by DNA allow us to make three variations of the watchmaker argument. They also allow us to respond to the claim on the part of evolutionary biologists that the watchmaker is blind. This is an idea that was articulated by Richard Dawkins in his book, The Blind Watchmaker. where Dawkins is arguing that the designs that we see in biology are not the product of a mind, but are the product of natural selection, which if it's a watchmaker, it's a blind watchmaker. This is what Dawkins said. Paley had the proper reverence for the complexity of the living world, and he saw that it demands a very special kind of explanation. The only thing he got wrong was the explanation itself. The true explanation had to wait for Charles Darwin. Natural selection, the blind, unconscious, automatic process, which we now know is the explanation for the existence and apparently purposeful form of all life, has no purpose in mind. It has no mind. It has no mind's eye. It does not plan for the future. It has no vision, no foresight at all. If it can be said to play the role of a watchmaker in nature, it is the blind watchmaker. But I would actually argue that the discipline of biomimetics and bioinspiration represents a direct response and a challenge to the blind watchmaker claim. Why is that? Because the nature of the evolutionary process is such that it produces flawed or imperfect systems. Evolution does not produce optimal designs and elegant designs. It produces inherently flawed designs. Why? Because it's an unguided process, it's undirected, and it co-opts existing designs and has to cobble them together to create new designs. And that kind of mechanism is not going to produce perfection. Ken Miller, a famous biologist who's involved in the creation-evolution debate, wrote this: "Evolution does not produce perfection. The fact that every intermediate stage in the development of an organ must confer a selective advantage means that the simplest, most elegant design for an organ cannot always be produced by evolution. In fact, the hallmark of evolution is the modification of pre-existing structures. An evolved organism, in short, should show the telltale signs of this modification." In other words, we don't expect evolution to produce optimal designs, but fundamentally flawed designs. That is, evolution produces kludged systems. Yet if this is the case, then why would anybody in their right mind, as engineers, turn to designs in biology or biochemistry to inspire technology? Why would you turn to a fundamentally flawed, imperfect design to inspire technology? That doesn't make any sense. In fact, it makes more sense to do biomimetics and bioinspiration in the context of a creation model or an intelligent design framework. Is it reasonable to think that biochemical systems represent the outworkings of an unguided, historically contingent process that co-opt pre-existing designs to kludge together new systems and then in turn use them to inspire new technology? And so I think what we see here with this whole idea of bioinspiration and biomimetics is a powerful response to the blind watchmaker challenge. It doesn't look as if the watchmaker is blind whatsoever. I'm going to go ahead and close here with a scriptural passage. I love the passage in Job 12, 7 through 9, because when I read this, to me it almost seems as if Job is prescribing biomimetics and bioinspiration, because this is exactly what people who work in this area are doing, is they're turning to designs in biology to teach them. Job writes, "Ask the animals and they will teach you, or the birds in the sky and they will tell you, or speak to the earth and it will teach you, or let the fish in the sea inform you. Which of all these does not know that the hand of the Lord has done this? To God belongs wisdom, wisdom and power, counsel and understanding are his."
I'm going to be speaking about a couple of items in two of our books, and if you go to reasons.org/Ross, we're giving away chapter 15 for free. And then we're also giving away a free chapter in Improbable Planet. And I'm going to focus on one part of one chapter in Improbable Planet for today's message. What inspired both the Creator and the cosmos and Improbable Planet was this idea that fine-tuning is not just to make possible the existence of life, not just to make possible the existence of human beings. When we look at the fine-tuning design of the universe, the Earth, Earth's life, and all the way down to the biochemical level, it's all fine-tuned to make possible the redemption of billions of human beings. And if you read through the Bible, what you discover is the claim that God begins his works of redemption before he creates anything, implying that everything that God creates is for the purpose of redeeming a huge host of human beings from their sin and evil. In other words, all God's creation works are for the redemption of billions of humans. And so I document in these two books how literally every event in the history of the universe, Earth and Earth's life, and every component of the universe, Earth and Earth's life, fulfills a role in making possible the redemption of billions of human beings. And you say, where do you get the billions from? Well, Buzz, you used this passage last night. I'm going to copy it again. Revelation 7:9. Before me was a great multitude that no one could count, from every nation, tribe, people, and language. But rather than refocusing on the diversity that Fuzz folks focused on in the breakfast this morning, I'm going to talk about the number. In Greek mathematics, they had a number system that could count up into the hundreds of millions. And so in the first century Greek culture, when they talked about an uncountable number, that meant billions plus. And so I look at this passage as a promise that God has designed the universe, Earth and Earth's life in such a way that an uncountable number, namely billions of human beings, are going to come into relationship with God where they'll be free for the rest of eternity from sin and evil, and yet they're going to see their free will enhanced to be able to receive and communicate love beyond anything we can imagine in this realm. And so the message I've titled for this afternoon, Habitability for Redemption. In other words, what is it about this earth that we live on, this universe in which we live on, that makes it possible for billions of human beings to come into a redemptive relationship with the Creator? Now, in Improbable Planet, I discuss several hundred things, features of the earth that needs to be fine-tuned in order for the redemption of billions of human beings to be possible. Because we're looking at just half an hour this afternoon, I'm only going to focus on 3 out of the several hundred. Namely, that for the redemption of billions of humans to be possible, we humans must be living at a time when there's ice on the planet, and not just any kind of ice. We have to be living in a regular ice age cycle. And we have to be living at a time when the sun is exactly middle age, exactly halfway through its burning phase. And we have to be living at a time of extreme climate stability. How many of you have heard of global warming or climate stability, instability? Okay, I mean, all of you, right? That's kind of the big issue politically today. What a lot of our politicians and scientists are not taking into account is that climate instability is the norm. The climate stability we've had for the past 9,000 years is the extreme exception. We've been blessed with this brief period of a few millennia of extreme climate stability. And it's because of the current episode we're in the Ice Age cycle. Now, for most of Earth's history, there's been no ice on our planet at all. And when it's had ice, the ice sticks around for millions of years. What's unique about our time, the last 2.5 million years, is that we're in an Ice Age cycle where there's always some ice on the planet, but it varies between 10% and a little bit more than 20%. Now, the continent that's been impacted most by the Ice Age cycle is North America. Okay, so this shows you the amount of ice coverage on North America today. It's a little bit less than 10% of the total land coverage. But if we go back 26,000 years, 55% of North America was covered by more than 1,000 feet thickness of ice. And incidentally, in the wintertime, the ice would get all the way down to St. Louis. And actually, San Diego Harbor would be completely frozen over during the winter back 26,000 years. And then it kind of flips back to this. So it goes from 10% coverage to about 22% coverage. This shows you the ice age cycle. It's very repeatable. Every 100,000 years, we have an interglacial, where we only have 10% ice. Then for about 90,000 years, we have more than 20% of our planet covered with ice. But it'd be impossible for you to be here today, or for you to have the kind of technology that you enjoy today, or for more than a few million humans to be able to live on planet Earth if it were not for the fact that we're living during an ice age cycle. The reason we can produce the food to feed billions of human beings is because we're living in an ice age cycle. Now, I'm only going to take the time to discuss two benefits of the ice age cycle, but one that I think is obvious, especially for you living here in St. Louis, is melting glaciers water the soil-rich plains. I mean, the Missouri River is not far from here, right? The headwaters of the Missouri River are the glaciers in the Canadian Rockies. So all that water that's coming down the Missouri, it's basically water that's coming from the melting of glaciers left over from the last ice age. And this is a phenomenon that takes place all over the world. The great rivers of the world are all fed by glaciers and ice fields that are left over from the last ice age. So this map of the Northern Hemisphere, for example, that turquoise shows you those regions of the world that were covered by more than 1,000 feet thickness of ice 26,000 years ago. Now, as that ice melts, it feeds the great rivers that water the great agricultural plains. So, for example, you look at the food that is produced in India and China. It feeds 3 billion people, Southeast Asia, and they get their water from the melting of glaciers left over from the last ice age in the Tibetan Plateau. Now, that ice will eventually completely melt. But thankfully, the ice age cycle is about 100,000 years. So it means that, hey, before all that ice melts away, we get a restoration of that ice. But it's the melting of water left over from the last ice age that allows us to irrigate the great agricultural plains. And right here in the St. Louis area, you can see where you're benefiting from that meltwater to be able to produce a huge amount of food here in the Midwest. But here's another benefit. As the ice begins to rapidly melt, that's one of the things we see in our ice age cycle, is that you get just 26,000 years ago, all of Canada was covered by 3,000 feet of ice. Within about 1,500 years, almost all that ice melts. And the rapid melting of ice with each ice age cycle causes a powerful wind to blow off the plateaus where the ice has been melted, and that causes this nutrient-rich dust to be deposited on the low agricultural plains, which means every 100,000 years, the Great Plains of North America, South America, Europe, and Asia get re-fertilized with this nutrient-rich dust. And it's a combination of that nutrient-rich dust and the water melting from glaciers left over from the last ice age that enables us to grow this huge abundance of food and enable billions of us to survive here. But not just a great abundance of food, but we're able to produce that food with 1% of the human population. Today, 7.5 billion of us live here on planet Earth, but the food is largely produced by just 1%. That explains why we have such great technological advance. If only 1% of the human population is involved in producing the food to feed everybody, that means the other 99% of us can be doing engineering and science and technology, computer science, medicine, and therefore we can enjoy this incredible technological advance that Fuzz was speaking about. And again, if you want to read more about this, there's actually a dozen different ways we benefit from living during an ice age cycle. And if you want to read about the other 10, again, get that chapter that we're offering for free from Improbable Planet. So that's one requirement. We have to be living in an ice age cycle. A second requirement is that we have to be living at a time when the sun is perfectly middle-aged. Now, the sun can burn through nuclear fusion, fusing hydrogen into helium for 9 billion years. And right now, we're exactly halfway through that burning period. But stars are a lot like human beings. They're unstable when they're young, they're unstable when they're old. They're maximally stable when they're middle-aged. But here's the difference. For human beings, our period of stability lasts 40 or 50 years. For stars, that lasts just thousands of years. There's only a tiny window of time when you get the necessary luminosity stability. So for example, this shows you the flaring history of our sun. Now, there are stars that are bigger than the sun and stars that are smaller than the sun. But both the stars that are bigger and smaller have greater flaring activity than the sun. The sun has the minimum. But with the sun, we discover that when it is young, the flaring activity is 1,000,000 times higher than it is today. That vertical scale is logarithmic. And so what you see is we happen to be living at that one time in the history of the sun when the flaring activity is minimal, and likewise that marks a time when the ultraviolet and X-ray radiation from the sun is at a minimum. Now, life has been here for a long time. If you're a bacterium, you can handle lots of solar radiation. If you're a human being, you can't. And so it explains why when we look at the history of life, we notice that for the first 3 billion years, it's nothing but microbes. There's a good reason. The physics of the sun only allows life of that complexity nature to exist. You literally have to wait until the sun becomes less active in its flaring activity. What we notice is the flaring minimum occurs when the sun is 4.57 billion years old, which is the age that it is right now. And it's through the study of looking at neutrinos coming out of the nuclear furnace a few years ago that we astronomers were able to determine that the sun entered an exceptionally stable luminosity phase in its burning a little less than 50,000 years ago. And it's going to exit from that phase in a little less than 50,000 years from now. And right now, we're exactly in the middle of that 90,000 year window when the sun has that maximum luminosity stability. However, I just mentioned that, okay, we need the sun to be perfectly middle-aged. We also need to be living at a time when there's ice on planet Earth and when we have an ice age cycle. And you heard me say that for 90% of Earth's history, we've had no ice at all. And yet we look at the luminosity of the sun with respect to time, we notice it changes like this. And so what you see is that through the history of life on planet Earth, the sun has been getting progressively brighter and brighter, which causes a paradox. I already said the Earth had, for 90% of its history, had no ice at all. You would expect when the sun is dim, you're going to get lots of ice, and when it's bright, you're not going to get any. But we see the opposite. Now, there's a reason. When the sun was that dim, we had lots of carbon dioxide and methane in the atmosphere. And throughout the history of life, we see that the carbon dioxide and methane goes down. And that really explains why the fossil record looks the way it does. God, knowing what's going to be happening with the sun, that it's going to be getting brighter and brighter, makes sure that we have life on planet Earth when we're talking 3.8 billion years ago, that actually pumps carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere. And as time goes on, that goes down, and eventually the light begins to remove carbon dioxide and methane from the atmosphere. But we have exactly the right life at exactly the right time and just the right abundance and diversity to ensure we get exactly the right amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere to perfectly compensate for the brightening of the sun. Now, having said all that, we still have an enigma. The sun is brighter than it's ever been before in the history of life, and yet we got ice. And how can we have that ice? And part of the problem is, well, maybe we could bring down the carbon dioxide some more, but what happened during the last ice age is the carbon dioxide level dropped so low it almost put a permanent end to photosynthesis. Right now we have in the atmosphere the minimum amount of greenhouse gases to sustain photosynthetic life at a high abundance level. There must be some other way we can cool the planet other than by drawing greenhouse gases of the atmosphere. And this is something that geophysicists have discovered just in the past few years, that there was a set of 5 simultaneous, unprecedented tectonic events that allowed our planet to be cool enough to have an ice age cycle, in spite of the fact that the sun is as bright as it is, and in spite of the fact we needed a minimum amount of carbon dioxide to be able to produce the food crops that we do. So in the next few minutes, I'm going to review for you these 5 simultaneous tectonic events and how we need all 5 happening simultaneously in order to cool the planet sufficiently to get an ice age cycle. Okay, the first of these is what happened to Antarctica. Antarctica was attached to Australia some 70 million years ago. It broke off from Australia, but remained attached to South America. And about 20 million years ago, it broke off from South America and began to move towards the South Pole. So it moved towards the South Pole and then stopped when it hit the South Pole. As you look at Antarctica, you notice it's perfectly situated right over the South Pole. And that's going to help it to cool down. But the other thing you notice is how isolated Antarctica is from the other continents. It is the most isolated continent on planet Earth today. There's a wide swath of ocean water all around Antarctica. And that wide swath of ocean water set up a powerful current running around Antarctica and powerful winds. If you read any of the sailing novels of the 19th century, they talked about the roaring 40s. That refers to 40 degrees to 50 degrees south latitude, where you got these 40-mile-an-hour winds constantly blowing. Well, it's that powerful ocean current and those powerful winds and the location of Antarctica over the South Pole that cooled it enough that ice began to form. The ice we see in Antarctica is less than 3 million years old. It's only been there in the last recent history of the Earth. But it's such today that we got 1,000 feet plus of ice covering almost all of Antarctica. And ice has the property that it reflects sunlight very efficiently. So for example, open ground will reflect sunlight between about 5 and 10%, ice 50 to 70%. And so the reflection of sunlight away from the Earth actually has worked not only to cool down Antarctica, but literally the rest of planet Earth. That's event number 1. And this represents the largest coverage of ice on planet Earth today. But the second largest is what we see happening in North America. Greenland at one time was situated just off of Newfoundland. And then there was a tectonic event that caused Greenland to rapidly move up towards the North Pole, where today the northernmost landmass is the northern tip of Greenland. And what was interesting is not only did it move up there and stop at that northern location, when it stopped right over what we call a hot plume. A hot plume is something similar to what's taking place in Hawaii, where you got this plume of intermantle material rushing up towards the surface and forming the Hawaiian Islands. The state of Hawaii is the fastest growing state in the Union in terms of land area because of that hot plume. Well, Greenland moved over a hot plume. And what happened was Greenland, which used to have a very low average elevation of less than 500 feet, being under this hot plume, it wound up having an average elevation of over 8,000 feet. And because of its northern location and that high elevation, ice formed over all of Greenland. And again, ice reflects sunlight more efficiently than ground, and that worked to cool the planet. But the other thing the movement of Greenland did was to close in the Arctic Ocean. If you look at the northern hemisphere, just looking down on the North Pole, you see that the North Pole is surrounded, the Arctic Ocean is surrounded by these big land masses. Land masses are always cooler than open ocean. And so this actually worked to cool the Arctic Ocean and allow the Arctic ice cap to form. Again, a very recent event. Only in the last couple of million years has there been an Arctic ice cap. And open ocean water reflects sunlight at a 6% rate. Ice reflects it at 50 to 70%. So it's had a dramatic effect in cooling down planet Earth, the formation of the Arctic ice cap. And then event number 4 is what happened to North and South America. Now, with that powerful ocean circuit going around Antarctica, it caused the flow of cold water to move up from Antarctica all the way through the Atlantic Ocean. And so it had a cooling effect on all the land masses adjoining the Atlantic Ocean. But 3 million years ago, that was blunted by the fact that there was a water gap between North America and South America. And so warm equatorial Pacific Ocean water could flow between North America and South America and warm up all that cold water that was welling up from Antarctica. But beginning about 3 million years ago, North and South America began to come together and form the Isthmus of Panama. And what that did is it blocked the flow of warm Pacific Ocean water into the Atlantic and dramatically cooled all the land masses joining the North and South Atlantic Oceans. But the 5th event is the most dramatic of all. It's what happened to the 8th continent. I mean, you learned in school that there were 7 continents. Well, if you go back about 10 million years, there were actually 8 continents. There was the Indian subcontinent plus the other 7 continents. And the Indian subcontinent, 70 million years ago, was attached to the island of Madagascar. It broke off from Madagascar and then headed towards Asia. But it headed towards Asia at the phenomenal velocity of 22 centimeters per year. And you say, gee, that's not very fast. However, in geophysics, a really rapid tectonic plate movement is 2 centimeters per year. This is 11 times faster than we consider to be a really rapid movement. I mean, to help you visualize this, this is a typical rapid tectonic plate movement scaled down. It'd be as if I was walking kind of like this, okay? That's 2 centimeters per year, which is considered to be super fast. Compare that to 22 centimeters per year is where I'd be running across the stage. Consequently, when the Indian subcontinent finally reached Asia, it caused the seafloor between the Indian subcontinent and the Asian continent to buckle up. And those are the Himalayas. There's a reason why you find seashells at the top of the highest mountains in the Himalayas, because the entire Himalayan range is buckled up seafloor that resulted from the collision between India and the Indian subcontinent and Asia. Incidentally, that collision is still proceeding. If you were to ask me, what's the second fastest plate tectonic movement in the history of the Earth? It's what's happening with the Indian subcontinent today. It's moving at 5 centimeters per year northward into the Asian plate. And so the Himalayas are getting taller and taller every year. Sir Edmund Hillary did not climb the world's highest mountain. Mount Everest is 1.5 feet higher today than it was when Sir Edmund Hillary climbed it, thanks to the fact that this collision is ongoing. But this collision also caused the Tibetan Plateau behind the Himalayas to continue rising up. 1 million square miles of the Tibetan Plateau now has an elevation of 17,000 feet above sea level. That's the average elevation. And even though it's so close to the equator, because the Himalayas are so high and the Tibetan Plateau is so high, ice is formed over the Himalayas and the Tibetan Plateau. It is such that the 3rd largest store of ice on planet Earth is not the Arctic ice cap. The 3rd largest store of ice is the Tibetan Plateau and the Himalayas. And I mentioned earlier that it's the melting of water left over from the last ice age. It's the melting of ice over the Tibetan Plateau that is feeding the Ganges River, the Yangtze River, I mean, all the great rivers. 22 huge rivers flow out of the Tibetan Plateau into Southeast Asia, China, and India, and that's what enables more than 3 billion people there to be able to live. It also explains why each ice age in the ice age cycle is more severe than the previous one. Why? Because the Tibetan Plateau is still going up. And so the last ice age, we had 23% of our planet covered with ice. Canada and Siberia were covered with 3,000 feet thickness of ice. And also because of the rising of the Tibetan Plateau, when the planet warms up, you get a very rapid melting of that ice, and that results in the formation of fjords. The fjords of Norway were all cut just thousands of years ago by the retreating of ice. If you ever visit California, Yosemite Valley was cut by the retreat of ice just thousands of years ago. There are other benefits as well. But in order for billions of humans to live on planet Earth at one time, it's critical that all 5 of these unprecedented tectonic events happen simultaneously. Take one out of the equation and you get no ice. You need all 5, and all 5 must happen simultaneously in order for this ice age cycle to occur. Now, I wrote An Improbable Planet. What drives this ice age cycle are subtle changes in the orbit of the Earth. So, for example, as our planet orbits around the center of the sun, the shape of the orbit changes. When it becomes more elliptical, that warms the planet. When it becomes less elliptical, it cools the planet. And likewise, the tilt of our rotation axis changes between about 22 and 24 degrees. And when it goes up to 24 degrees, that warms the planet. When it drops to 22 degrees, that cools the planet. Now, the eccentricity is a 100,000-year cycle. The tilt of the rotation axis has a 41,000-year cycle. And we also have discovered, literally just in the past couple of months, I'm writing an article on it right now. It's going to be appearing on October 4th as one of my blogs, making the point that we've discovered another factor that's driving this cycle. It's the fact that every 100,000 years, Earth passes through a dust cloud of meteoritic dust in our solar system. And whenever we go through that dust cloud, it cools the planet down. Bottom line is, we've now identified 9 different periodic cycles that are responsible for driving this ice age cycle. But because there's 9 different cycles with 9 different periods, it leads to great climate instability. So this shows you the last 4 cycles of the ice age, and you can see that the temperature jumps up and down throughout the ice age. And here's a detailed look of the previous ice age, when we had 20 to 23% of the planet covered with ice. And what you notice is that the temperature, global mean temperature, during the last ice age was jumping up and down by 24 degrees Fahrenheit on time scales of 1 or 2 centuries. It explains why humans that were living here 35,000 years ago were developing technology. But the technology was on a very small scale. And we have recent evidence, for example, that humans at that time were building hearths, they were harvesting grains, they were grinding the grains, they were roasting the grains, and using it to make bakery products. Incredible technology, given what they had available at that time, but was all on a very small scale, which explains why it wasn't discovered until the last couple of years. But the reason it had to be small scale, they didn't have the climate stability to be able to scale up, where you could actually have people specializing in doing this in a very large scale. That requires extreme climate stability, and that did not exist during the last ice age. But for the first time in the ice age cycle, beginning 9,000 years ago, these 9+ different cycles all came into sync to give us a short period of extreme climate stability. Over the last 9,000 years, the global mean temperature has not varied by more than 2 degrees. And because of that extreme climate stability, and because the global mean temperature was at the optimal level for human civilization, we've been able to go from a few million human beings to billions of human beings, from very limited technology to having very high technology, where the technology is literally exploding year by year by year. Because during the last ice age, 99% of the human population had to be dedicated to producing enough food for everybody to eat. Today, just 1%. And because it's just 1%, we've been able to sustain a huge population at a very high technology level. Now, I've presented this message before audiences of scientists who are not theists. And the response to all this is, well, Hugh, we just think this is all a bunch of sheer coincidences. My response to that is, yeah, but they're simultaneous coincidences. And this is just one example. I only showed you 3. If you had enough time, I could show you dozens of more. In fact, I'll end with just this one little insight. This 9,000-year period of extreme climate stability, where all these things come into sync simultaneously, also coincides with a period when we've had no nearby supernova eruptions. Our Milky Way galaxy has 3 supernova eruptions per century on the average. And the only period in the history of the Earth where we've had no supernova closer to us than 5,000 light years has been the last 10,000 years. It never has happened before. And because we've had no supernova closer to us than 5,000 light years, there's been no limitation on our food production. Whereas during the last ice age, they had multiple supernova events that were closer to us than 1,000 light years. And when you get supernova that close, it won't kill human beings, but will sure do a lot of damage to the crops that we depend upon for food. But that's not happened in the last 9,000 years. And therefore, that's another reason we've been able to develop the food that we need to feed so many of us and to do it so efficiently. Again, the text, Revelation 7:9. Before me was a great multitude that no one could count, from a nation, tribe, people, and language, that will be standing before God, worshiping Him, completely free of sin and evil, and set free to experience love at a level that is utterly unimaginable for those of us living today. That's only possible because of the incredible fine-tuning design that God has built into the universe, Earth, and Earth's life over the past 14 billion year history of the universe and 4.5 billion year history of the Earth. My colleagues who are not believers look at the fine-tuning argument and they basically don't see the whole picture. By putting it in a redemptive context, you really get an overwhelming argument that this is all fine-tuned repeatedly, continuously by a creator intent on redeeming billions of us from our propensity to do evil.
So I'm going to actually start from the online here, and Hugh, I believe this is going to be directed to you. We're going to go ahead and just, if you guys can grab a seat, we're going to dial it back in. And Hugh, if you could, in a way that is clear as you can make it, the difference between young Earth and old Earth, and what are their convictions? And of course, you're an old Earth guy. What are your convictions? What's the big difference there, besides age, of course?
Okay, besides the age of the Earth and the age of the universe, I think the biggest difference is where old Earth creationists and young Earth creationists stand on death before Adam. Young Earth creationists believe that until Adam sinned against God, no life form had ever experienced death. Whereas old Earth creationists see Romans 5 as saying that when Adam sinned, it brought human death for the first time. It's not necessarily saying that all life experienced death for the first time as a result of Adam's sin. So the big debate is over the interpretation of Romans 5:12 to 19. And I always tell people, when someone quotes you a Bible verse, have them quote you the whole verse, and it's always good to look at the context before and after. But Romans 5:12 makes the point that death through sin was visited upon all people. Of all the species of life on planet Earth, only humans have the capacity to sin. So when it says death through sin, that eliminates the birds and mammals that are not human. And notice it says death to all people. It doesn't say death to all life. So Paul gives 2 qualifications there, limiting it to human beings. And incidentally, he repeats that in 1 Corinthians 15:20 to 22. Once again, he says we're talking about people, not all life. And I think this young Earth, old Earth thing, notice it's a recent phenomena. What gave birth to young Earth creationism was global flood geology, which was birthed in the 1910s. And what's happened in the 20th century is that the human population has become urban. And when you become urban, you lose sight of the fact of how critical it is that the herbivores have carnivores. I mean, what I see from my young earth friends, they really think, well, if God is all loving, he's not going to tolerate a high death rate for the herbivores. But what they don't recognize is if you don't have carnivores, the death rate for the herbivores skyrockets. And there's been many field experiments done. For example, the introduction of rabbits into Australia, where it took decades for the predators to actually figure out that the rabbits were food. And consequently, there was an enormous disease that spread throughout the Australian rabbit population. The death rate skyrocketed. The death rate amongst rabbits was not brought down until the carnivores began to hunt them. And I think also there's the human context. We humans are a different kind of predator. We can hunt any animal we want. The non-human predators don't have that luxury. They can only hunt the weak, the sick, and the dying. And by hunting the diseased animals, they actually improve the quality of life and the longevity of life of the herbivores. So I felt that if we could actually get all these urbanites out of the country, this controversy would go away.
I've been watching a lot of debates recently on the new research that the neocortex in the brain does not create consciousness. This is becoming accepted across the board throughout the science community. And I was wondering if you could give us an idea throughout all of your travels and all of your speaking and all of the compilations of very elegant science that you present to people. Can you give us an idea of what you think the percentage is out there in reality of people who are hardcore science, who do really truly believe in a creator behind all of this?
Okay, well, I can start and let Fuzz jump in. In my book, More Than a Theory, I give you the statistics on that. How in 1916, a psychologist by the name of Professor Luba was feeling that, hey, as science advances, we're going to see the number of believers in the scientific community drop and drop dramatically. He did a survey back in 1916 of men and women in science in America. 45% believed in God and an afterlife. Well, in 1996, 80 years later, that survey was repeated, and the number they got was 45%. The percentage has not changed over 80 years in spite of the tremendous advance of scientific knowledge. And also what you notice is that throughout that whole period, and it continues to this day, you have a higher percentage of believers in the physical sciences than you do the life sciences, and a higher percentage in the life sciences than you do the social sciences. And in some of the physical sciences, the majority of the researchers believe in God and an afterlife. I mean, for example, physical chemists and mathematicians are up over 70 and 80%. But if you go to sociology, it's down around 1 or 2%. And part of that is a selection effect.
You know, my experience is very similar to yours in that as I travel around and speak on university campuses, I'm introduced all the time to people working in a variety of different disciplines who are believers. And one of the things that we're trying to do at Reasons to Believe is actually create a community of scientists who are willing to identify, at least in a broad sense, with what we're doing at Reasons to Believe. And the hope is by creating this community of people that it's going to kind of empower people to be willing to speak up, because people feel isolated usually on university campuses, and if they knew that there were other people not only in their community but across the country that were in similar disciplines to them, that were highly respected, that shared their views, they would be hopefully much more likely and willing to stand up and to speak out. And in fact, right now, we've got a community of people that are pushing about 100, and I suspect that we could easily triple or quadruple that number in the next 4 or 5 years, limiting us from building this community is just simply not having the manpower and the money as an organization to do this. But it's astounding to me how many people there are that are willing to sign on, and how they just crave to have some place where they can connect and gain that kind of encouragement. And the hope is that we can embolden people. But I've always contended if you could declare a come out of the closet day for creationists, and everybody at 9 a.m. in the morning stood up and announced that they embraced some form of creationism, I think people would be shocked at how many people and who they were. And so it's unfortunate that people are not willing to speak out. And I understand some of the reasons why that is. But the level of belief, in my experience, is much higher than people would think.
Yeah, and our goal in building this community of research scholars that are allied with us is that they be able to reach their peers for Christ. We want them evangelizing their peers. And I think if enough of us did that, we would see the whole demeanor within the scientific community change with respect to the Christian faith. So that's our goal.
Take a line from a movie: if you build it, they will come.
Yeah, it seems that that's true.
Well, after listening, is it on? Okay. After listening to your talk about the DNA, I wanted to get your opinion on the work that Dr. I think it's James Gate did on they called it computer language of the quarks and the four fundamental forces, and what your thoughts are on that. I know that kind of a couple years ago spawned the whole "we're living in the Matrix" thing, which, but what your thoughts are on that?
I'm just not familiar with that work. I don't know that I've got anything to offer, other than maybe this general comment that we see information that is far more prevalent, I think, in nature than we appreciate. And it's particularly true in biological systems. We see the high prevalence of information. And in my mind, information is one of those quantities, I guess, for lack of a better word, that I think can only find a true explanation in a mind. And so I don't know enough about what you're referring to really appreciate it, but I think it's just remarkable to me how prevalent information is in nature.
Hugh, with your charts on some of your data going back 20, 50, 100,000 years, how do scientists come up with that? And what's the margin of error, since it's so far away? And how do you do it? What's the process?
Well, that data comes from ice core drills, and there are several in both Antarctica and Greenland. They also have one in the Alps. And just a few weeks ago, they announced that they have one in the Tibetan Plateau that goes through 500,000 annual layers of ice. And what they do is they look for little air pockets in the ice, and they measure the amount of oxygen 18 that's in those air pockets, and that's a very good proxy for the global mean temperature. And so those temperature lines I showed you there, they're from analysis of these tiny air pockets trapped in ice. And how they're able to get the time is they can calibrate it with volcanic eruptions that happen within recorded history. So you can see the eruptions of Vesuvius that happened during the Roman era, and you can see the eruption of Krakatoa. You can count the number of layers, and it shows that indeed the layers are strict annual layers. And we expect them to be strict annual layers, given that we're talking central Antarctica and the northern part of Greenland, where you don't get any melting during the winter or summertime. And so with that, we can actually trace the temperature history of the Earth accurately year by year back to 800,000 years ago. And we can actually get to 4 million years ago through ocean sediment cores. Although it's not as accurate as 1 year, it's kind of more like a decade approach. But yeah, high accuracy for at least the last 800,000 years. And you can actually see in that temperature profile a link with the variation in Earth's orbit about the sun. So what's happening with the orbit of Earth about the sun is in sync with the temperature variations we see there.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you both. I enjoyed it. Little setup. I'm 60 years old, and up until the age of 31, I was an atheist. But God has proved to me without a shadow of a doubt that he exists. But I can still think and, look at things as an atheist would. So from your area of study and your experience, what would your answer be to what I call the ultimate atheist question? I believe God created man. An atheist would ask you, who created God?
Yeah, that's a very common question, who created God? And the fallacy in the atheist's response, for example, Richard Dawkins is probably best known for making that retort. But the mistake he's making, he's putting God in the same category as human beings. We human beings are constrained to a single dimension of time that can't be stopped or reversed. But the space-time theorems I spoke about last night establish that there must be some kind of personal agent beyond space and time who created our dimensions of length, width, height, and time, which shows that God is not subject to time like we are. I'll be speaking about this tomorrow in one of the worship services, how any entity that's constrained to a single dimension of time that can't be stopped or reversed must have a beginning and must have an ultimate moment of creation. But an entity that is able to access geometric time or greater than geometric time is not so constrained. Such an entity would not have any beginning, would not have any creation. And so whenever you run into an atheist or anyone else who brings up that question, simply bring up the space-time theorems, which establish God is not constrained in time like we are. Anything that's constrained to a single dimension of time must have a beginning, must have a creation event. That applies to everything in the universe. But the creator of the universe who created time is not under that constraint. If you want to read more about this beyond the cosmos, I think it's out there at the table.
Hello. Okay. Mine's question's got to kind of do with your DNA, how perfect it is if you look at it, and Darwinism, they're talking about evolution. Is there going to be a point where we can kind of make that all work out where first off, I can't see how people can't see that it's an intelligent design. Even if a lot of them won't accept creationism or a creator, they've got to accept at one point that this is no accident. This is too perfect of a design that is there going to be a point where scientists are not going to be able to say it's all an accident, it's just, evolution from a microbe, that we're going to the point is, it's not happened that way. It was an intelligent design species. I know they can punt it down the road and say it was an alien species came and planted us on Earth, but at least to the point they can't say it's all an accident, a big accident.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, and a similar question came up last night, and from my perspective, I don't think the idea of design in biology is controversial. Everybody would agree that biological systems and biochemical systems have an appearance of design. And in fact, when you look at the scientific literature, scientists who are committed atheists use design language all the time when they speak about biological and biochemical systems. They would argue, however, that design is not true design, but just merely the apparent design. So the debate isn't really whether there's evidence for design, it's really what is the source of that design. Is it natural selection and the blind watchmaker, or is it a mind? So the idea of design isn't controversial whatsoever. But I think this is, to me, the value of focusing the conversation on molecular systems, because when you're talking about how do we explain the origin of molecular systems, we're dealing, in effect, with the origin of life question. And you're dealing with the fundamental systems of life. And you're dealing with basically cells as your primary biological entity. And we have very good evidence that chemical evolution or a blind watchmaker approach to the origin of life and the origin of biochemical systems simply doesn't work. So, and again, everybody agrees with that, again, we don't have an explanation for the origin of life. Things appear to be designed. And as I mentioned last night, those two observations convinced me that there had to be a creator. But I know many scientists who would agree with those observations, yet, and speak freely about design and biology, but yet they refuse to attach any kind of theological significance to it. They cling to the hope that somehow mechanism can account for that design. I think at the end of the day, it is basically a worldview, philosophical issues more so than it really is an issue of data. And maybe it's even a spiritual or psychological issue at play. So I think you're never going to see everybody that's in the scientific community agree unequivocally that there's an intelligent designer, because I think the philosophical and theological and psychological costs are very real to go down that path.
But you know, there is an element of hope. Fuzz and I attended the last Origin of Life Research Conference at UC San Diego, and we would engage these Origin of Life researchers, and their comment was, well, I'm a scientist, I must be an atheist. But we quickly recognized that they were default atheists. They had never really thought about the alternative. And the very fact that they met us, I mean, first of all, when they found out we were scientists, they said, well, you guys can't be good scientists since you believe in God. But when they found out our background and the kind of work we had done, then they said, wow, okay. And then we got to engage them in serious conversations, which simply makes the point. A lot of research scientists simply have not had contact with a peer that they view as credible who believes in God. And if they were to have that kind of contact, I think we'd see a lot fewer default atheists. And just to encourage you, scientists who call themselves atheists may have never thought about it. As we would talk to these so-called atheists, I'd say, well, have you ever thought about death? No. Have you ever thought about the possibility of life after death? No. Have you ever thought about why you're here in the universe? No. Have you ever thought about your purpose here? No. They had never addressed the big questions of life. And we asked them, well, why? And what we found out is they're so captivated by their scientific research. Science research is so fun, it's more captivating than the most captivating video game. And that's one of Satan's strategies, is to distract us by giving us something good. And so just simply pointing out that, hey, I think you're distracted by just how great your science research is. And what we noticed is, for example, there was this one lady from MIT. She followed us back to the dorm and wouldn't let us get out of the elevator because she wanted to continue the conversation, which shows you there's a hunger there, and they've never had the opportunity to actually discuss the most important issues of life. So we're relatively optimistic that we can lead a large number of these folks to Christ.
We
now,
love
we won't lead
that
all
you
of them.
guys are doing what you're doing. That is so incredible. I'll take the next question here. If you mentioned earlier about climate instability being the norm, so our efforts to fight climate change, global warming, are they done in vain? If this ice age cycle is inevitable, our attempts to make climate better, is it even worth it?
Well, I'm writing a sequel to Improbable Planet. I actually put a hint in Improbable Planet that, if we really are not careful, we could see the next ice age coming in less than 100 years. It could happen that fast. But we really watched and try to maintain climate stability, I think we can put it off for 13 to 1400 years. Now, if you're premillennial in your theology, you've got to subtract 1,000 years, okay? So you really want to push for making sure we can put it off a long time. And I think what's driving the global warming debate is the fact that you got one side saying, oh, we need to do huge economic sacrifices in order to stabilize the climate. Like the inventor of the internet, for example, is saying we all have to stop driving cars and we got to shut down all of our factories. Well, the problem is he's asking for such a draconian economic sacrifice, no one will do it. Certainly not while sin imbibes the human heart. It's not going to happen. And then you got the other side saying, well, you know, we need to do what's economically right for people and forget about the climate. What I wrote about in Hidden Treasures in the Book of Job, and I'm going to write more about it in my next book, there are lots of things we can do to stabilize the climate that will actually boost our economy rather than subtract from our economy. And if we promote those solutions, I think every politician around the world is going to vote for it. The reason you got division is because one side is saying, let's do what's best for the climate. The other side is saying, well, let's do what's best for the economy. We can do both if we pursue the right kinds of solutions. And if we do both, I think we're going to be able to extend the period of climate stability out towards the maximum limit rather than the minimum limit. And as it tells us in Scripture, we who are followers of Jesus Christ need to occupy until he returns, which means keep the planet in the condition I gave it to you. So that is a mandate for all of us who are Christians, that we actually work on trying to sustain climate stability. But let's do it in a way that benefits all life. That's the command in Genesis 1 at the end of chapter 1, that we're to manage the planet for the benefit of ourselves and for the benefit of all life. And God has given us solutions whereby we can do that.
Hi. You guys have made a good case for a creator and all that. I would just, when I take that knowledge to my friends that are atheists, they start to get on board with God, and yes, there probably is a creator, but it's making that next step to Christ. Is there any good resources or scientific evidence or anything I could share? Because they'll make responses like, oh, I don't believe in zombies, or, I don't believe in magic. But the case for the creator using the scientific evidence they believe in. So is there anything like that maybe I could educate myself with or share with them?
Well, if you want, okay, please jump in, Fuzz. But what you'll see in our Reasons.org website is the fact that most scientists are not atheists, they're not theists, they're deists. Deism is a very popular position in the research scientific community. So the question you're addressing is crucial. How do we get people from deism to theism, and from theism to Jesus Christ as Creator, Lord, and Savior? And if you go to our website, you'll see lots of resources that basically show you how to do that in multiple ways. But one place you can start is science only makes sense if God is a triune being. And of all the religions of the world, only Christianity speaks about God being one essence in three persons. And so from science alone, you can show that the Creator must be that kind of a being. And then what I just shared with you this afternoon is that we see redemption in the fine-tuning argument. And so with redemption, you've got a Christian worldview message, not just a deistic worldview message. But there's many other ways. Our philosopher Ken Samples has written books on this. Fuzz has written, we all have written books on how you can take a person from deism to Christianity. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, well, and I think that though it isn't, a scientific argument, I think there's some really powerful historical arguments that you can make for the life, death, and resurrection of Christ. And so I think those arguments serve as a really nice complement to the scientific arguments for God's existence and the credibility of the creation accounts. I think that's really very important, is to begin to show the scientific credibility of Scripture as well. Because once you can do that, you can establish then that what we read in Scripture has a trustworthiness to it. So, I think being able to articulate a historical case for Christ is critical when you're trying to engage a believer particularly, or a non-believer particularly if they're making movement. Right.
Thank you guys for your time. I've been an atheist ever since I can remember, and about 8 years ago, I decided to try to find Christ, and I came here. I don't know if I went about it the right way, but I got baptized, and I started reading the Bible, and instead of pulling me towards God, it pulled me in a different direction. I just kind of want to get your guys. Now I'm a hopeful agnostic, I guess, but I just want to get your guys' thoughts on. When you're reading the Bible and you hear about a talking snake and giants and people that live for 400 years and people being turned into pillars of salt and things of that nature, how do you explain those things to somebody like myself?
Okay, good question. And again, if you go to our reasons.org website, you'll see we actually answer those very questions that you raised up. Like in Navigating Genesis, there's a whole chapter on the long lifespans of humans before Noah, making the point that we had different physical conditions on Earth in the days before Noah than we do today. There's a radiation environment we have today that won't allow humans to live as long as 900 years, but that was different in the days before Noah. And actually there's multiple things that you need in place in order to have those long lifespans, one of which you see in Scripture, which is a vegetarian diet. If you're only going to live to be 120, I won't worry about the meat that you consume. But if you're going to live to be 900, yeah, you don't want to be eating a lot of meat because you'll accumulate heavy metals in your body. Anyway, you can look at chapter 13 in Navigating Genesis. It's out there at the table, which answers that specific question. The talking snake, the talking donkey that you see in the book of Numbers. What you see in demonology and angelology is that the angels and the demons have the power, if they're invited, to take control over a soulish animal like a bird or a mammal or a human being. I believe, I've seen it for myself, demon possession really does happen. But it only happens when we humans open up doors to the occult. The demons need an invitation to come into your life. But yeah, they can actually take control of your body, and they can take control of a mammal or a bird. It's rare, but it does happen. And I can tell you this from personal experience, when I've been overseas and have spoken in nations where there's a much higher level of occult activity than there is here in the United States, I see a much higher prevalence of these kinds of phenomena. And we've written about it in a book that's not here, but Lights in the Sky and Little Green Men. Bottom line is, when you see those kinds of things in the Bible, I look at that as an unsolved problem. Okay, let's see if we can solve that problem. And what I can tell you, having been a Christian for almost 50 years, is that the more we study the Bible, the more of these biblical problems we're able to resolve. It always has a lessening degree of problems rather than a greater degree, which assures me this is the pathway to truth. Now, I'll admit this to you, there's a whole lot of problems I have with the last 8 chapters of Ezekiel. I don't have those solved yet. That's an issue for me. But I'm not concerned about that with respect to my faith because of the track record of all the other things that were problems for me 50 years ago that have now been resolved. And the fact that it's a consistent track record of greater and greater resolution. But I can also tell you this, I don't think I'll ever solve all the problems. And if I do, God's going to bless me with a bunch that I can't solve. I mean, and that's part of it. God wants us to have the joy and the thrill and the faith-building experience of wrestling with these problems and getting them resolved. So, for example, it says in Scripture that Jacob wrestled with God all night. I don't think it was a physical wrestling match. It was a prayer wrestling match. And notice when Jacob woke up in the morning, he had the answer from God on how to approach his brother Esau. But it took all night wrestling with God in prayer to get the answer that he needed.
Hello. Exactly a decade ago, as part of my college curriculum, I actually took a class which is called the Global Warming Debate. And I took it because obviously it was a hot topic back then, it still is. But I thought it was going to be a really neutral class that would show both sides of the argument. It turned out to be very one-sided. And pretty much the class concluded that, yes, there is global warming, and B, we caused it. So my question is, and of course, you know, examining your information that you gave us, obviously the sun is getting brighter, but we're heading toward an ice age. But they use it to say that because of, like, since the Industrial Revolution, all the greenhouse gases and the CCs we've pumped into the atmosphere and the ozone layer and all this bad stuff, acid rain on statues, smog over LA, that we're the cause for all of this. So my question is, what extent has man harmed the planet and has actually attributed to what's going on with global warming or not? Or is it negligible? Is it not really, have we not really played a part in this, and it is just a part of nature of what's going on?
Well, the truth is there are large error bars on the causes of global warming. The evidence that the planet is warming is very strong. I don't know of any scientists who would dispute the fact that we're in a period of global warming. I mean, all you got to do is go to Russia and Canada and see what's happened over the past 30 years, or look at the carbon dioxide that's rising. There is a debate over the time constant between the pumping of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere and when you see surface warming. Some argue it's a decade, some argue it's a century. But what is being disputed, or what are the causes of the global warming? And some have said, well, maybe soot deposit on the snow and ice pack of the Earth is actually having a bigger impact than the carbon dioxide and the methane. And so, and again, what percentage is due to human and what is natural, that also is being disputed. And it's because we got big error bars. But the global warming thing, really, that's not being disputed. There's very good evidence that that is indeed taking place. And the enigma is that global warming, the best global warming models tell us it will bring much colder winters to the eastern US and eastern China. And notice in the last 15 years, that's what we've been seeing, much colder winters in the eastern US and eastern China. But what I've been writing about is that if you look at the ice age cycle over the last 2.5 million years, global warming has always brought about global cooling. Every time the planet has been warmed by 2 degrees centigrade beyond where it is right now, you get a rapid drop into an ice age. And finally, we're understanding why that happens. With global warming, you melt the polar ice cap. And when you melt the polar ice cap, instead of 70% or 50% of sunlight being reflected to outer space, only 6% is reflected away, which means that Arctic Ocean water will now be absorbing a whole lot more heat from the sun than when it was covered by ice. And that absorption of extra heat from the sun will be translated into greater snowfall over Canada and Siberia. And that's what always brings on an ice age, is increased snowfall over Siberia and Canada. Both those regions of the world today are functional deserts. They get less than 10 inches of precipitation per year, which is why, in spite of how cold it is in Canada and Siberia, you don't get a buildup of ice. There's simply not enough snow falling. But if you double the snowfall, and even if you warm Canada up by 10 degrees centigrade, that still makes it 50 below instead of 70 below, you're going to get snow. And with, say, 20 inches precipitation equivalent, you rapidly cover all of Canada in ice, and likewise all of Siberia in ice, and that cools the whole planet and brings on a long ice age. That's been the pattern for the last 2.5 million years, and I think what's alarming to some people, since 1980, more than half of the polar ice cap has disappeared. And there's some that are saying by the year 2050 it'll be completely gone. Some are saying it'll be completely gone by the year 2035. And so I think the real effort now is what can we do to stop the melting away of the polar ice cap? Because if it completely melts away, we're heading into a rapid ice age. And so that's the enigma. Global warming brings on global cooling.
I had a question about the global flood, and you said that the fossils on Mount Everest were because of the collision with India. Does the flood have anything to do with it?
Yeah, the flood's not responsible for the fossils on top of Mount Everest. Those fossils got there as a result of India colliding with Asia. And if you were here last night, we talked about how you need to read more than just Genesis 6, 7, and 8 concerning the flood. 2 Peter talks about the flood of Noah. Job, Psalms, and Proverbs talk about the flood of Noah. And there's other chapters in Genesis that speak about the flood of Noah. And when you integrate all those texts, what you discover is the flood wiped out the world of humanity. As it says in 2 Peter 2:5, the world of the ungodly was destroyed by the flood. As it says in 2 Peter 3:5 and 6, the world at the event that time took place was wiped out by the flood. What you see in 2 Peter is whenever Peter talks about the flood, he qualifies the Greek word cosmos, which means world, with an adjective. Whenever you attach an adjective to a noun like that, it means less than the whole globe. And so the entire world of humanity was wiped out. But as Fuzz mentioned at the men's breakfast this morning, until you get to Genesis chapter 10, humanity is in one place. When God scattered humanity over the face of the earth, Genesis chapter 11, he was basically addressing the problem that God had commanded Adam and Eve and their descendants, multiply and fill the earth. They didn't do it. He repeated the command to Noah and his descendants. They didn't do it either. They disobeyed God by staying in one place rather than spreading out over the whole world. But since they were in one place, God had to only flood that one place to wipe out the wickedness of the world of humanity. Since there was no humans living in Greenland, no need for God to flood Greenland, which is why I don't think there are emperor penguins on board the ark or kangaroos on board the ark, because humans hadn't gotten to Australia or Antarctica, therefore there's no need. And incidentally, the reason why God wiped out the animals during the flood, the wickedness of humans was so extreme at that time, it impacted the behavior of the animals. In fact, we see that today. Whenever you run into a mean dog, you know the owner of that mean dog is also mean. It's not that dogs are sinners. It's that dogs are highly motivated to please their owners. And of bringing pleasure to their owners is attacking every other human being in sight. That's what the dog will do. That's how it brings pleasure to its owner. So yeah, whenever you're visiting somebody, the behavior of the pets will tell you a little bit about what you're going to run into. But that's why God had to wipe out the animals, because the wickedness of the humans was so extreme, it totally ruined the behavior of their animals. And you see that principle brought out in the book of Leviticus, that if animals have a certain kind of behavior, the animal is to be destroyed, and the owner along with the animal. In other words, it's saying the reason why the animal is behaving that way is because of its owner. And so, but again, since humans hadn't made it to Greenland and Australia, no need to flood Greenland and Australia.
Fuzz, coming from a biochemist student here, what was a topic that convinced you of the existence of God? And was it a stumbling block for you, your studies in science?
My studies in science really weren't a stumbling block to God. I mean, they basically pointed me to the reality of a creator. Now, I was an agnostic when I started college, and being exposed in my biology courses to the evolutionary framework kind of delayed the process of me recognizing a creator, because as a young student, I was in admiration of my professors. I really admired my professors and respected them. And so what they were teaching me was, this is the scientific explanation for the origin and the history of life, which is the evolutionary paradigm. And, kind of the way I reasoned, well, if you can explain everything through mechanism, then why do you need God? And it really wasn't until graduate school where we were encouraged to begin to think independently and to have the boldness and the temerity to challenge scientific ideas. That's part of graduate education or graduate school education. And so taking that to heart, I really began to ask questions, particularly about how do we explain where biochemical systems come from. And it was recognizing the inadequacy of chemical evolution that was critical, but at the same time, it was really appreciating just the elegance and the ingenuity of the systems that suggested to me there had to be a mind. So when, I was able to really think independently and not be concerned about what, not to be influenced by kind of the paradigm at hand, it became really evident to me pretty quickly that a creator exists. So it wasn't any particular system in the cell that impressed me. It was just how everything just seemed to operate with a level of ingenuity and cleverness that was really uncharacteristic of what chemists could typically do, with chemicals in their hands. I mean, today, if you ask me what is the one piece of evidence that I think really points to a creator, it's not anything that I've talked about here this weekend, but it's the nature and the design of the genetic code itself. And that's a little bit of a technical discussion. I go into detail in my book, The Cell's Design, on the design of the genetic code, but it's incredibly optimized. It's a set of rules that define the information inside the cell, and it's exquisitely optimized. And in fact, there was just another paper published a couple of weeks ago identifying another way in which the genetic code is optimized. And it's just really, it's mind-blowing to me, that optimization. So if people really, really want to dig into it, I would recommend The Cell's Design, because there's a whole chapter on the genetic code and why I think it points to a creator. So to me, today, that's
It's a great chapter. You got to read it. All right.
So anyway, that's
Hi. My question is about neuroplasticity. I listened to a podcast that talked about the relationship between our thoughts and beliefs and how our genes and DNA express themselves, and it spoke about how you could heal your body through the way you think. And I was wondering if you could kind of explain to me the connection between our thoughts and beliefs and how with gene expression or DNA expression, and also in terms of DNA storage, why it seems like the human brain tends to stick more to like negative thoughts and negative memories seem to stick more in our storage or memory rather than good ones. And if that's like I guess some type of defense or survival mechanism that's built into DNA. I don't know.
Well, one of the things that I think is really revolutionary about gene expression is the idea that the experiences that we can have will alter the gene expression patterns, and it's through epigenetic modifications. And so I'm familiar with a number of studies that have shown, for example, if people experience high levels of stress, if people experience abuse, trauma, that actually alters epigenetic modifications of our genome, and that altered gene expression actually has very real physiological consequences. And what's really interesting is that we're also beginning to learn that in some instances, those epigenetic changes can actually be inherited from parent to child for several generations. The classic study doesn't have to do so much with kind of a neurological phenomena, but it has to do with a dietary phenomena. There was a study done showing that if your grandfather or great-grandfather experienced famine, that that famine exposure actually altered the lipid metabolism in the body in such a way that those people that experienced the famine would hoard calories. And it turns out that calorie hoarding epigenetic change is actually inherited itself, because the view has always been that those epigenetic changes kind of get reset at the time that fertilization happens with the egg and the sperm coming together at the zygote. And it turns out that that doesn't seem to be always the case, that some of those epigenetic changes actually persist and will be passed on to subsequent generations. And so one thought is that maybe some of the problems with obesity today actually reflect the events that happened in subsequent generations. And in a sense, that feature makes sense, or that I see that as a design feature in the sense that if your grandparent, for example, experienced famine, it's much more likely that their children and grandchildren are going to experience famine. And so you're actually passing on these epigenetic changes that make your children and grandchildren much more likely to survive because they're going to become calorie hoarders. But that is probably, at least in my reading on epigenetics, seeming to be one of the most well worked out examples of epigenetic inheritance. But we're seeing more and more and more examples where that looks like that's the case. And it could very well be that not only, is trauma and stress creating epigenetic modifications, but it also is probably heritable as well. And so when you look in Scripture and it talks about the sins of the father being, felt for several generations, this could very well be part of that mechanism for how something like that happens. But I suspect that maybe one of the reasons why we seem to be more impacted by negative experiences than positive experiences is because typically negative experiences are probably associated with a threat. And so by having a hyper response to negative experiences, it's probably a built-in survival mechanism. Well, good evening, everybody. I work for a ministry called Reasons to Believe, and I've been with Reasons to Believe for 20 years. The ministry has been around over 30 years. It was founded by pastor and astronomer Hugh Ross, and the focus of our ministry is to show how the latest discoveries in science provide evidence for God's existence and for the credibility of the Old and the New Testaments. That is, we show how science points to the credibility of the Christian faith and builds a bridge to the gospel. And so tonight we're going to be taking a look at how science can help us address a very difficult and challenging issue for the Christian faith. Now, our ministry is headquartered in Los Angeles, and I've lived in Los Angeles about 20 years now, and there's almost 20 million people in the greater Los Angeles area, which is a huge number of people. And that's a far cry from what it was like for me when I was growing up. I'm originally from West Virginia. As my wife's Uncle Maynard used to say, West Virginia is a really good state to be from. And I agree with that. It is a great state to be from. But when I was growing up, we lived for a period of time in a small town that had about 25,000 people in the community. It was a little town called Spencer, which is in a rural part of the state of West Virginia. And that community was a tight-knit community where everybody really knew everybody else. And so whatever happened to one person was felt throughout the community. And I remember coming to school on a cold November morning when I was in 7th grade to learn that the night before, tragedy had befallen one of my classmates, a young kid by the name of David. That evening, or that previous night, the house that David lived in had burned to the ground. And what was even more tragic was that David lost his younger brother and 2 younger sisters in the fire. His mother and father were able to get out of the house. They had an infant that was just born, and the infant survived. David jumped from a 2nd-story window to the ground, and his brother Timothy, who was in my brother's class, was at the window, and David was urging him to jump, but he was afraid of the height, and he went back into the building and he perished in the fire along with two of David's younger sisters. This tragic event reverberated through the community. People were just horrified by what had happened because this family was highly respected, highly regarded in the community. And I remember going to school the weeks after this tragedy had befallen, and we as seventh graders were asking the question, why would God allow this kind of tragedy to take place? Here we were in seventh grade asking a question that many people struggle with, both believers and non-believers alike. How could there be so much pain and suffering in a world if there is a all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good God? And so even seventh graders wrestle with this particular issue. And so what we're going to do tonight is take a look at how we can make sense of this question. Perhaps one of the greatest and most powerful articulations of this question was done by Alfred Lord Tennyson in his poem, In Memoriam A.H.H. This poem was written or was published in 1849, but it took Tennyson almost 15 years to write this poem. And this poem is in response to the death of a friend of his who died as a young man. And Tennyson was devastated by the death of his friend and struggled to make sense of it. And so this poem is his response to his friend's death, where he wrestles with the issue of pain and suffering in light of faith and materialistic science. And in the process of exploring, again, this question of God's goodness in the midst of pain and suffering, he writes these words that are now fairly well known. Who trusted God was love indeed, and love creation's final law, though nature red in tooth and claw with ravine shrieked against his creed. As Tennyson is wrestling with this idea again of pain and suffering and God's goodness, he turns to nature, and he notes that nature is characterized as red in tooth and claw. Where when Tennyson looked at nature, to him it didn't look as a creation of an all-good, all-powerful, all-knowing God. How could God, who is, again, all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good, create a world where there's pain and suffering, where that pain and suffering even is characterized in the living realm? And this idea of nature red in tooth and claw articulates a facet of this problem that we're talking about tonight. Sometimes it's called the problem of natural evil by philosophers. This idea of nature red in tooth and claw is an idea that I find keeps many skeptics and even seekers away from the Christian faith. Because in their mind, they cannot, again, like Tennyson, make sense of how creation could be red in tooth and claw and there being an all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good creator. In fact, this issue impacted Charles Darwin in a tremendous way. Darwin, of course, wrote the book Origins of Species, and Darwin did not publish this book until after the death of his young daughter Anne, who died when she was 8 or 9 years old. And the death of his daughter Anne was devastating to Darwin. And as a response to her death, he basically abandoned any form of faith and embraced, in effect, an atheistic worldview. For Darwin, the theory of evolution was a resolution to the problem of evil, where he rejected God's existence and argued that the pain and the suffering that we see in the world is just simply an outworking of the way life is. It's just simply the way things are. One of the very first scientists in the United States to adopt Darwin's theory of evolution was Asa Gray. He was a botanist at Harvard University. Asa Gray was also a devout Christian. He was a Presbyterian, and so he got into a correspondence with Darwin. And Darwin befriended Asa Gray because he was the first scientist in the United States to embrace Darwin's theory of evolution. And Asa Gray, being a Christian, asked Darwin this question: do you think God could have employed evolution as the means to create? And this is how Darwin replied to that question. What a book a devil's chaplain might write on the clumsy, wasteful, blundering, low, and horribly cruel works of nature. For Darwin, when he looked at, again, the living realm that was characterized as nature red in tooth and claw, he simply could not reconcile that with the notion of an all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good creator. So for Darwin, he rejected God's existence in part because of the pain and suffering in his life, but also because he saw pain and suffering as part of the animal realm. And so the question on the table today is this, is how do we wrestle with this question? And one way that we can wrestle with this question is to turn to philosophy and take a look at how philosophers characterize what, again, is referred to as the problem of natural evil. And we can understand the problem of natural evil a little bit better by thinking about it in logical form, in employing what is called a syllogism, which is simply a series of statements where if the initial statements are true, then the final statement or the conclusion must be true. And so for the problem of natural evil, the way it is framed in a logical form is that God is all powerful, God is all knowing, God is all good, and so therefore we would expect to see good, elegant designs in nature. And in fact, we do. We see elegant designs throughout the living realm. As a biochemist, I see elegant designs in the interior of the cell, and those elegant designs were in large measure responsible for my conversion to Christianity. When I saw those elegant designs, I became convinced that a creator must indeed exist. But, as skeptics will point out, we also see pain and suffering and cruelty found in nature, and therefore, skeptics would argue that it's impossible for God to exist, that there's no way that you can have an all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good God and have a natural realm characterized by pain and suffering and apparent cruelty. And so for many skeptics, they would argue this means that God simply cannot exist. Now, Christians have, of course, responded to this problem, and a typical response that you see on the part of Christians is to say that the pain and the suffering and the death that we see in nature is not the result of God's work as creator, but rather it's a result of the fall. That Adam and Eve rebelled against God, and as a result of that rebellion, were separated from God, and as a consequence of that, death and pain and suffering was introduced into the world. Now, even though this is a fairly common response on the part of Christians, I've never particularly found this response to be very compelling or very satisfying for a number of reasons. For example, whether God created the world where there was pain and suffering and death, or whether God cursed the creation so that there's now pain and suffering and death, either way, God is ultimately responsible. It's ultimately the outworking of God's activity. So you don't really get God off the hook, if you will. Moreover, I've heard people argue, well, God had no choice because Adam rebelled, and God therefore had no choice but to curse the creation. But if you make that kind of a statement, what you're doing unintentionally, but what you are doing is you're undermining the sovereignty of God. You basically are saying that Adam's sin is more powerful than God's sovereign will. And so I've never found this response to be very compelling. So what I want to suggest to you this evening is another way to think about this problem, another way that we can respond to this problem. And you may or may not agree with me tonight, and that's okay. I'm not really looking for you to agree with me. I'm looking for you to think about this problem. Because the more deeply that you think about this problem, the more that you engage this problem, the better equipped you're going to be when a skeptic or a seeker raises questions about the pain and the suffering that we see in the world. So to look at the way that I like to think about this, let's go back to our syllogism. God is all powerful, God is all knowing, and God is all good. And taking a cue from philosopher Alvin Plantinga, we could add one more statement. Maybe God has a good reason to allow pain and suffering in the world. And if God has a good reason for doing that, then the existence of God, who's all powerful, all knowing, and all good, is not incompatible with there being pain and suffering in the world. That there could very well be a reason why God would create a world in that way. And this is where science can help us. Because as we study ecosystems, we've come to understand that there is a purpose for pain and suffering and animal death in the created order. And we can begin to get a glimpse of this purpose by looking at what is happening around the world in ecosystems all over the planet. A few years ago, there was a conference held by ecologists who were looking at animal extinctions around the world. And what these ecologists realized, who were studying individual ecosystems as they got together as a conference, is that there is a large-scale disappearance of animal life on the planet and a large-scale transformation of ecosystems happening around the world, where ecosystems seemingly are undergoing a meltdown. And this seems to correlate with the loss of top predators from ecosystems. These would be the creatures that are preying on the herbivores who eat the plants. That when those top predators disappear from the ecosystems, those ecosystems become unstable. In fact, the situation that's happening among ecosystems around the world is so severe that there are ecologists that are concerned that we may actually be entering into a mass extinction that is actually triggered by human activity, in which we are changing our planet in such a way to make it impossible for top predators to survive. There have been other studies in ecology that have shown that predators are critical for maintaining biodiversity in ecosystems and maintaining stability in ecosystems. Now, both of these statements that I've made, both of these studies that I've talked about, are really correlations. These are what scientists call correlations. That is, we see two observations that seem to coincide with each other, and so that they correlate, but just because observations correlate doesn't mean that there's a cause and effect relationship. A few years ago, ecologists had a golden opportunity to test these ideas directly when a hydroelectric concern in Venezuela flooded a valley. And when they flooded this valley, they created these artificial islands within that flooded valley, where there were high points in the valley. And there were 9 or 10 islands that were created. I don't remember specifically the exact number. But some of the islands had formed, and as they formed, predators were on those islands. Other islands formed without predators. And what they had noticed is that in those islands without predators, basically the ecosystems underwent meltdown. Those ecosystems were unstable. And so this is establishing a direct cause and effect relationship between predatory activity and the stability of ecosystems. But what about the pain and the suffering that animals experience? Well, there very well could be good reasons for this pain and suffering. For example, a few years ago, a team of researchers looked at squid that were in captivity and noticed that if you injured the squid As a result, the squid would have a heightened sensitivity to pain as a result of that injury. But they noticed that those squid that had a heightened sensitivity to pain were actually more effective at avoiding predatory activity than squid that never experienced an injury and therefore weren't experiencing pain at the same level. And then, again, this is suggesting that pain may actually serve a purpose in the animal kingdom. And so what these studies indicate to us is that perhaps one of the purposes for God allowing there to be animal death and pain and suffering in the animal realm is because this is necessary in order to have stable ecosystems. And that pain and that suffering is actually serving a purpose. Now, it's one thing to use science and philosophy to try to address this very difficult issue of nature red in tooth and claw. But what does the Bible teach about this? Because we want to make sure that our response is biblically based, that there's a biblical basis for our response. And many people have the perception that the Bible teaches that there was no animal death prior to the fall. But as I've gone through Scripture, I've been unable to find any passage in Scripture that actually says that. Now, if you're familiar or you're aware of a passage in Scripture that teaches that, I would be interested in you pointing that out to me, but I've never seen a passage that says there was no animal death prior to the fall. In fact, when I look at Scripture, I see the opposite. I see passages in Scripture that seem to teach that animal death was a natural part of the creation. The natural order of things was part of the creation that God put in place prior to creating Adam and Eve. One of the passages in Scripture that teaches that is Psalm 104. How many of you have spent time reading Psalm 104? A few of you have read through it. I highly recommend that you spend time reading this passage of Scripture. This is a creation account. It's a creation psalm where the Creator is being praised for his work as creator. But one of the things that's very interesting about Psalm 104 is that it is a creation account. It parallels Genesis 1. And that there are different portions of Psalm 104 that correspond to the different days of creation that are delineated in Genesis 1. But one of the things that's interesting about Psalm 104 is what is being communicated is that as God created, he created in a progressive and purposeful manner. That what God was doing on one day of creation was setting the stage for subsequent days of creation. And so the psalm has a very interesting cadence where it talks about what things were like before God worked as creator on a particular day of creation, and then what were the consequences of God doing that. So the psalmist is looking backward and looking forward as he steps his way through the Genesis 1 creation account. And so it's a fun exercise to sit down with Psalm 104 and Genesis 1 and see if you can line up those two creation accounts. But the portion of Psalm 104 that deals with the consequences of the fourth day of creation, where God allowed for the sun, moon, and stars to be visible to a hypothetical observer on the surface of the earth, is this. You bring darkness, it becomes night, and all the beasts of the forest prowl. The lions roar for their prey, and they seek their food from God. The sun rises, and they steal away. They return and lie down in their dens. So here it's describing the fact that this day-night cycle is critical for predatory activity, and that this is part of the natural order of things, and that God is actually providentially involved in providing prey for the predator, and he is being praised by the psalmist for this activity. Psalm 104 continues in verses 27 to 30, in which it talks about a cycle of life and death. Life and death, where God seems to be intimately involved in a providential way in this cycle of life and death. These all look to you to give them their food at the proper time. When you give it to them, they gather it up. When you open your hand, they are satisfied with good things. When you hide your face, they are terrified. When you take away their breath, they die, and they return to the dust. When you send your spirit, they are created, and you renew the face of the earth. I think that this portion corresponds to the fifth and sixth day of creation, but again, it's describing this life and death cycle that is part of the natural order of things, and that the Creator is to be praised because of that. We also see in Job 38 mention of God being involved in providing prey for the predators. Job 38, 39, 40, and 41 are also a creation account. And again, these passages of Scripture correspond to the days that we see in Genesis 1. And here we see God again being praised for his role as providing the prey for the predator. Do you hunt the prey for the lioness and satisfy the hunger of the lions when they crouch in their dens or lie wait in the thicket? Who provides food for the raven when its young cry out to God and wander about for lack of food? Does the eagle soar at your command or build his nest on high? He dwells on the cliff and stays there at night. A rocky crag is his stronghold. From there he seeks out his food. His eyes detect it from afar. His young ones feast on blood, and where the slain are, there is he. And so this again seems to imply that God is intimately involved in this predator-prey relationship, and that God is to be praised, to be glorified, because this is part of the good creation. And so when we look at science, when we look at philosophy, when we look at what Scripture teaches, what we see is that there seems to be a good reason for why God would create a world where there's animal death, pain, and suffering. Now, skeptics will often ask or challenge Christians by saying, well, if God is all powerful, all knowing, and all good, couldn't he have just created a world where there was no pain and suffering and death? And the answer to that is yes, and that one day God will do that very thing. This is called the new creation. So the promise that we have is that this creation is not the final creation, that this creation has a purpose, but this is not the final creation. The final creation is yet to come. This is the new creation, and in the new creation we have the hope that the pain and the suffering and the death that is characteristic of this creation will no longer be. For example, in Revelation 21, verses 1 through 4, John says this, "Then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and first earth had passed away, and there was no longer any sea. I saw the holy city, the new Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride beautifully dressed for her husband. And then I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, 'Look, God's dwelling place is now among the people, and he will dwell with them. They will be his people, and God himself will be with them and be their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes. There will be no more death or mourning or crying or pain, for the old order of things has passed away.'" This is the hope that we have as Christians in the new creation. There will be no more pain and suffering and death. But yet we are in a creation where Scripture seems to describe this creation that's characterized by pain and suffering and death as good, not morally good, but good in the sense that it is designed in the way that a creator intended. And so it then raises the question, well then what is the purpose of this creation? What is the purpose of this creation? And I think we can get an insight into this when we think about the fact that God, who is the creator, is also God the Redeemer. God is the creator redeemer. And if that's the case, could it be that there are actually redemptive analogies within the creation? And I'm going to suggest to you that when we look at the animal kingdom, when we look at the animal realm, that what we see in the animal realm reflects redemptive analogies, reflects themes that are part and parcel of God's work as Redeemer. For example, when we think about what we've discussed about ecosystems, it becomes very clear that one of the themes that emerges is that if it wasn't for death in ecosystems, life would be impossible. Biodiversity and the stability of ecosystems is predicated on the fact that carnivores would consume herbivores and that the detrivores, which are organisms that eat decaying matter, help to cycle nutrients through the ecosystems. If this doesn't happen, there is no life. Life is predicated on death. When we look at the history of life on Earth, there are these periods of mass extinctions. And these mass extinctions always are coupled to these mass origination events. But these mass extinctions pave the way for biological innovation. They pave the way for new ecosystems to emerge on Earth. When we look at the history of life on Earth, it's a vast history of life and death, but it's the life and the death of these organisms throughout Earth's history that actually produce resources that we are able to enjoy as human beings. That you could see the history of Earth where there is life and death taking place as being part of the process in which God prepares the planet for the advent of humanity. The metal ores that we use, the oxygen that we breathe, the petroleum reserves that we have, the topsoil that grows our plants, the limestone deposits that are used to make concrete and other things like that are essentially biodeposits that are a result of this history of life and death on Earth. But life comes from death. That is the theme that seems to emerge when we look at nature. And this is exactly the theme that is the heart of the gospel, is that life comes from death. That if it wasn't for the death of Christ on the cross, as Christians, we would not have life. Our life, our eternal life is predicated on Christ's death on the cross. And when you think about the death of Christ on the cross, it's absolutely brutal, the suffering that he went through. In fact, if I had my choice, I would not ever have asked Christ to die in that way so that I could be reconciled to my Creator. But Christ did indeed die, and he died brutally on the cross, and I have to embrace the cross if I have any hope of eternal life. And of course, we see in Scripture these well-known passages that speak about life coming from death, our life coming through Christ's death. God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Or as John writes in his gospel, greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. These are the words that Jesus said to his followers before he went to the cross. Paul, in the letter to the church at Rome, said this, but God demonstrates his love for us, that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. And so the theme that is the heart of the gospel is that life comes from death. But this theme also characterizes our life as followers of Christ, that we have to die to ourselves in order that we may live. Jesus said to his followers, whoever wants to be my disciple must deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. And when Christ is talking about picking up your cross and following him, he's not talking about going through inconveniences or bearing burdens for the sake of Christ. He's talking about following him into death. Because in that context, when you picked up your cross, that meant you were on your way to being executed through crucifixion. So he's saying, pick up your cross and follow me into death. And it's through that process that you will find life. Paul writes to the church at Galatia, I've been crucified with Christ, and I no longer live, but Christ lives in me. The life I now live in the body, I live by faith in the Son of God, who loved me and gave himself for me. Again, we need to die to ourselves that we might live. But Paul also reminds us this, that by dying to ourselves, by entering into the suffering of Christ, by sharing the suffering of Christ, we actually are given a grand promise that we will be co-heirs with Christ. Now, if we are children, then we are heirs, heirs of God and co-heirs with Christ, if indeed we share in his sufferings in order that we may also share in his glory. And so the point here is this, that when it comes to this idea that there is animal death in the living realm, that it's nature red in tooth and claw, that there's pain and suffering in the created order, it looks as if that there are good reasons why God would allow a world like that. Part of it has to do with just simply the stability of ecosystems, but I think there's more going on than that. I think that when we look to nature, there are very powerful redemptive analogies, one of which is this idea that life comes from death. And so when a skeptic or a seeker is troubled by the pain and the suffering and the death that we see in the created order, this is a golden opportunity for us as Christians to share the heart and the essence of the gospel. And to me, what is mind-boggling when we think about pain and suffering, particularly the pain and suffering that we endure as human beings, that we recognize that we have a creator, we have a God that we worship who suffered far more than we would ever suffer on the cross, and he suffered for our sake, on our behalf, and that as we go through suffering, through the ministry of the Holy Spirit, that we are never suffering alone, but that we are that Christ is with us, that God is with us, that Jesus will never forsake us, that the Holy Spirit will minister to us through our sufferings. In Romans 8, we read that the Holy Spirit is interpreting our groans before the throne of God. What an intimate experience that must be as we go through pain and suffering, to have that kind of ministry of the Holy Spirit. And so this idea that life comes from death is the heart of the Christian faith. It doesn't surprise me that nature would reflect the gospel itself. I'm going to go ahead and transition now to a time of Q&A. And as I do that, I just want to point out something to you, that one of our objectives at Reasons to Believe is to provide resources for you to help you to grow in your faith. And so if you have questions about how science and the Christian faith fit together, we have resources for you that we would like to put in your hands. Or if you want to learn how you can use science to answer other people's questions, to be more effective at sharing your faith, again, we want to get resources into your hands. And one way that we can do that is if you are willing to text FUZZ to 31996, that will take you to a web page that will ask for your name and email address. And if you give that to us, it'll allow us to send you emails approximately once a week, where each email will have links to brand new articles and podcasts and videos that we've produced at Reasons to Believe about the latest discoveries in science and what they mean for the Christian faith. And these are materials and resources that we provide to you for no cost whatsoever. And in fact, if you text my name to 31996, there's actually 2 chapters in a book called Origins of Life that we will give to you as a gift to you. There's a video download of how biochemistry played a role in my conversion to Christianity that, again, we would like to put into your hands. So there's a number of gifts that we would like to give you just as a way to say thank you and to get you started using science as a tool to share the gospel.
So the first question I have that came in is, doesn't this idea that there is a good reason still undermine the reality that God is all-powerful? Meaning that since he's all-powerful, he could have found another way to completely miss pain and suffering altogether.
Yeah, well, that's a great question, and I think my response to that question would be that when we look at Scripture, we see that God desires to make himself known to us. And part of the way he makes himself known to us is through the record of nature. And so we not only see evidence for God's fingerprints according to Scripture, but we also see evidence for God's character and God's nature, his glory, his majesty, his righteousness, his justice, his love are all evident within the created order. And so I would argue that it's just simply an extension of God using the creation to point us to the heart of his plan of redemption, that is, life coming from death. And so I don't see that as undermining God's power, but I see it as actually highlighting the fact that God wants to make himself known to us and make his plan of redemption known to us as well. And I think part of the way he does that is through the record of nature as well as through the words of Scripture. And so I see the words of Scripture working in a compatible way with this idea of, death and pain and suffering being part of the creation.
Yeah, and I could add one more thing, is that God did have another option. He could have kept Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden and blocked Satan from entering. But you notice it was God's choice to permit Satan to come into the Garden of Eden. God could have easily kept him out for all of eternity. But here's the advantage. By allowing Adam and Eve and the rest of humanity to be exposed to Satan, they're being exposed to the most powerful creature that God ever created, which means we get subjected to the ultimate test in the context of evil. If we pass that ultimate test, there's nothing greater that can possibly cause us to move away from God and to adopt evil. And so through allowing evil to come into the presence of humanity, God is giving us something that Adam and Eve did not have before they sinned against God. They lacked eternal security. They lacked an eternally secure, loving relationship with God. It's through our brief exposure to evil and suffering that we begin to go on a pathway within just a few decades of our life where we can be permanently delivered from evil and suffering and enter into a new realm where we experience not only eternal security, but a depth of love that's impossible in this present creation. And so there really is an ultimate good purpose for this very brief exposure. And notice that's how Paul describes it in his letters. He says, this brief exposure we have to evil and suffering pales in comparison to how God is going to use it to bring about a far greater good. And so we should look forward. And it was the same Apostle Paul who said, every day think about the greatness of your eternal reward. It will sustain you through those brief times of a pain and suffering that we experience. And he's going to use every bit of that pain and suffering for a far greater good. Let's look for it.
My question is from earlier today, actually. When you mentioned the fine-tuning argument, you mentioned several of its points, but I was wondering, how does that specifically point to redemption?
Okay, how does it point to redemption? It begins, first of all, with the laws of physics. The laws of physics that structure the universe, each one of those laws is optimally designed to be tools in God's hands to efficiently eliminate evil and suffering once and for all. Notice, for example, that once we enter the new creation, we enter a realm with no gravity, no thermodynamics, no electromagnetism. Those are no longer necessary because evil cannot possibly exist in the new creation. One of the books out there is Why the Universe is the Way It Is. In that book, I explain how thermodynamics, electromagnetism, and gravity very efficiently work in God's hands to deliver us permanently from evil and suffering. So that's part of the redemptive message we see in creation. The other part of the redemptive message is Notice it's the whole universe is designed in such a way as to make a home for humanity where we're able to experience this ultimate test through the hand of Satan under the conditions that expose us to the most challenging tests. Now, both Fuzz and I have PhDs. Now, the little pieces of parchment that say PhDs basically give both of us a guarantee that never again will we have to be tested for our competency, in my case in astrophysics, in his case in biochemistry. Based on the idea, our professors subjected us to the most difficult tests, so it's pointless to test us again. Likewise, our Creator is subjecting us to the most difficult tests. But here's the difference. God says, if you'll come to me for help, I will give you the resources you need to overcome this most difficult test, and I guarantee you'll pass. Now, he also says, if you don't come to me for help, I guarantee you will fail. You're not going to be able to beat Satan. He's much stronger than you are. But if you come to me, I will give you the resources. And unlike my professors, they didn't give me a guarantee, but God gives you and every one of us here a guarantee. Come to me for my help. You will pass this test. You will overcome the test of evil, and you will enter into an eternally secure relationship with me and with all the others that will be there in the new creation.
Man, I just got to say yes and amen to that one.
Amen.
That is awesome. Wow. It's so good. Mike, go ahead.
Hello. This question's for Hugh Ross. And I just thought of it like 5 minutes ago, so I didn't have time to prepare and look up what I really wanted to ask you. So I'm depending on your memory being a lot better than mine is. Like 10, 15 years ago, I don't know, you were doing a debate with Kent Hovind. It was a nice civil sit-down debate. You was on film there. I'm sure you remember what I'm talking about. And there was one part of the debate where it didn't quite get resolved. I think they moved to another part or something. Kent was really trying to press you on the issue of there not being thorns on roses before the fall. And that I didn't feel like that part got resolved, so I wanted to throw it back at you now and give you a chance to talk about that.
Okay, yeah, he's referring to a debate I was involved in the year 2000 on the John Ankerberg television show. And the young earth creationist that was debating me was disputing the idea that there were thorns and thistles before the fall of Adam. And my point was, well, there were no thorns and thistles in the Garden of Eden because God had planted the garden. Similar to some garden that some professional gardener might plant for your home. They would make sure it was well weeded and it was all taken care of. But outside of the Garden of Eden, we had nature as it was. And there's where the thorns and thistles resided. And I argued, yeah, the thorns and thistles were there while Adam and Eve were still in the garden and not yet had sinned. Well, he was arguing the point there were no thorns and thistles at all in the earth until Adam had sinned. But, you know, from a botany perspective, you need these plants with defenses against the herbivores. Otherwise, the herbivores are going to eat them, they'll be gone, and the herbivores will have nothing to eat. And so you see this throughout the plant kingdom. That plants have these defenses to make sure that the herbivores don't overgraze to a point where all animals and plants die off. And that's one way that the roses, for example, are able to ensure that their flowers and their leaves aren't completely consumed by the herbivores. They've got these thorns. Now, notice that the thorns are not so effective that they can't feed on it at all. They can feed on it, but to a limited degree. And by making a limited degree, it actually optimizes the ecological relationships that Fuzz was talking about. I mean, what we see in this world with the laws of physics is you've got this very carefully balanced relationship between the herbivores, the parasites, the detrivores, which are the creatures that eat the decaying material, and the carnivores. And what we see is that they're all in an optimal relationship with one another so that everybody benefits. The thorns and thistles are part of that. But yeah, in the Garden of Eden, God would have been weeding the garden, preparing the garden, and making a garden that would be easy for Adam and Eve to maintain. And when he ejected them out of the garden, he was basically telling them, you've got to plant and tend your own. So again, they had the opportunity to make it like the garden. He says, you've got to do the work. And so that's when he made the whole point. You're going to have to work in a harder way. But he also was making the point, you will experience more pain and more work. Notice he didn't say pain and work for the first time. There was pain and work in the garden. But now that they were in a state of sin, there's going to be more pain and more work. And that's simply a consequence of the laws of physics, that the more we sin, thermodynamics works in such a way that you're going to have to experience more pain, more work, and more wasted time to undo the damage that was caused by your sin. And so that's kind of what the, quote, curse is all about. It's simply a consequence of the laws of physics that were set up ahead of time. Thank God for those laws of physics. They motivate us to avoid evil and pursue virtue and discover that we need God's help to do that.
My first thought was, oh, how convenient that he didn't put the thorns in there that you're saying that now. But that actually does make sense because he probably chose not to put bloodthirsty lions or flesh-eating bacteria in there either when he could have, even though they may have existed elsewhere. So that makes sense. Thank you.
I'm going to steal a turn here, mainly because I remembered with a little bit of anxiousness the end of graduate studies, the pain of those oral and written finals, and don't want to go through that again, but it also reminded me of something from a previous talk where you were talking about there were originally or earlier in research, they thought there was most of the DNA in a cell was not really active, it's kind of just kind of ballast or something there. And that's what I was originally taught. And that now it's 80, maybe more percent are highly functional and there and really cooking along. You made a comment that that doesn't fit well with some theories that are against a biblical interpretation. Do you mind expanding a little bit on what you meant there and why that doesn't fit?
Yeah, well, this will get a little bit technical, so you can handle it, but yeah. One of the ideas that is part of evolutionary theory is something called the C-value paradox. And what that refers to is this idea that when biochemists began to have the tools to characterize the amount of DNA in individual cells, what they discovered is that each cell in an organism's body has the same amount of DNA. And that was called the constant value or the C-value for the organism. And the thought was that the amount of DNA in an organism's genome should correlate with its complexity, so that organisms that are more complex would have more DNA, simpler organisms would have a lesser amount of DNA. But it turned out that there was no relationship like that that was found to exist. It was essentially all over the place, where you had single-celled amoeba having vastly more DNA in their cells, in an amoeba cell than we would have, for example, in our cells as human beings. And so the way in which evolutionary biologists resolved that problem was to say, well, most of the DNA in the genome is junk. It's just essentially randomly acquired through a variety of different biochemical mechanisms, and that most of the DNA in our genomes is just this evolutionary debris that's accumulated over time. And so when you look at the human genome as being mostly junk, that fits in with this idea of the C-value paradox. Now, if suddenly we're discovering that most of the genome is actually functional, now that creates a big problem, because it makes the C-value paradox no longer make any sense, or the resolution to the C-value paradox no longer makes any sense. In other words, you have to have junk DNA to make sense of this haphazard relationship. And so what the ENCODE project is discovering with this vast amount of DNA really undermines things like the C-value paradox and the expectation that, that junk DNA is the accumulation of evolutionary debris. So it's just simply, that finding is incompatible fundamentally with what people would expect from an evolutionary perspective. Is that, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I go on here. If there exists such a reality that God has purpose for pain and suffering, then why must unknowledgeable people go through pain with no knowledge of Christ? Suppose a lifelong Buddhist that has never heard of Christianity goes through a form of pain to actuate a purpose described by God. Would not this be unjust and question God's sovereignty?
Well, you know, I mean, some of the pain and suffering that people go through is a consequence of decisions that we make, right? And so I would say that every human being is going to experience some measure of pain and suffering just as a consequence of the decisions that we make. It's also a manifestation of the fact that we live, you know, in a world where there's, you know, laws of thermodynamics, for example. And as Hugh's pointing out, the thing that's interesting is those very laws of nature that, as a consequence of the laws of nature that cause pain and suffering, are designed in such a way to actually mitigate or put a cap on the amount of evil that's possible. It's to your benefit to live in a certain way to avoid pain and suffering. So you could actually see pain and suffering as being reflecting an element of God's grace to humanity, who, even though they may choose not to follow Christ, because of that pain and the suffering, the evil is actually going to be contained. So I actually would argue you could see that as part of God's sovereignty. But the hope, too, I think, would be that through the midst of that pain and suffering, people are going to be prompted to ask questions that will hopefully lead them to God, or that God could use to draw people to Him. You know, I think it was maybe C.S. Lewis or somebody that says God whispers to us in our pleasure, but speaks loudly to us in our pain. And so I think that pain is a tool that God uses to afflict people to the point where they begin to ask the questions that hopefully send them on a path of seeking God.
Scripture I just want to read right quick. You were actually talking about this at the end of what you just stated in your Romans chapter 8, verses 19. For the creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the sons of God. For creation was subjected to futility, not willingly, but because of him who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to corruption and obtain the freedom of the glory of the children of God. For we know that the whole creation has been groaning together in the pains of childbirth until now. So my question is, when I read that scripture and then I try to understand that in context of the fall, I'm kind of confused, or I don't understand, because correct me if I'm wrong, when you were talking earlier, you said that there's not a scripture that you are aware of. Well, most Christians, when they respond to the problem of death and pain and suffering, they say that it's because of the fall of Adam's sin. And you said that you're not aware of any scripture that says that death came from Adam's sin. And if that is true, and that's the case, how exactly did the fall, did Adam's sin affect creation? Or was there not really an effect on creation because of Adam's sin and fall? Because I know last night, when you were talking, Hugh, you also mentioned too how when Job was talking about, we can learn a lot from Job and nature, and he actually knew more in a sense about animals, or was more in touch with nature than we are now, because we don't spend time in nature and how our sin affects animals. So is that the effect that that Adam's sin had on nature? Is more so not necessarily nature was affected, but the way that we relate to nature was affected? Or is there actually an effect that Adam's sin did physically have on nature, on creation itself.
Okay, well, notice that the text in Romans says the entire creation is subject to this pervasive law of corruption. Some translations will say a pervasive law of decay. Other passages of Scripture will make the point that the laws that govern the heavens and the earth do not change. Jeremiah 33, where God says, "You change, I never changed." As proof that I never changed, look at the laws that govern the heavens and the earth. As they don't change, I don't change. And so Romans 8, verse 22 to 21 is basically saying that the second law of thermodynamics has pervasively existed throughout the entire history of the universe. Now put this in context of what you see in 2 Timothy 1:9 and Titus 1:2. The hope that we share in Christ was put into effect before the beginning of time. The grace of God that we now experience was put into effect before the beginning of time. Those are two of several texts that make the point that before God created this universe, this space-time, matter, and energy, he was already putting into effect his redemption of future human beings. His works of redemption predate his works of creation, which means that God must have created everything with a redemption of humanity from our sin and evil in mind. So long before the 13.79 billion year old universe that God set in motion, he already had this idea, I'm going to create in order to redeem humanity, which means he knew ahead of time that Satan would sin. He knew ahead of time that Adam and Eve would fall prey to Satan's temptation. But he'd already built the physics of the universe in advance to take care of that. And if you read on in that Romans 8 passage to verse 23, he says, there will come a time when no longer will decay rule creation. When the full number of human beings that God intends to redeem have been redeemed, verse 23, that's when we're going to see an end to the second law of thermodynamics, this pervasive law of decay. And that's a reference to the new creation, where God will deliver us from this creation into a brand new creation with different dimensions, different physics. I'm actually going to speak about that tomorrow morning. But that will not happen until the full number of humans that God intends to redeem have been redeemed. And so it's not that God set into motion death and decay when Adam sinned. Death and decay was always part of God's creation and remains in part until his redemptive work is completed. And then we'll enter into a realm where nothing will decay, nothing will die, there'll be no possibility of sin or evil, and our free will will be enhanced, and we're actually going to be able to experience geometric relationships with love, for love with one another. That's why it says in Revelation 21, there is no marriage, there's no families. None of that is necessary because we'll no longer be constrained to linear time. Again, tomorrow I'll talk more about that.
How is it possible that Lucifer could commit sin while in heaven without evil really being a conceived force yet?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? There was an echo.
It's
Sorry.
fine. I'm asking, how could Lucifer commit sin in heaven before evil was kind of, so to speak, conceived to be a thing?
No. Did you get that? It's how could Lucifer commit?
He was basically saying, how could Lucifer have rebelled against God if there was no evil previous to that?
Yeah.
Why is he the first?
Well, I mean, I think the point would be that that's the ultimate origin of evil, right, is Lucifer's rebellion against God.
Yes, but my question is, like, how is that? How do you have the capability to sin while in heaven? If that makes sense.
Well, the same question applies to us. I mean, how was it possible for Adam and Eve to sin when they had all the advantages in the Garden of Eden and God was walking with them on a daily, minute-by-minute basis? They too, just like Satan, had all the advantages of knowing the goodness of God, the benefits of being in a submissive relationship with him. But in the heart of Satan was this idea, hey, I'm the most powerful creature that God made. I'm greater than all these other angels. maybe I'm actually equal with God himself. And so that kind of came into his idea, and he decided to actually set up a counter realm to God. And and it says a third of the angels joined him in that rebellion. And so, yeah, even though they had all the advantages and could see all the benefits, and it basically what you see in Jeremiah 17:9 and 10, the heart of a sinful person, whether it be an angel or a human being, is beyond what we can think or imagine. And one of the things you see in the book of Revelation, there will be this period of time when Jesus will reign personally here on earth. Everybody will be able to see him and be able to witness the righteousness, the goodness, and the love of Jesus on a daily basis through the technology that we have. Yet and he's going to lock up Satan. So Satan even won't be around to tempt people. But it says at the end of that period, Jesus will release Satan from his prison. And it says the majority of the children born during that period who have seen all these advantages and seen the benefit of righteousness, the evidence for God's goodness, it says even in that condition, a majority will choose to rebel. And so it's really making the point that sin is very difficult to understand, rebellion is difficult to understand, and yet just like it's an enigma why Satan rebelled, it's an enigma why those children would rebel, why Adam and Eve would rebel. But that's why it tells us in Jeremiah 17, we can't imagine the power of the sin that resides within the heart of a sinner. That's true of each one of us, and if it wasn't for the grace of God, we would be overcome. So hopefully that helps.
Here's one here that came in from our East Campus. It says, would you comment, and then I'm going to have to add to it, would you comment on irreducible complexity? But before you comment on it, you got to tell us what that is.
Okay. Irreducible complexity is a term coined by biochemist Michael Behe, and it's essentially a design argument where Behe was arguing that that systems that are irreducibly complex are composed of a number of parts that interact in a precise way in which all of the parts have to be present for that system to have minimal function. And if you remove one of the parts or the parts don't interact in the right way, the system loses the totality of its function. And Behe argues that biochemical systems are irreducibly complex, which I would agree with. They indeed are. And Behe's point is that those kind of systems can't come into existence in a stepwise manner. They have to come together simultaneously all at once. And so Behe argues that because biochemical systems are irreducibly complex, they can't be assembled in a stepwise evolutionary process, because in a stepwise process, you'll have a partial system that doesn't have function. And if it doesn't have function, then there's nothing for natural selection to operate on. And therefore, it's an all or nothing type of situation. Now, that argument is a widely used argument among Christian apologists. And I think it's an intriguing argument that does have some value to it. But we have to be aware that evolutionary biologists have actually proposed ways in which systems that are irreducibly complex could come together in a stepwise manner, and it involves a process called co-option. And I'm not going to get into the details. So I tend not to use that argument because oftentimes the argument is framed in negative terms. In this way, evolution can't produce irreducibly complex systems. We see irreducibly complex systems in the cell, therefore God must have created those systems. And that's really a negative argument for design. It's not a positive argument for design. And that whole argument is vulnerable to any plausible example that an evolutionary biologist could bring to the table where it looks as if there might be a way to explain irreducibly complex systems, again, through mechanisms like co-option. So I tend not to use that argument. I would much rather use an argument similar to what I was making earlier today, which involves a watchmaker argument, where you're pointing out the similarity between human designs and biochemical systems, and on that basis arguing for design as opposed to arguing in a negative way about trying to make a case for design because a creator can't, because evolution can't produce something.
Hi, I have a geoscience, a bachelor in geoscience, and how do you spar with, which I haven't really used, but how do you spar with geoscientists that are saying, I mean, obviously we had to learn the geological timeline, and which is billions of years, as you know. But then there's Christians who don't believe in that, and they believe in a much newer world, because there's a scripture that says, a day is like 1,000 years to the Lord. So I've always, having my background in college and then being a born-again Christian, how do you argue that?
Yeah, so I understand your point is that geoscientists make a point that there's this geological time scale. How reliable is that time scale, and how do we square that with Christianity, what the Bible teaches? Am I getting your question right? Okay, I am, okay. Well, I took courses in geophysics when I was doing my astrophysics, and I can tell you that the geological time scale is very well established. And where it's particularly well established is in the early history of the Earth. And that's because we've got these powerful radiometric dating tools where you got 2 different isotopes of uranium and 1 isotope of thorium that decay into 3 different daughter products of lead. And like lead-206, 207, and 208 only come from the radiometric decay of these uranium and thorium isotopes. And so we can take a sample and we can measure how much thorium is in there, how much uranium-235, how much uranium-238, how much lead-206, 207, 208. You basically get 6 independent radiometric tools that give you the age of the sample, which explains why, for example, the half-lives are right in the area where they're very effective. Uranium-238 has a half-life of 4.44 billion years. And so we're able to use these 6 independent tools to establish that the age of the Earth is 4.5662 billion years, plus or minus 0.00001. We actually know it to 5 places of the decimal. Now, when you get to more recent history, we don't have quite that accuracy. And there's actually gaps in the, the geophysical time scale where we don't have a good radiometric tool. But for most of the geological record, we've got really good radiometric tools. Moreover, those radiometric tools are confirmed by non-radiometric dating methods. So for example, in over recent history, we can use the ice core records, which extend back 800,000 years, and use that to calibrate the short-lived radiometric isotopes, and basically confirms that those indeed are reliable. There are young Earth creationists that speculate that these radiometric decay rates have changed at a very, like changed by a factor of 1 million or 1 billion times at the fall or at the flood or both. But that's testable. Number one, the Bible tells us the laws of physics don't change. So that kind of would rule out the idea that you're going to have alternate radiometric decay rates. But in astronomy, we can actually look at decay rates in the past by looking at the spectra of stars and galaxies. So for example, when we look at the spectra of the Crab Nebula, that's 6,500 light years away. That will tell us what the radiometric decay rates were 6,500 years ago. They measure to be identical to the decay rates we measure in the lab. Now, we've done that for millions of stars and galaxies at all different look-back times, as far back as 13.2 billion years. And every case, it tells us no change in the radiometric decay rates, no change in the constants of physics. The gravitational force constant doesn't change, the fine structure constant doesn't change, and several, and the velocity of light doesn't change. And we can do that through looking at the spectra of all these stars. And it confirms what the Bible has already said. The laws of physics don't change. We have measurements that prove that, which means that we can trust the geological time scale. Now, what does that do with our biblical interpretations? We need to look at the biblical text and realize, yes, it says that God transformed the earth over 6 literal days, but the Hebrew word for day, yom, has 4 distinct literal definitions. Part of the daylight hours, all of the daylight hours, a 24-hour period, or a long but finite period of time. And 3 of those definitions you'll see on the first page of the Bible. Creation day 1 is contrasting days and nights. That's day for the daylight hours. Creation day 4, it's contrasting seasons, days, and years. That's day for 24 hours. Genesis 2:4 uses the word day to refer to the entirety of creation history. That's day as a long period of time. And notice there's no evening and morning for the 7th day. So it doesn't have closure. As I mentioned last night, there are 3 biblical texts, John 5, Psalm 95, and Hebrews 4, that state we're still in God's 7th day. It's a day that will not end until God completes his work of redemption. An 8th day is coming. That's the new creation in Revelation 21. The other thing you note is in creation day 6, God creates both the human male and the human female. But in Genesis chapter 2, we have a long passage of time between the creation of Adam and the creation of Eve. Sufficiently long that Adam senses loneliness. And he actually goes through 2 whole careers before God creates Eve. And finally, he's introduced to Eve. What comes out of his mouth in the Hebrew is hapa'am, a word that's used 20 other times in the Old Testament, consistently translated at long last. Therefore, the 6th day likewise is a long period of time, and hence there is no biblical conflict with the established geological time scale. Sure.
Thank you, Hugh. We will be offering a pop quiz on everything Hugh just said as you leave the building tonight. We're going to have this to be the last question here. And just so you know, too, lots of questions came in. I don't know how these guys are doing it, but afterwards still, the resource table's out there. Their team is out there. They'll be out there for a little bit interacting. So if you didn't get your question answered in here, you can interact with them on social media, but also they'll be out here just for a little bit tonight as well.
Thank you. Dr. Ross, Dr. Rona, I'm awed at your brilliance. And I was standing here listening to the responses that you were giving to these people that were asking the questions, and you answered some of my questions. But Dr. Rona, I want to confirm something that Dr. Ross said. About 4 weeks ago, I got involved with a really bad case of a poison ivy based on some bad information that I had. I thought I could just jump in there and wash off and take care of it. That was not the case. You can't do that. And what I found out, I was going through a lot of agony and misery, just a lot of problems. And I got to the point where I went to Google. I said, why in the world, God, would you make poison ivy? I mean, this is ridiculous. And then I found out that there's a species of bird that relies on that plant. And that's the only reason that's one of the reasons. And I was just, I was amazed. Okay, Lord, I got it. But another time, I was driving to work, and I was complaining about everything that you've been talking about. And I was complaining to God. I said, why in the world have you made this world like this? You know the beginning from the end. And I was going through a lot of misery, and I was really pounding God. And all of a sudden, I heard his voice, which I don't hear a lot, but I heard it that day, and he said, how would I show you how much I love you? And I said, what? And then you start thinking about it. The whole thing has to be set up for Jesus to redeem us. And it took me a while to figure that out, but That's what it was. And that's what you're talking about. And I appreciate your brilliance to be able to argue with people that, you know, are not like dumb clucks like me that, you know, failed chemistry and, you know, flunked everything, you know. I just appreciate you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Amen. And on that, let's give those two guys a big round of applause. Thank you, guys.
Reasons to Believe is all about presenting new reasons from the book of nature to bring people to the book of Scripture. So if you go to our website, literally all of us scientists are producing short articles for lay people on the emerging scientific discoveries that give us more evidence for the Christian faith. And if you want to engage me, just text Hugh to 31996. That's your portal to get all kinds of free chapters of our books, our articles, and much more. Our goal is to equip you to become effective in reaching particularly people in engineering, science, technology, medicine, etc., to bring them to faith in Christ. The message I'm bringing this morning will be different from the second message that will be taking place at 11, but it's based on my book, Beyond the Cosmos. And I'm just going to give you little snippets of what you'll see in the book. But another title I can give for it is God's Transdimensionality. I mean, a lot of people are mystified about who this God is that created the universe. And what the new science tells us, it's a God that created a universe not just of 4 space-time dimensions, but of 10 space-time dimensions. So what I'm going to share with you this morning is what we can discern about God and his relationship with us from the context of a being that transcends 10 space-time dimensions. So I'm going to stretch your thinking a little bit, but that's what Christianity is all about, right? And I'm going to begin with this quote from Feng Li Ji. He's China's most famous scientist and astrophysicist, but probably best known for leading the Tiananmen Square protests, and hence he got exiled by the Chinese government, and he wound up spending the rest of his life at the university, Arizona State University. But in a book he wrote, and incidentally, he's been a lifelong atheist, but even from an atheistic worldview perspective, he wrote this in one of his books. A question that has always been considered a topic of metaphysics or theology, the creation of the universe, has now become an area of active research in physics. And this is true because for the first time, astronomers now have the power to see so far away in the universe where actually can look back in time and watch the universe being created. And a couple of your pastors were asking me, how close can we get to the beginning of creation with our telescopes? We can get within 100 billionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a second after the cosmic creation event. And explains why in astronomy we have the most compelling, rigorous evidences that a God beyond space and time indeed created the universe. Matter of fact, because of these observational achievements, we astronomers have been able to develop what are now referred to as the space-time theorems. And the power of these theorems, they're based on only 2 assumptions. If the universe contains mass, and if general relativity reliably describes the movements of bodies in the universe, then space and time must be created, which implies there must be an agent, a causal agent beyond space and time that created our universe of matter, energy, space, and time. And that's what distinguishes the God of the Bible from the non-biblical gods. The non-biblical gods create within space and time that eternally exists. But the God of the Bible creates independent of space and time. Space and time don't exist until God creates the universe. So these space-time theorems actually are establishing that the God of the Bible is the one responsible for the universe. Now there are 2 assumptions. One assumption is that the universe must contain mass. But as I look out at all of you, each one of you is living proof that the universe contains mass. A few of you a little more so than others, okay? And then the second assumption, general relativity, reliably describing the movements of bodies in the universe. Today, that ranks as the most exhaustively tested and best proven principle in all of physics. We can actually verify this to 16 places of the decimal. So nothing is more secure in physics than the reliability
of special and general relativity. And the latest of these space-time theorems says that any universe that expands, and only a universe that expands permits the existence of physical life, has a beginning, implying this agent beyond space and time. This was formed by 3 authors, all of them non-theists, Arvind Borde, Alexander Vilenkin, and Alan Guth. And Vilenkin, 2 years later, said this in a book that he wrote: "With the proof now in place, cosmologists can no longer hide behind the possibility of a past eternal universe. There is no escape. They have to face the problem of a cosmic beginning." And he defined that problem. The problem is a God beyond space and time created the universe. But you know, the Bible said it first. In the very first sentence, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Now, I didn't really get to know Christians well until I was 27 years of age, but I picked up a Bible at age 17. It was a Gideon Bible, and I saw this heavens and earth. And I said, well, I want to find out where it talks about the universe. In biblical Hebrew, there is no word for universe, but they have this phrase, Shamayim Eretz, with the definite articles translated the heavens and the earth. Whenever you see that phrase in the Old Testament, it means the entirety of physical reality, the whole of the universe of matter, energy, space, and time. Shows up 9 times in the Old Testament. So Genesis 1:1 is speaking about the fact that the universe has a beginning and God was responsible for that beginning. To quote a New Testament passage, the universe was formed at God's command, so what was seen was not made out of what was visible. And what can we detect? We can detect matter, energy, space, and time. So Hebrews is telling us that the universe came from something beyond matter, energy, space, and time. And we have in 2 Timothy 1:9, this grace was given us in Christ Jesus before the beginning of time, making the point that God was actually active before he created space and time. I mentioned this yesterday, how the Bible tells us that God begins his works of redemption before he creates anything. And this is what's unique to the Bible, speaking about explicitly that space and time are created. They're not eternal entities. Now, I've spoken on this on a number of university campuses in front of professors of physics and astronomy who are not theists. And this is the response I get from them whenever I present this kind of evidence. They say, well, fine, you're proving that this God created the universe, but who created God? How many of you ever heard that response? Because, you know, it's not just astrophysicists that come back with that one. Matter of fact, both of my sons, when they were about 3.5 years of age, hit me with that question. So what I'm going to share with you today is how we can answer the question, if God created the universe, who created God? Now, you just heard me explain that the physics now tells us that there's a God beyond space and time that created space and time. And when someone says, well, if God created the universe, who created God? They're presuming that God is constrained in time the same way we are. Any entity that's constrained to a single dimension of time, where time can't be stopped or reversed, must have a beginning along that line of time, some ultimate beginning along that line of time. And so my astronomer, physicist friends were basically presuming that God was constrained in time the same way we are. But he created time, so he can't be constrained by time. And in science, the fundamental definition of time is that dimension in which cause and effect phenomena occur. Well, guess what? God's involved in cause and effect before time even exists, which means at a minimum, God must be able to operate in the equivalent of 2 dimensions of time, not just 1 dimension of time. And if that is the case, then we can presume that the universe is on this line of time, but since God has got access to a plane of time where he got a length of time and a width of time, he can be operating on an infinite number of timelines in an infinite number of directions. So he could operate on a timeline here that never crosses or touches the timeline of our universe. As such, he would have no beginning, no ending, and would be uncreated. Now, of all the holy books of the religions of the world, only the Bible says of God, no beginning, no ending, uncreated. The Bible is also the only holy book that says of God that God can arbitrarily expand time in our context or compress time. An example is Psalm 90, where it says, a day of the Lord is like 1,000 years. 1,000 years is like a day. 1,000 years is like 3 hours in the night. Mathematically, that's only possible for a being that's got access to at least 2 dimensions of time. So there's a quick one. Incidentally, I explained this to both of my sons when they were 3.5 years of age. They both got it. You don't have to get into the space-time theorems. All you need is a little diagram like this. And incidentally, when I explained this to my sons, they said, well, Dad, we got another one. You have us pray every night. And I said, yes. And they said, well, there's got to be a lot of other kids praying at the same time, right? And I said, yes. And I said, yeah, there's actually 7 billion people in the world. And they said, well, what happens if they all pray at once? How does God able to pay attention to 7 billion simultaneous prayers? I said, well, remember, we're talking about God's not constrained to 1 dimension at a time. He's got access to at least 2. Let's think about it this way, okay? Here's our timeline right here, and at this moment, 7 billion people pray to God all at once, but since he's got access to at least a 2nd dimension of time, he can operate in a timeline that's perpendicular to ours, and he could give 20 minutes of undivided attention to 7 billion people who are all praying at the same instant. Now, from that point onward, they knew that God was hearing their prayers. But I've also found, speaking in churches, a lot of adults need to understand this, that God really is that intimate and able to communicate with billions of us simultaneously. Now, it's not just that physicists have been able to establish that the God that created the universe must have access to the equivalent of at least 2, if not multiple dimensions of time. We now have evidence that there must be many more dimensions of space. How many of you ever heard of the Large Hadron Collider? Okay, it's the most expensive science instrument ever built. It's basically a 17-mile track that sits in France and Switzerland, and it's a particle accelerator, most powerful particle accelerator ever built, and it's thanks to the Large Hadron Collider that a number of theoretical physicists have been able to determine that there's simply not enough room within the dimensions of length, width, and height for all the symmetries that are demanded by both quantum mechanics, gravity, and relativity. And so about 25 years ago at the California Institute of Technology, I was actually on the faculty there for 5 years, a group of theoretical physicists and astronomers got together and said, okay, let's figure out how many dimensions we need beyond length, width, and height so we can have all the symmetries of quantum mechanics, gravity, and relativity. And it took 10 years, but they discovered they needed 6 extra dimensions. That with 6 tiny dimensions wrapped around the 3 big dimensions, you can actually have a universe where you got both quantum mechanics and gravity. Now, in order for life to be possible, we need both quantum mechanics and gravity. Physical life requires that. You know, there are proteins in your body that critically depend on the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and if you make that uncertainty bigger, you die. If you make it smaller, you die. Uncertainty is critical for our life to exist here in this universe. And so there's now a consensus in the physics and astronomy community that the universe is comprised of 9 dimensions of space, where all 9 rapidly expand from the cosmic creation event, but when gravity separates out from the other 3 forces of physics, 6 of those dimensions stop expanding. They're still here, but they're no bigger than what they were when the universe was 1/10,000,000th of a trillionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a second old. That's when they stopped expanding. That's actually crucial for life to exist in our universe. But it implies that God is bigger than 9 dimensions of space and 2 dimensions of time. And what the space-time theorem shows is that God can create space-time dimensions at will, and evidently remove them at will. So where is this God? Where in all these dimensions is he? Well, what we see is that in order to explain the space-time theorems and general relativity and quantum mechanics, God must exist and operate both within and beyond the one time dimension and the 9 space dimensions that make up the universe. Now, this is similar to what the Bible teaches about God, and only the Bible teaches this about God, that God is simultaneously and continuously both immanent and transcendent. Now, those are technical theological terms. The immanence of God means that God fills the entirety of his creation, and nowhere in his creation does he not operate. The transcendence of God means that God's completely free to operate independent of anything he created. And the religions of the world can be put into 2 camps outside of Christianity. There are religions, like the Eastern religions, that believe that God is immanent but not transcendent, or like Islam, where God is transcendent but not immanent. Only in Christianity do we have a God that's simultaneously immanent and transcendent. And this is what's now been confirmed by the latest discoveries in physics and astronomy, that the Creator must have these dual capabilities. But here's what the scriptures say. We have in the book of Jeremiah, "Can anyone hide in secret places so I cannot see him, declares the Lord? Do not I fill heaven and earth?" Or which we see in the Psalms by King David. "If I go up to the heavens, you are there. If I make my bed in the depths, you are there. If I rise on the wings of the dawn, if I settle on the far side of the sea, even there your hand will guide me." And he goes on and says, "If I say, surely the darkness will hide me, and the light become night around me, even the darkness will not be dark to you. The night will shine like the day, for darkness is as light to you." And when we read the Psalms of David, he intimately knew that God was always with him no matter what the situation, no matter how stressful or depressing the situation, God was there administering to him. And this is why God called David a man after my own heart. But there's also many scripture passages that tell us that God is beyond our capability of making contact with him, at least physical contact. The heavens, even the highest heavens, cannot contain you, 1 Kings 8. Or what it says in the book of Job, the Almighty is beyond our reach. And what Paul says in Timothy, where he says, God whom no man has seen nor can see. And yet repeatedly we see in the Bible over a dozen times, the Lord is near, which raises a paradox. If it's impossible for God to see and touch us, how can the Bible repeatedly claim that God is physically near to us? And what I want to share with you, if we go through these Bible passages, it's making the claim that God is physically closer to each one of you than any 2 of you in this room are towards one another. And yet we can't see him, we can't touch him. Okay, but we're talking about a God that transcends our dimensions of length, width, height, and time. It's a God that's both immanent and transcendent. And to help you visualize this, I'm going to take you to an alternate universe. The alternate universe I'm going to take you to is this one right here. Okay, this is a universe where we don't have a dimension of height. All we got is length and width. You can call it the flatland universe if you like. And to help with the illustration, I brought a handicapped couple with me, Mr. and Mrs. Flat. They're different from all of you. They only have 2 dimensions, length and width. And I'm going to constrain them to this flatland universe. Okay, the text tells us that it's impossible for us to see or touch God, and yet he is physically closer to each one of us. Here's Mr. and Mrs. Flat. I'm a 3-dimensional being. I can put my hand 1 millimeter above Mr. and Mrs. Flat. I am now physically closer to them than they are to one another. Yet because I'm in above their dimension, it's impossible for them to see me or to touch me. Okay, something else. The Bible also tells us that man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. Okay, here's Mr. Flat looking at his wife, Mrs. Flat. And what does he see? he sees a line. Now, if he walks around his wife, he can get different line segments, and if he thinks about it long enough, he can actually calculate the outline of his wife. However, as a three-dimensional being, I get the outline immediately. Moreover, I can see something that she can't see in herself and he can't see. I can look inside, because all they got is access to the outside outline. I have immediate access to that plus what's inside. I think that helps us understand why we see biblical texts saying God knows and understands us in a way we don't know and understand one another. Now, what's unique to Christianity is this doctrine of the Trinity, how God is three persons and yet one essence, a single mind, a single purpose, a single set of character attributes, but as three persons that are able to engage one another in relationship and able to communicate with one another. Okay, let me illustrate this. I'm a three-dimensional being. The only way Mr. and Mrs. Flack can have physical contact with me is if I come into their universe of Flatland. Now, if I come into their universe, I can't come into it with my whole being. All I can do is show them a cross-section. So, for example, I could put a finger through the plane. Mrs. Flack comes over, investigates, and what does she conclude? She concludes that Hugh Ross is a small circle. And she runs home to her husband and says, I've had this revelation. I've met this transcendent being. It's a circle. However, the next day, I visit Mr. Flat. Only this time, I put 3 fingers through the plane. And he concludes that I'm 3 small circles. He runs home to his wife and says, my dear, you're absolutely wrong. It's not 1 circle, it's 3 circles. She, of course, pushes back, and they wind up having a 4-hour theological debate. And this being a Saturday night, Sunday morning, she goes to the church of the 1 circle, and he goes to the church of the 3 circles. Which is what the religions of the world outside of Christianity have done. The religions outside of Christianity have either taken the position that there are many gods or just one God, but they've not been able to adopt the paradox that God is 3 persons and 1 essence. And what Mr. and Mrs. Flack couldn't perceive from their limited dimensional perspective is how these 3 fingers and this 1 finger are all part of a single closed 3-dimensional surface. So geometrically, you could perceive how the 3 fingers could actually be a single entity because they're all constrained by the 3-dimensional closed surface that makes up my hand. Now, I'm not claiming that gives a complete visual resolution to the Trinity. I've only shown you part of the resolution. Because God transcends our space-time dimensions, we're not capable of visualizing all the truths that the Bible says about this triune God. But at least gives us an idea of how, if we allow God to be as big as what the physics tells us he must be and what the Bible says he must be, there is a resolution. My own mother, for example, it took her 30 years to become a Christian. One of the things that held her back is she kept insisting that the Trinity was a mathematical impossibility. It wasn't until I sent her a DVD where I was actually doing a little TV show explaining how, yes, it's a contradiction in 4 space-time dimensions, but it's not a contradiction if we allow God to be the one who created the 10 space-time dimensions of the universe. Interesting was her comment, Hugh, why didn't you tell me that years ago? And my dad's comment was, because you wouldn't let him. So, but again, she's not alone. Many non-Christians struggle over what they think is this mathematical paradox. But probably the biggest paradox of all that's holding people back is the Bible says that we human beings have been granted by God free will, and therefore we're responsible for all of our words, thoughts, and actions, and will be judged based on our words, thoughts, and actions. Yet the Bible also claims that this God, before he created space and time, had already predetermined every action you would perform, every word you would speak, every thought you would think in your entire life. So it's divine predestination and human free will. And one of the things I've done in my book, Beyond the Cosmos, is actually give you a list of all the passages in the Bible that declare that we humans have free will. And then the next page, all the passages that declare that God predetermines everything. And it's about 1,500 passages for both. And some of the passages actually state both doctrines in the same sentence. Now, the church has fought for thousands of years over this doctrine of free will and predestination. You're probably aware there are free will churches in this area and there are predestination churches in the area. And if you go back 300 years, there was actually a war that was fought amongst Christians in the Netherlands over free will and predestination. No need for the conflict. It's only a contradiction in four space-time dimensions. If we allow God to be as big as what the Bible declares and what the physics now teaches, there are resolutions. Okay, I'm going to get you started. I'm not going to be able to finish it because I don't have enough time, but I will get you started. And if you want the rest of it, it's in chapter 13 of Beyond the Cosmos. But what we need to appreciate is that God is outside of time and He created time. As I mentioned earlier, that proves at a minimum He's got access to the equivalent of 2 dimensions of time. Now, I'm not saying that God is constrained to space and time. Maybe He's got other kinds of dimensions. After all, the space-time theorems tell us that He can create these dimensions at will. So there's lots of room for alternate speculation. But consider this. This is a sphere of time where we got length, width, and height of time, just like we got length, width, and height of space. And we can put the timeline of our universe on one longitude or latitude along that sphere of time. And then we can put God at the North Pole of that sphere of time, and He can drop a perpendicular timeline to the day we were born, another perpendicular timeline to our present moment, and a third perpendicular timeline to when we die. Making this point that from a single instant of time, God can simultaneously operate on every event in our entire life. And He could do that for the entire universe. And notice that all these events of time join together at a single moment at the North Pole of time. Now, what this does is establishes the biblical doctrine that God foreknows everything. From a single point in time, He can have knowledge of everything that will happen in the entire universe and everything that will happen in all of your life. But Ephesians says that God not only foreknows, He predetermines everything that will happen in your life and does that without damaging your free will. Now, we're actually giving away chapter 13 in Beyond the Cosmos for free. If you go to reasons.org/Ross, you can get that chapter for free. If you want the whole book, the book is out there at the table. But what I do in chapter 13, I show you 3 different ways that you can resolve human free will and divine predestination if we allow God to be as big as what the physics in the Bible declares He must be. Now, all 3 of my suggested resolutions may be wrong. That's okay, because I believe God's got thousands, if not millions, of different ways of doing it in that context of transdimensionality. But my whole point is, the fact that I can show you resolutions means this is not a contradiction. It means that we shouldn't be fighting over this. We shouldn't be declaring wars over this. This is something we can accept. Matter of fact, it's actually going to be used as a tool to demonstrate that the God of the Bible exists. But yeah, if you want that chapter, go to reasons.org/Ross or go out at the table and get it. But here's the apologetic application. We human beings can only visualize phenomena in the dimensions in which we experience. I saw this firsthand when I was a graduate student, or no, I was an undergraduate taking this course on complex variables. And the problem assignment we got is, okay, 4 dimensions of space, you can take a basketball and turn it inside out without making any cuts or holes in the surface of the basketball. That's impossible in 3 dimensions, but our professor was saying it can be done in 4 dimensions of space. Now, he couldn't visualize it, we couldn't visualize it, but we could prove it through mathematical equations. He actually had the audacity to give us that as a problem assignment. It took us a few days to figure it out, but he was right. It can be done. Now, The fact that the Bible, and only the Bible, gives us doctrines about God that can only be resolved in dimensions beyond length, width, height, and time is evidence that the message of the Bible must come from a being that transcends length, width, height, and time. You know, I looked at the other holy books or religions of the world. All of their doctrines are things we can visualize within length, width, height, and time. As a young man, that was evidence for me that the message of those books must have come from a human source. But the fact that the Bible was filled with teachings like the Trinity and free will and predestination told me this only can come from a being that transcends the limitations of human visualization. And that was a crucial step in my giving my life to Christ. But in addition to the book, we also have this DVD. It's not here, but it was actually designed for children, to communicate this stuff to children. And something I've experienced is it seems like children are able to get this more easily than well-educated adults. And so we've had a lot of adults want to get that as well. And then we have this item, Why the Universe is the Way It Is. That book is out there. Basically, this book, Why the Universe is the Way It Is, talks about what the dimensions and physics of heaven will be like, and actually gives you, that's also in chapter 13 of that book, gives you a vision of what we can expect in the new creation. So if you want your mind blown and want to get ready for what you're going to receive in the new creation, you can check that out. But let me close with this. Because one of the big objections I've gotten from atheists, especially atheist scientists and engineers, if you look at the Bible, and it says that Jesus died on the cross. And while he was dying on the cross, he paid the atonement penalty for the sins of every human being who's ever lived. And the Bible tells us the penalty for our offenses against God and one another's adds up to the equivalent of eternal torment in hell. Now, if you read the Bible carefully, Jesus was on that cross for between 6 and 9 hours. So here's the objection. How could Jesus, in just 6 to 9 hours, pay the equivalent of, say, 40 to 100 billion human beings experiencing eternal torment? How can that be squished into just 6 to 9 hours? Well, the doctrine about the Jesus of Nazareth is that he was fully human and fully divine. So the one who was dying on the cross was not just a human being, it was the one who created the universe. The one who had access not just to one dimension of time, but the equivalent of multiple dimensions of time. So let me show you this with a visualization, namely that here we have a dimension of time that goes from behind the screen out in front of the screen. So that's a line that goes from behind that cross all the way out here in front. Okay, but since the one dying on the cross has got access to multiple dimensions of time, he could also be experiencing infinite time along a timeline that runs along the up and down of that plane. And while doing that, he could be experiencing torment from God the Father along 100 billion parallel lines of time that are infinitely long, that stretches left to right along that plane. So what you're seeing here is Christ suffering, not just in one dimension of time, but in 3 dimensions of time. And in 3 dimensions of time, he could actually experience the equivalent of 100 billion times infinitely long torment from the Creator, which gives us an appreciation of what he was saying on the cross. My God, why have you forsaken me? And how he just felt this incredible load come upon him. He was actually taking on the load of all the sins of every human being who had ever lived. And so, again, we can take these 100 billion infinitely long lines of time and compress them from the 3rd dimension into the 2nd dimension, and the 2nd dimension into our dimension, where it could all be compressed into just 6 to 9 hours. So this shows you how in just 6 to 9 hours, Jesus indeed could pay an eternity of torment for billions of people who have lived. Which gives us some pause to consider what it says in Hebrews 2:3. How shall we escape if we ignore such a great salvation? And I think one reason why we see people resisting the offer of what Christ provided on the cross, they don't measure the magnitude of what he paid when he was suffering on that cross. And so this is a little tool that we're giving you to help people visualize just what it was that Christ did when he sacrificed himself on the cross. And I've discovered that when people appreciate the magnitude of what he suffered, then again, the response is, how can I possibly turn down that offer? I have to submit myself to Christ and receive the ransom payment that he gave me while he suffered on the cross. And so again, hopefully you'll find that effective in encouraging your friends and associates to really consider this offer and to receive this offer.
Earlier, when you were talking about, the telescope and the ability to go back in time, how can you determine the time of a second with a telescope? How does that work?
Okay, how does that work? Well, at radio telescopes, we're able to actually look so far back in the universe. And there's a principle. The farther away you look, the farther back in time you're seeing. So when we look at the Andromeda Galaxy, it's 2.5 million light years away. If you look at it tonight, you're seeing it as it was 2.5 million years ago. But the radiation left over from the cosmic creation event takes you back to when the universe was only 380,000 years old. And when we look at the polarization of that microwave background radiation, it shows us the state of the universe when it was 100 billionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a second old. And you say, how do you know that? Because the polarization signal explains to you that moment when the universe hyperinflated, which is consistent with that time when we have the strong nuclear force separating out from the electro-weak force. And we know that the universe has to be a particular temperature for that to happen, and that temperature coincides when the universe is 10 to the minus 35 seconds old. Now, if you want a little more detail, a little more understandable for lay people, I got all that in The Crater in the Cosmos.
Now, that's what I was thinking too, the way you answered. That's kind of what I was expecting. So,
all right.
We'll go right down here.
Hi there. I've been considering your proposal about gaps in the genealogies in the Bible. I'm trying to wrap my head around that, and I did some studying last night and this morning, and I'm seeing in Genesis 5 and Genesis 10, they're talking not merely about so-and-so begat so-and-so, and you talked about how that could mean not just being the father of, but they're also saying that begat so-and-so at such and such an age. So it seems that those places, there aren't room for gaps, and it seems other places where we're talking about interactions between the Father and the Son. So I'm not sure where those gaps would be, if possible. And I was also wondering along that line, are there others who, other than you, who believe in a genealogy that's shorter in time, and that maybe there was an event that caused the chromosomal acceleration of the observed change in mitochondrial DNA, et cetera, that gives the timeline of 50,000 years?
Okay. What Fuzz was saying in response to that question yesterday is that when you read it in the English translation, it looks like there are no gaps. But, English has a very large vocabulary compared to biblical Hebrew. When you read it in the original Hebrew, it's quite clear there's rooms for gaps. The question is how many gaps? And incidentally, when you go through the Old Testament, every genealogy has gaps in it. And Fuzz was making the point that what the people recording the genealogies are doing is putting down the names to make a theological point. And the point that I think is being made in Genesis 5 and Genesis 11, it's recording the patriarchs who died a natural death. And when we look at what the Bible says about the flood of Noah and what was happening the days before the flood of Noah, you'll see this in a chapter in Navigating Genesis. It's at the book table there, that at a minimum, 95% of human beings in the days before the flood were having their lives ended by being murdered by their fellow man. The murder rate was just way off. In fact, God had to intervene with the flood to prevent humanity from self-extermination. That's how high the murder rate was. And so the exceptions were these patriarchs that actually died a natural death, or in the case of Enoch, was taken by God up to heaven. The other thing you notice is when you go through the biblical genealogies, it likes numbers, even numbers. So you see in Genesis 5, 10 names. Genesis 11, 10 names. If you go to Luke 3, it throws an 11th name for the genealogy from Adam down to Noah. And so that by itself tells you there's got to be at least one gap in the genealogy. But for me, the evidence of just how much gapping you got is when you read Genesis chapter 2, it talks about these 4 named rivers coming together in the Garden of Eden. And it tells you where they flow from. So it's easy to identify those 4 rivers. The Tigris and Euphrates still flow today. The Gihon and the Pishon stopped flowing when the ice left over from the last ice age melted away. But we can still see the dry riverbeds to this various day. And in Navigating Genesis, I show you a satellite image that shows you the 4 rivers and where they would have come together. They only come together in what is now the southeastern portion of the Persian Gulf. Today it's 250 feet below sea level. But during the last ice age, it would have been 80 feet above sea level. Now that gives us a rough date for when God created Adam and Eve. It tells us that it was sometime during the last ice age. And you say, well, what kind of date is that? Well, it's somewhere between 15,000 and 120,000 years ago. Incidentally, that's more accurate than our best scientific date for the origin of humanity. Fuzz was talking about mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome DNA. That date establishes that the origin of humanity was 150,000 years ago, plus or minus 150,000 years. So the Bible actually gives us a more accurate date for the origin of humanity than the scientific evidence. But that tells us roughly how much of a gapping there must have been in Genesis 5 and Genesis 11. The other way we can get a handle on it is that people were living longer in the days before Noah. And astronomers have actually identified a supernova eruption event that greatly increased the cosmic ray exposure that we human beings have, and they got a rough date for that. The date puts us in the last ice age, probably somewhere between 40 to 100,000 years ago. So that again helps us narrow down the date a little bit. But there again, it gives us an idea of just how much gapping there had to be between Adam and Abraham. Not a factor of 1 million, but probably somewhere between a factor of 10 and a factor of 100, somewhere within that range. And the details you'll see in Navigating Genesis. And your question, how many scholars agree that there's these gaps? Almost all of them do. In fact, I don't know of any doctoral level theologian that wouldn't agree that there's got to be gaps in that genealogy.
Good morning. You mentioned the expanding universe and the ability to get to within 10 to the negative 35 from when it was created. So I guess my question is, does that support or contradict a Big Bang type theory?
No, it strongly supports it because one of the key components of the Big Bang creation model is that there's this inflation event that happens when the universe is 10 to the minus 35 seconds old. And the inflation has to be incredibly fine-tuned in order to make possible the existence of life after the inflation event. So you'll see a whole chapter on the inflation event in the Creator and the cosmos and why this is good news for the Christian faith.
I got one here. Of all of your books out there that you brought, what would you say would be the best one to share with a non-believer?
The best one to share with a non-believer, if they're educated in the sciences, I'd probably say the Creator and the cosmos. Otherwise, I'd say why the universe is the way it is, especially if they're hung up on the problem of evil. I would give them why the universe is the way it is. If they got problems with the Bible, I'd say Navigating Genesis. And my whole point is, talk to your non-Christian friend, find out what their issue is, then pick the right resource for them. They will appreciate that, rather than just giving them something generic.
Hi, you talked about free will and the debate within the Christian community, and now it's also a debate within the atheist community, and it's a similar but separate debate. Sam Harris admits the reason he don't want there to be free will is because that is the theist excuse for why there is pain and suffering. But then, of course, he and Daniel Dennett have a different debate. So what's the difference between the debate within the Christian community, the debate within the atheist community, and the debate between Christians and atheists, and what do you say to the atheists?
Well, it's interesting because atheists are divided on this just like Christians are, in the sense that you got some atheists who are denying that there's any free will at all. You know, everything's predetermined. And then there's others that totally deny that there's any kind of predetermination going on. It's nothing but free will. Rather similar to what's going on in the Christian community. You've got communities that say it's 100% free will and no predestination, and then 100% predestination and no free will. So it also happens in the community of non-believers, the same kind of debate. But what really gets us down to why it's got to be Christian, when you realize it's both. And so how I would reach out to the Sam Harrises of the world is with that approach. It's not either or, it's both. And if it's both, then the Christian message must be true. And so giving them the physical evidence that indeed it must be both. I mean, there's events that take place in history that are very difficult to explain if there's not some kind of predetermination going on. But likewise, there are events that are very difficult to explain if there isn't free will. And I give some insights into that and why the universe is the way it is. How, for example, the behavior of Adolf Hitler makes no sense if it's 100% free will. Something is going on. And keep in mind, in the Christian perspective, it's not just God that's trying to intervene and change the way we operate. Satan is there as well. So it's a little more complex than what I was sharing this morning. Which is why I kind of break that down into 3 chapters in Beyond the Cosmos.
Last night, the talk went on to about the irreducible complexity and that whole line of argument of science, we made this observation and we can't explain it, therefore God must have done it. Only to wait 1 to 10 years and then, oh look, we can explain it now, so you look like a fool, right? Do you think the creation of the universe is either the only example where you can say, I can't explain this, therefore it's a miracle, God did it, or do you still think that it's more an argument from necessity, where this is the logical conclusion, not, I can't explain it, so God did it? Like, what do you think about?
Yeah, just to be careful, we're not saying the irreducible complexity argument is a totally bad argument. What we're saying is most Christians do not present it in a sophisticated enough way that has any impact on the engineering and scientific community. And so Fuzz, for example, has written a number of articles on how to present the irreducible complexity argument in a way that is going to be effective. So the problem is we Christians tend to oversimplify and overstate our evidences, and then we lose credibility and we do that. But we would argue that probably the easiest way for lay people to engage STEM folks on this issue is through a comparison. Okay, here's the non-theistic model, here's the Christian model, and for that matter you can throw in a Buddhist model if you want, or any other number of models, and say, okay, of all those different models, which one is having the greatest predictive success in terms of future scientific discoveries? Which one is most consistent? Which one has the fewest problems or issues that would be considered possibly intractable? And so we're basically talking about gaps. And you may have heard non-theists say this, you Christians are just arguing the God of the gaps. Well, the way we do it is to say, no, there are gaps everywhere. None of us have complete knowledge. There's always gaps in our knowledge and understanding. However, we can use these gaps to put all these different models to the test. Do the gaps from a non-theistic perspective get bigger or smaller as we learn more and more? Do they get less numerous or more numerous as we learn more and more? And you heard us address the origin of life. With the origin of life, the non-theistic gaps are getting bigger at a very rapid rate and more numerous and more intractable. In fact, every time we go to an Origin of Life research conference, we notice the participants there are more depressed than they were at the previous meeting because of how the problems have gotten bigger, more intractable, and more numerous. But from a Christian perspective in the Origin of Life, the gaps have gotten dramatically smaller, less numerous. And so by comparing those two, and it's kind of like what William Paley did, you get an easy to present and yet very powerful demonstration that the biblical worldview is really on the pathway to truth. Now, it doesn't give you absolute proof of the Christian worldview, but shows you the probability is very high and gets higher with every week that goes by. You know, as I was mentioning in my talk on Friday, when it talks about the fine-tuning of our galaxy and solar system, the evidence gets about a factor of 1,000 times stronger with every month that goes by. And so, since we live in the 21st century, where the advance of science is so rapid, we can come up with dramatically greater evidence in literally just the passage of days. We don't have to wait years. And so in More Than a Theory, we actually have a list of predictions of what we think will happen in the next 10 years. And so we challenge atheists by saying, hey, just watch what happens and see if our predictions come true, and see what happens to your predictions, and let the best model win.
Okay, 1 minute answer right here, Hugh, and then we'll end it. Earlier in the Big Bang event that you said, yes, that scientific evidence affirms that. What would be your definition of the Big Bang then?
The definition of the Big Bang is the universe coming into existence with matter, energy, space, and time, where the expansion of the universe from the cosmic creation event is the most exquisitely fine-tuned thing we can measure in all of science. It's not an explosion. It's an incredibly fine-tuned expansion event from the beginning of the universe. And there's nothing more fine-tuned, more spectacularly fine-tuned than the Big Bang. And because of the Big Bang, physical life can exist in the universe. It's the only model of the universe that permits the existence of physical life. And God did it. Well, thank you for inviting us back. It was a pleasure to be with you about a year ago, and thank you for being so gracious with my colleague Fazali Rana, our staff biochemist. And I'd like for him sometime to share his testimony too. He was raised in an Islamic home. His dad was an Islamic physicist, but you heard a little bit yesterday how it was his research in biochemistry that led him to become a Christian. And for me, it was my research in astrophysics that led me to become a Christian literally 8 years before I got to know any Christian at all well. Reasons to Believe is an organization my wife and I founded now 34 years ago. And it was founded on the idea that God has given us two books, the book of nature and the book of scripture. They're both revelations from God, and how we're to use the book of nature to bring people to the book of scripture. And we target the new reasons to believe, the emerging scientific discoveries that are giving us progressively more and more proof that Jesus Christ is Creator, Lord, and Savior. And you can engage me just by texting Hugh to 31996. That'll be your portal to get a lot of free chapters from our books, articles, and I do answer every question I get on Facebook and Twitter. That's true of all of the scientists and philosophers and theologians at Reasons to Believe. But the message of bringing forward this particular service is based on 1 Peter 3:15. Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have, but do this with gentleness and respect. And I just came out with this book this past Tuesday, Always Be Ready, based on this verse, basically making the point that if you will prepare good reasons for your hope in Jesus Christ and are able to deliver those reasons with gentleness, respect, and a clear conscience, you will see God supernaturally bringing people to you that God is prepared in advance to hear and respond to your reasons. And if you haven't had that experience, I'm basically inviting you this morning to join in. Now, the first 4 or 5 times that happens, you'll think it's a coincidence. But when it gets up to over 100 times, you realize this is the Spirit of God supernaturally working to bring people to you. Now, I'm not only an astrophysicist, I'm also a pastor. I pastor in a church that's sandwiched between Caltech, JPL, and the headquarters of the Skeptic Society. So every Sunday is a drama, as you can imagine. But what I've learned as a pastor is that typically less than 10% of people who are committed Christians actually participate in this ministry of sharing their faith and bringing people to faith in Christ And my goal this morning, I know this church is above 10%, but I want to push it up much higher. And what I do in this book is basically take you through the book of Acts and make the point the book of Acts is not yet finished. We're still in the book of Acts. God performs miracles in today's work of evangelism, just like he did in the first century. And the rest of the book is filled with stories from my own life, but also that of other people that have been working with us, including skeptics. There was a gentleman on our staff who was very skeptical of my stories. I just invited him to come with me, and it happened to him too, and he's no longer a skeptic. In fact, we got his stories in the book. But I'm going to share with you two stories. One is about a scientist, but I'm going to begin with one that's a non-scientist, because I don't want you to think this only happens to scientists. It happens to everybody. The promise of the book of Acts is for everyone, and likewise 1 Peter 3:15. Now, I do a lot of travel, and I've been using Uber to get to airports. I mean, how many of you have ever used Uber, okay? All right. And I got picked up by Marco, and I was on my way to LAX, and he picked me up and said, I hope you allowed lots of time, because it's going to take us twice as much time to get to the Los Angeles airport. And I said, yeah, I've allowed lots of time. I was aware that this morning there could be some bad traffic issues. So we got going. He was rather loquacious. And I found out, for example, that Marco had been raised in a Catholic home, abandoned Catholicism. And I said, why did you abandon Catholicism? And he says, well, we weren't allowed to ask questions, and I had problems with the Trinity and the Genesis, and I basically abandoned it because everybody knows that science has disproven the Christian faith in the Bible. And I said, well, have you ever talked to a scientist that actually believes that the Bible is the inspired, inerrant Word of God? He says, I don't think such a scientist exists. And I said, well, you're actually taking one to the airport. And he says, well, you're kidding. Who are you? So we got to talking. Anyways, it took us almost, normally it's 45 minutes for us to get to the LAX from where I live. It took 2 hours that morning, but we talked for the entire 2 hours. The questions he had about Genesis were answered. The questions he had about the Trinity, in fact, I told him, the Trinity only makes sense, science only makes sense if God is triune. He says, you mean from science alone you can establish the doctrine of the Trinity? I says, yes. He says, you got to tell me about it. And so the conversation just got picked up. He got more and more excited. When we got to the airport, he said, you have allowed enough time, right? And I says, yes. He says, can I take 10 more minutes? So we just sat there at the drop-off spot, and we kept on going. And he says, okay, before you leave, what are the first 3 books that you've written that I need to read, and in what order? So we talked about that. I gave him my card. Our dialogue is continuing. That's Marco's story. If you want to read the details, it's actually in a chapter in this book. The chapter we're actually giving away for free. If you go to reasons.org/Ross, you can get chapter 10 of this book, which is basically about my airplane stories. And it's such that almost every time I fly, I get an encounter. In fact, there's a story in there about a woman. I met her in the airport waiting area. She had 4 young children with her, and she came to me and said, will you take care of my 4 kids? So she dumped the 4 kids on me with all of her luggage and went off, says, I got to get food, and I got it. And so I said, fine. But I knew that when she came back that she was going to be somewhat beholden to me. In fact, I was a little bit concerned that I might permanently have her 4 kids, but that didn't happen. And anyway, that story's in the book as well. But again, reasons.org/Ross, you can get that free chapter to the book, and the book is out there at the table if you want to get the whole book. But I really want to focus on another story. And I was in the San Francisco airport, and the flight kept getting delayed, and finally they called my name. And that's always bad news. That means you're probably going to get bumped. But I went up to the counter, and she said, are you flying alone? I says, yes, I am. And she says, well, there's a family here with children. Can we change your seat? And I said, yeah, you can give me any seat you want. And so she handed me a new seat. And I looked at it, and the seat was, 2A, which meant I was in first class. I never get to fly first class, and now I'm flying first class. So I get into the airplane, and this gentleman sits beside me, and he introduces himself, and he says, I'm a quantum physicist from Germany. I never fly first class, but I'm being flown up to consult with Microsoft, and they insisted on flying me first class. And he says, I'm also an atheist and a skeptic. Now, it's quite rare when people introduce themselves right off the bat like that. And he said, well, then who are you? And I said, well, I'm not a quantum physicist, I'm an astrophysicist. I'm not from Germany, I'm from Canada. I'm not a skeptic or an atheist, I'm a Christian. And he says, this is going to be a really interesting flight. So do you mind if I ask you some questions? And so he began to ask questions. And the first question he asked, probably one you heard of, if God exists and wanted to create a place for us human beings, why all these other useless galaxies? I mean, there's 200 billion galaxies in the universe. And if God was just wanting a spot for us, then this all seems like such a huge waste. Have any of you ever heard that question? Why this vast universe? So I explained to him why we need every single star, 50 billion trillion stars, to exist in order for a planet like Earth to exist so that humans could exist. And I kind of explained that in the book very briefly. Said why the universe is the way it is in more detail if you want it. But anyway, he was satisfied with that. Says, okay, I understand now why it must be that big. But then he says, I got more questions about the size of the universe, and basically made the point, well, in addition to it being necessary to get a planet like Earth, the greater the mass of the universe, the more hydrogen gets fused into helium during the first few minutes after the cosmic creation event. The universe literally begins with only one element, hydrogen. But the universe starts off extremely hot, and as it cools, it goes through a phase where some of that hydrogen is fused into helium. However, if you make the universe a little bit less massive than what it is, less than what you would get with 200 billion galaxies, you only get these two elements in the periodic table. All you get is hydrogen and helium. Now, how many of you have taken chemistry, okay, in high school or college? Can you imagine how much easier it would be to pass chemistry if there's only hydrogen and helium? I mean, they don't even bond together, so chemistry would be a really easy class to take. All right, but if you make the universe slightly more massive, what happens is when stars form, they immediately transform all that hydrogen and helium into elements that are heavier than iron. You'd only have elements heavier than iron. You notice in both cases, you got no carbon, no oxygen, no nitrogen, no phosphorus, and no possibility for physical life. The universe must be exquisitely fine-tuned in terms of both of its size and its mass in order to make life possible. Now, he said, okay, I'm okay with that one, and this is what chemistry is so difficult to pass, because we got all these elements. Also explained to him why we need the universe to be exactly the size and the mass that it is, so it'll expand at the right rate to get planets. If it's not massive enough, the universe expands so fast, all you get is gas, no stars. If you expand it too slowly, all you get is black holes and neutron stars. The mass density must be precisely what it is in order to get stars and planets. So for two reasons, the universe must have an incredibly fine-tuned total mass and total size in order to get stars and planets and to get the elements we need for life. Now, he says, okay, then you gotta ask me, you gotta answer another one. Why is the universe so old? I mean, if God wanted human beings, why does he need 13.8 billion years? And I said, well, you're a quantum physicist, I'm an astrophysicist. What's really interesting is that if God had placed us here any earlier in the history of the universe, light from the cosmic creation event wouldn't have adequate time to travel on the surface of the universe and reach our telescopes. We astronomers would be ignorant about the cosmic creation event. And I said, have you heard of dark energy? And he says, yeah, I know all about that. And I talked about that yesterday. I said, well, if God put us here any later in cosmic history, dark energy would be expanding the space surface of where the cosmic creation event is at greater than the velocity of light. We wouldn't be able to see it. We are living at the only time in the history of the universe where we can read 100% of the history book of the universe. And I says, do you think it's possible that somebody wanted us to read 100% of the history book of the universe and made sure we humans were here at the precise time when that is possible? And he says, well, that's intriguing. And so he said, I got more questions beyond what the fact that it's at a unique time. He says, is there any other reason why it has to be this particular time? And I says, well, it's not only the fact that it's the only time we can observe all of cosmic history, it's the only time in which we humans can exist. And he said, well, you got to explain to me why. And I said, well, number one, if you want humans on a planet, it's got to be a planet with continents and oceans that coexist on the surface. And the only way that can happen is if you've got enough uranium and thorium in the interior of the Earth to drive the energy necessary to make the continents to a sufficient degree that we humans are possible. And I says, what's interesting is our planet Earth is uranium thorium champion of the universe. It's got more uranium and thorium than any other rocky body. In the case of thorium, we've got 630 times as much as any other rocky body and 340 times as much uranium. One of the reasons why we have so much of this stuff is because of the age of the universe, in the sense that as the universe begins to age, it forms supernova. Supernova are giant stars and are the only stars that make uranium and thorium. So as the universe gets older and older, it produces more and more uranium and thorium, but there comes a time when the supernova eruptions subside. That's a good thing. Too many supernovae would be really bad for human life. We're living in a time when there's not so many supernovae exploding. But uranium and thorium radiometrically decay. So as you can see in this graph here, there's a time when the uranium and thorium abundance reaches a maximum, when there's lots of supernovae exploding, but then as you go into the future, that stuff begins to decay. Well, guess what is the date for the formation of the Earth? It's at the very top of that curve. 9.2 billion years after the cosmic creation event, planet Earth is formed. Well, this German quantum physicist said, well, why didn't God just make us 4.5 billion years ago? I said, there's another reason. We need all that uranium, thorium, but we also need the flaring activity of our star to be minimal enough that we humans don't get zapped by the radiation from that flaring activity. And how all stars, as I mentioned yesterday, are like human beings. Stars, like human beings, are unstable when they're young, they're unstable when they're old. They're maximally stable when they're middle-aged. Now, in the case of human beings, the period of our stability is about 50 years or 60 years wide. But for stars, the period of maximum stability necessary for humans to live is less than 0.0001% of its history. There's just a 90,000-year window in the history of the sun's burning cycle where the flaring activity is low enough that we human beings can exist. And just to put this in context, that vertical scale is 1,000,000 times higher than the bottom. We literally have 1,000,000 times less flaring activity now than when the sun was young or where it will be when it's old. So he said, okay, I got another question. Why is the universe so dark? I mean, he was aware that the universe is mostly dark stuff. And I says, well, he said it's probably, 90% dark stuff? I said, no, it's actually 99.73% dark stuff. The stars, the planets, the gas, that's only 0.27% of all the stuff of the universe. And he said, well, again, if there's a God, then why all this wasted dark stuff? And I said, well, all that wasted dark stuff is crucial in order to make possible the existence of those stars and planets on which life can exist. So we talked about the cosmic inventory of dark stuff, but we wound up talking about how much it has to be fine-tuned. He says, okay, what degree of fine-tuning do you need in order for us humans to exist? And I said, the dark stuff has to be fine-tuned to 1 part in 10 to the 122nd power. That's 122 zeros after the 1. To put that in context, the total number of protons and neutrons in the universe is 10 to the 79. So this is a number way, way larger than the total number of protons and neutrons in the universe. Or as I said on Friday, we can compare the fine-tuning of the dark stuff of the universe to make human life possible, or any kind of life possible for that matter, to the very best example of human engineering design achievement, which in my opinion is the LIGO Gravity Wave Telescope, the finest machine we humans have ever built. But if we compare the fine-tuning of the dark stuff to the fine-tuning of the epitome of human achievement, the dark stuff is fine-tuned to a factor of 10 trillion times greater than the very best example of human achievement. And so I was sharing with this quantum physicist how that suggests, at a minimum, that the one who created and designed this dark energy is at least 10 trillion times more intelligent and more knowledgeable than the Caltech and MIT physicists that actually invented and designed this amazing machine. And I was at Caltech for 5 years, and I said, I know these people. They're not dumb. They're very brilliant people. But the one that designed dark energy so we could exist is orders and orders of magnitude more intelligent and more knowledgeable, more creative, more powerful, or to put it another way, better funded than the US government that actually financed this project. Because he was struggling with the idea, okay, I can see from what you're saying that there must be a God that transcends creation, but why a personal God? And I says, well, this shows that it must be a personal God, because only a personal being can manifest the attributes of intellect, knowledge, creativity, and power. And he said, okay, I get that. But he said, what about the Copernican principle? And I knew about the Copernican principle. It's very popular amongst astronomers and physicists, and basically makes the point that Copernicus proved that we were wrong in concluding that the Earth is at a special position in the universe. Copernicus proved we're not at the center of the solar system. But we now know that our sun is not at the center of our galaxy is not at the center of the Virgo cluster of galaxies, and the Virgo cluster of galaxies is not at the center of the Linaceae supercluster of galaxies. So he says, there's nothing special about the Earth. I says, well, we're not in a central location. We are in a very special location. And pointed out, for example, yes, we're not at the center of our galaxy, but notice we're just inside the co-rotation distance. And he said, what is that? And I says, that's the distance from the center of the galaxy where a star would go around the galaxy at the same rate that the spiral structure rotates. And only if we're at that position are we in a safe enough location where we could avoid crossing spiral arms so frequently that it would be a problem for us. And he said, well, you said we're just inside the co-rotation distance. I said, if we're exactly at the co-rotation distance, then we're going to get mean motion resonances that will kick us out of that place. But if we're just inside, we're going to be in a stable location, and it's literally the only location in our Milky Way galaxy where we human beings can exist. But simultaneously, it's the only location where we astronomers can actually observe the entirety of the universe. Notice we're far enough away from the center of the galaxy where the night sky is not blinded by all those stars at the center of the galaxy. That's half the stars in our galaxy. We're far enough away where that doesn't light up our night sky, and we're far from spiral arms. Now, we cross the spiral arm about once every billion years, but the last time we crossed a spiral arm was 500 million years ago. Right now, we're precisely between the Perseus and Sagittarius spiral arms, which is the one place where the sky is dark enough that we can actually look out and see to the full extent of the universe, and there's no nearby gaseous nebulae. And what's unique about our Milky Way galaxy is it doesn't have any big gaseous nebulae. And it's a spiral galaxy where the arms are relatively far apart from one another. Moreover, we're not in a typical cluster of galaxies where the galaxies are jammed tightly together and there's supergiant galaxies. This is what our cluster of galaxies looks like. Life is only possible in a cluster of galaxies, but we live in a galaxy cluster like no other, where there's no giant galaxies, there's only two big galaxies, and those two big galaxies are far enough apart that astronomers in our galaxy can look out and see the entirety of the universe. Making the point, God not only put us at the precise time when we can see everything in the book of nature, he put us in the only place in the universe where we can see everything. Because he was telling me, I think it's just a coincidence that we happen to be at the just right time. I says, we're not just at the just right time, we're also at the one and only one location. How can both be a coincidence? And he says, do you have more coincidences? I said, yeah, I do. We kept talking about that. But then he finally said, okay, we live in a universe where there's this incredible amount of entropy. That's a term for decay. And indeed, the book of Romans talks about how the whole universe is subject to a pervasive law of decay. He says the decay is enormous. He says, why so much decay? If God really wants human beings and he really loves us, he means, look at all the work we got to do to reverse all the decay that's going on. I said, yeah, I know what you mean. Every time I do yard work, I got to do it all over again 2 weeks later. And that's all because of the second law of thermodynamics. He says, couldn't God have done it any better? I says, well, let's actually look about this second law. And being a physicist, he was quite familiar with this, where it says, notice that the rate of decay is exactly what you need for stars and planets to form. If you got less decay, you're not going to get stars and planets, you're going to get black holes. But if you got more decay, all you're going to get is gas. The rate of decay is precisely fine-tuned so we can get the stars and planets that life requires. It also is exquisitely fine-tuned so that we can digest our food. If the rate of decay were less or more, we would not be able to consume food from plants and be able to perform any kind of work. But I said there's something else about this pervasive law of decay that most scientists overlook. That the rate of decay is exquisitely fine-tuned to maximally restrain the expression of evil and sin by us human beings. He said, you got to talk to me about that. So we got talking about that. Incidentally, the people behind us in the row behind us, they're all listening in at this point. And made the point that the law of decay is optimal for the restraint of evil. Optimal also for training humans for their future roles in the new creation. I was making the point, this universe is just a transition, because he was well aware that it won't be long before the universe has the wrong physical conditions for any kind of life. But it says, notice this, the decay rate is not so high as to discourage productive work. I mean, for example, if the rate of decay were any higher, my wife would have a really hard time motivating me to do yard work. I mean, as it is, I can go 2 weeks without doing yard work. But what if the rate of decay were so high I had to do it every day? I think I would lose all my motivation. I would just let the yard go to pot and forget about it. It's like, what's the whole point? But the rate of decay is not so high as to discourage us. I mean, the cars we drive, for example, are good for 5 to 10 years. Decay will eventually wear them out, but it's not as bad as what we could. But notice that the decay rate is not so low as to let human sin go unrestrained. And if you go back to Genesis chapter 3, it talks about the time when humans first began to experience sin and evil. And what does God say? Because of your sin and evil, from now on, you're going to experience more pain, more work, and more wasted time. That's a direct consequence of gravity, electromagnetism, and the thermodynamic laws. The laws of physics are set up in such a way that the more evil we humans commit, the more work we have to do, the more pain we experience, the more time we're going to waste to undo the damage that is caused by all of our sin and evil, and that acts as a powerful constraint. In fact, when my sons were growing up, I was explaining to them why I was disciplining them. And I said, you know, if I don't discipline you, the laws of physics will, and the consequences will be greater. And they told me many years later in their 20s that the most unpleasant part of the discipline that I took them through were all my lectures on the laws of physics. And that's another story. But the whole point is that thanks to these laws of physics, there is a restraint that encourages us to avoid evil because we're biologically designed that none of us likes extra work, extra pain, and wasted time. And so because of that, that motivates us to avoid evil and pursue virtue, but in the same process to discover we don't have the resources within to escape our propensity from sin and evil and pursue a totally virtuous path. And that's God's tool through the laws of physics to motivate us to seek his help. And the promise we get in the Bible is we seek his help, he guarantees that we will overcome the sin and evil within us. But it's all thanks to the law. And notice this, what it says in the book of Romans and Revelation. The moment that sin and evil are conquered and permanently removed by our Creator, we enter into a realm where there's no thermodynamics, no gravity, no electromagnetism. Now, my quantum physicist friend was shocked to hear that the Bible actually talked about a realm without thermodynamics, gravity, and electromagnetism. He wanted the specific passages. Anyway, by this time, about a couple of hours had gone by, and we talked about how God designed the universe and earth for the redemption of billions of humans and the eradication of evil. And just as we were about to finish the flight, he says, I got one more question I got to ask you. Why do you have such well-prepared answers to these 8 questions that I asked you? And the people behind us says, yeah, we want to know why too. So I said, well, your 8 questions are the chapter titles in a book that I wrote. And he says, I don't believe you. Well, I had 1 copy left in my briefcase of Why the Universe is the Way It Is. I pulled it out of my briefcase, I showed him the table of contents, he says, yeah, those are all my questions, they're right there. You got a whole chapter answering these questions? And he looked at me and I said, do you want this book? He says, yeah. So I gave him my last copy of Why the Universe is the Way It Is. And then he said, you know, I'm German. His English was very good, by the way. But he says, do you have anything in German? I said, yeah, we have a DVD called Journey Toward Creation. In fact, I think we have it out there at the table. And it says, we now have it in 11 different languages. And one of the languages is German, and I had 1 copy left in my briefcase. I only had 2 items in my briefcase. Why the Universe is the Way It Is, and that 11 language version of Journey Toward Creation. So we took that. Then we walked towards baggage claim. And he said, I've just calculated the probability that a German quantum physicist who's an atheist and a skeptic would spend 2 hours talking to a Canadian astrophysicist who's a German, and the odds are less than 1 chance in 2 billion. Says, I know what happened today is not an accident. Well, likewise, I know what happened was not an accident. And likewise, we're giving away a free chapter out of Why the Universe is the Way It Is, so you can pick that up. The whole book is out there at the table. But I want to close with this comment. You might think, well, yeah, Hugh, of course. You're an astrophysicist. You've been studying this for decades. But see, God knew that I was an astrophysicist, that I've been studying this for decades. He knew I wrote the book, Why the Universe is the Way It Is, and produced that documentary, Journey Toward Creation. And therefore, he worked out a miracle where I would come into contact with someone who wasn't going to be able to respond to the Christian message unless he met someone like me. Or like Marco, he needed to meet a scientist who actually believed that the Bible was the inspired, inerrant Word of God. My encouragement to all of you, and you'll see this, it's not just my stories that are in the book. For example, I tell stories of how we would go door to door and talk to people about the Christian faith, and how there was an ex-Mormon on our team. When he knocked on doors, it was amazing how frequently he was talking to Mormons. And he said, well, Hugh, who did you get to talk to? And so I didn't get to talk to any Mormons. All I talked to were engineers and scientists. Well, look at it this way. There are not that many Mormons around. There are not that many engineers and scientists around. But notice God supernaturally worked things out. Then we were randomly knocking on doors. I got to talk to the engineers and scientists. He got to talk to the Mormons. And I'm basically making that point. God's going to use your experience to bring you into contact. All you need is the commitment to develop good reasons and to develop the Christian demeanor of gentleness, respect, and a clear conscience. And you'll see God doing things in your life just like he did in my life. Now, I'll share this with you. The hardest part of all this is getting the gentleness, respect, and a clear conscience. But here's how you can develop that. When you're sharing your faith with someone who's not yet a believer, you can ask them, at any part, if you see that I'm being obnoxious in the way I'm talking to you, please tell me and explain why. And here's what I've discovered. Non-Christians love to tell us Christians how we're obnoxious. And it's a great way to, over the period of time, to develop the kind of demeanor that's reflected in 1 Peter 3:15. Ask for feedback. And as you begin to develop like this, develop better and better reasons and adopt more and more of a Christ-like demeanor, you're going to see the miracles in your life multiply. And again, there's stories in the book by a lot of non-scientists who have had a similar experience I have. My goal as a pastor is it wouldn't just be 10% of you that are experiencing these miracles, but all of you experiencing these miracles.
But this one was recurring all weekend. And are you saying that the days in the creation story are different than the days that we understand as far as it being a 7 or actual 24-hour period days of creation as it relates to you referring to the galaxy being billions of years old?
Sure.
How do you do that?
Well, Genesis 1 is speaking about God creating in 6 literal days. He takes 6 literal days to transform the earth so that we human beings can thrive here. But the Hebrew word yom that's translated as day has 4 distinct literal definitions. Part of the daylight hours, all of the daylight hours, a 24-hour period, or a long but finite period of time. Now, I didn't really pick up a Bible to read it seriously until I was 17 years of age. But the first time I picked it up, I noticed that in Genesis, it uses 3 of those 4 definitions. Creation day 1 is contrasting days and nights. That's day for the daylight hours. Creation day 4, it's seasons, days, and years. That's day for 24 hours. Genesis 2:4 uses the word day to refer to the entirety of creation history. That's a day as a long period of time. But at age 17, 8 years before I really got to know a Christian, I was able to quickly conclude these days of creation must be 6 literal long periods of time. Why? Because there's no evening and morning for the 7th day. Now, part of my story is I got interested in astronomy when I was 7, and my parents noticed I was bringing home 5 books per weekend from the Vancouver Public Library on physics and astronomy. And by the time I got to be 10, they thought I was being obsessive about physics and astronomy. I don't know why they drew that conclusion. But they wound up buying our family this big, thick book on evolutionary biology. It was about that thick. I was the only one in the family that read it. But I went to my parents and said, Mom, Dad, the numbers don't add up. There's all this speciation before humanity and hardly any afterwards. What's the answer? And they said, go ask your science teachers. I asked the science teachers, and they said, well, those professors at the university, go talk to them. I talked to them, they didn't have any idea. Age 17, I pick up Genesis. For 6 days God creates, on the 7th day he rests. He stops his work of creation. And we're still in that 7th day, and I said, that answers the fossil record enigma. The reason why we see all the speciation before humanity, those are the 6 days that God creates. The reason we don't see it today, it's the 7th day when God rests from his work of creation. And so that was a huge breakthrough for me, seeing that resolution of the fossil record paradox just on the very first page of the Bible. But again, what makes it all work is realizing we're talking 6 literal days of creation, where each of those days is a finite long period of time. Now, if you want to read about it, I've written a book called A Matter of Days. It's not here, but you can get that from us at reasons.org.
Hey, sorry, it's me again. So if I were to walk into a room, I have a deck of cards in my hand, I close my eyes and throw the cards and they all land out somewhere, and then I leave. Later, someone else comes in the room, they see all the cards on the ground, and they look at them and they say, wow, look at how all these cards landed. Look at that one right there. It's face up and it's exactly 30 degrees different from this one. And they conclude that, well, the odds of all these cards landing how they did, God must have done that toss of the cards. That's the only way that they could have all landed this way. So you see the error in the logic right there. And when we make these fine-tuning arguments of the universe, it's tempting at face level to think like, well, that sounds just a lot like the analogy I just made with the card throwing. We're looking at how everything landed, and then we're coming in after the fact and saying, wow, only God must have done this, but then someone else could say, well, no, that's just how it all resulted, that's just where the cards laid, right? So how do you resolve that?
Well, the question you're asking is a very famous and common response from people that reject the fine-tuning argument for God. And they'll phrase it like, well, every hand in poker has got the same probability of coming up. And so what makes you think this fine-tuning argument gives us any evidence for God? Well, I take them back to those poker hands and make the point, well, notice that there's over 2 million possible junk hands that for sure are going to lose you money at the poker table. Whereas royal flush, there's only 4 possibilities. And the whole point is the royal flushes serve the purpose that they're going to win you the pot, whereas these millions of other poker hands basically are not going to win you the pot. And the whole point is, it's not just that we see fine-tuning, it's fine-tuning for a purpose. And that purpose is to make possible the existence of us humans. And what is interesting is the fine-tuning evidence goes up as you go from what kind of fine-tuning do you need for bacteria, what kind of fine-tuning do you need for bacteria to be here for 3 billion years, what kind of fine-tuning do you need for plants, for animals, and as we go up to human beings, the fine-tuning evidence gets higher and higher and higher in a very dramatic way, which means that God's got a more targeted purpose for humans than he does for bacteria. But what I've noticed is if you go from the fine-tuning you need for humans to exist to the fine-tuning you need for billions of humans to be redeemed from evil, it skyrockets. So it basically shows you where the purpose lies. In other words, fine-tuning can actually help you see God's purpose behind it, but God's purpose behind it tells you the fine-tuning is not an accident. Now, this is not unique to me. It goes back 30 years ago to the British philosopher Richard Swinburne. He was responding to the idea, well, of course the universe is fine-tuned. There wouldn't be observers unless it was fine-tuned. And he says, well, here's the fallacy in that argument. And he came up with an analogy. You're condemned to die by a firing squad, and 12 sharpshooters have their rifles aimed at your heart from 30 feet away. They pull the trigger, and you survive. And you say, well, of course I survived. They all missed. But what you're missing is the only way they would have all missed is if they purposed that you would survive. Either somebody put blanks in their guns, or they all said, we don't want to kill a guy, they point their guns away. There's no way you're going to survive unless someone purposed that you would survive. Likewise, he says the only rational way to explain the fine-tuning, someone must have purposed that we humans would be alive in the universe. But again, what I think is particularly dramatic is how exponentially greater the fine-tuning evidence is when you put it in the context of redemption.
I have a question from the men's breakfast about inbreeding. So obviously that wasn't a problem in the beginning. When did that become a problem? Was it when the populations were scattered and there was less in the gene pool, they were smaller? If you could just elaborate on that, and
Sure.
I'll take my answer in my chair.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you both a biblical answer and a scientific answer. What you notice in the book of Genesis is that you see that brother-sister marriages are condoned. Abraham, for example, was married to his half-sister. But by the time you get to Exodus, it's now forbidden for brothers and sisters to marry. And Moses explains why, so that we will not have the diseases of the Egyptians. And if you know anything about ancient Egyptian history, the line of the pharaohs, they thought the pharaohs were gods, and gods are only permitted to marry gods, and so the pharaoh only had one option, which was to marry his sister. Now, here's a scientific answer. In animal breeding, we know that we can breed brothers and sisters without risk of a genetic defect for 20 consecutive generations. And sometimes it's 18 generations, sometimes 22, but roughly 20. After that, you've got to stop doing it. And this is a technique that's used in animal breeding to get certain breeds that they want. Well, the same thing's true of humans. In other words, the reason why it's not a problem in the book of Exodus is there hasn't been enough repeated generations of brother-sister marriages to make it a genetic risk. But by the time you get to the book of Exodus, it's now a significant risk. Now, what you notice is that there's always been a moral prohibition against parents marrying their children. That's always been forbidden. It's been forbidden for moral reasons that the book of Leviticus talks about. Brother-sister marriages are not a moral law. It's basically a health law. And there are parts of America today where we'd probably be wise not to let first cousins marry because of how repeatedly they've been marrying, and there's a risk of genetic defects. But for most of the states, it's not illegal for first cousins to marry because of how infrequently that happens. So yeah, it's all based on health rather than morality. Somebody did marry their sister in order to get the human species going.
There's one that came in light of the fine-tuning that you're explaining, the incredible detail of creation. Why would God introduce then evil to the situation like the Bible reveals?
Well, I argue that God on purpose arranged it so that the most powerful being he created was the first one to sin, namely Satan. Also on purpose, he gave access to Satan to the Garden of Eden and Adam and Eve. By permitting Satan to come into the Garden of Eden, he was exposing Adam and Eve, and through them the rest of us, to the most powerful tests in the context of evil. Because God's goal for humanity is that we would retain our free will and actually have our free will enhanced, but eliminate the possibility we'd ever use our free will for evil intents. And the only way that's possible is if we pass the most challenging test in the context of evil. And so the fact that we've been exposed to the temptation of Satan, he's the most powerful being that God created. If we can pass that test, there is no other test that can be as challenging as that one. And that's how God grants us eternal security, by exposing us to the most difficult tests. And if you read the book of Revelation, notice no one gets to the new creation without being exposed to temptation from Satan. What you read in Revelation 20, for example, is at the end of this millennial reign that Revelation speaks about, Christ releases Satan from his prison and gives him permission to test the children born during the millennium who have not been tested by Satan, because no one can enter the new creation unless they've been exposed to the most difficult test and have passed that most difficult test. The analogy I gave yesterday is how I have a PhD degree, and that PhD guarantees that never again will I have to be tested for my competency in astrophysics based on the belief that I've been exposed to the most difficult tests, so it's pointless to test me again. And I remember our professors sitting us graduate students down the first day we arrived at the University of Toronto. There were 13 of us, and they said, "You 13 are the cream of the crop. We know you're prepared to work hard. We know you're all really intelligent, but the course of studies we're taking you through here is so challenging, none of you will pass, no matter how brilliant you are, no matter how hard you work, unless you get our help. We professors are here to help you. You can come into our offices at any time, but we're telling you, if you don't seek our help, you're not going to make it. Well, 7 of the 13 of us did not make it. And I know a few of those that didn't make it did not get the help that was offered by the professors. Well, likewise, God comes to each of us and says, if you try to pass this test in your own strength, you will fail. But I'm here to help you. And unlike my professors, God is guaranteeing if we seek his help, we will pass the test. My professors didn't give me a guarantee. So yeah, the answer is Satan is crucial for us to gain an eternally secure, loving relationship with our Creator.
This is related back to Wes's question to you earlier. In the Word it says that one day to us is 1,000 years to God. So on the creation, was each day 1,000 years?
Okay, that comes from Psalm 90, where it says 1,000 years is like a day for the Lord. A day is like 1,000 years. 1,000 years is like a watch in the night. A watch in the night is either 3 hours or 4 hours. The key point here is God is contrasting 1,000 years with 24 hours and 1,000 years with 3 or 4 hours. Psalm 90 is making the point that God can arbitrarily compress time or expand time. I mentioned this in the first service this morning. And it's basically making the point, I can do this because I'm not limited to a single dimension of time. If God has access to the equivalent of 2 dimensions of time, he can take any time frame in our realm and squish it down as much as he wants and expands it as much as he wants. Therefore, I think it's a mistake to look at Psalm 90 as an equation. It's not saying that our 24 hours is like exactly 1,000 years for God. It's saying our 24 hours can be any period of time God wants. And so people often ask me, well, given that you see all this biblical evidence that these creation days are long periods of time, how long are they? Well, when I compare it with the established scientific record, what I note is each of the 6 creation days gets shorter and shorter as you go from day 1 to day 6. The way the grammar is structured, the days must be consecutive without gaps between them, but there's nothing in the text that says the days all have to be equal periods of time. And yeah, compared to the scientific record, the 6th day is much shorter in time than the first day.
What I want to say is I have not yet read your book, Lights in the Sky and Little Green Men. Have you ever seen a little green man?
I've never personally had an encounter with a little green man or with a UFO, but I can tell you I've met lots of people who have. And that was especially the case when I was on a couple of speaking tours in the Soviet Union when the communists were still running the show. It's like literally thousands of people I met had close encounters with UFOs and very scary encounters with UFOs. And so I was speaking there on how you can prevent those kinds of experiences from happening in your life. The only way you're going to have these experiences is if you've got significant open doors to the occult. The more doors you got open, the higher the probability you're going to have these kinds of encounters with, quote, the little green men, the flying saucers, or these demonic agents. But if you close all those doors, that will be the end of your UFO experiences. In the last chapter of Lights in the Sky and Little Green Men, I said, our hypothesis is scientifically testable. Open the doors, this is going to happen to you. Close the doors, it'll never happen to you. The reason I've never had those experiences, the doors have not been open. However, I do have a relative for whom the doors were open, and yeah, that relative was having experiences.
Okay, I'm going to go on here to this next question, and it's global warming. And if we could just get your thoughts on global warming, can we have significant impact upon stopping global warming? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm working on a book right now. I just got started on a week ago that's going to be targeting global warming and actually makes the point how global warming always leads to global cooling. We're living in an ice age cycle. And the way the ice age cycle works is whenever the global mean temperature rises by 2 degrees centigrade above where it is right now, we drop rapidly into an ice age. And the book I'm working on actually explains why that happens. It's going to be a while before the book is out, but hey, I've already got some blog articles on our Reasons.org website that explains why that happens, and those are all accessible for free. It's called Today's New Reason to Believe, so you can go there. But I've also written in Hidden Treasures in the Book of Job, number 1, global warming is real. Number 2, we don't know exactly what the cause of that global warming is. Certainly we humans have made a contribution, but they're a natural process in operation as well. But then also I talk about how we can take the politics and the polarization out of the global warming debate. And if you've been reading Al Gore's material, for example, he's making the point that global warming is such a serious problem that we need to make really big economic sacrifices to deal with global warming. So for example, he advocated we need to ban all automobiles and we need to shut down factories in order to prevent too much greenhouse gases going into the atmosphere. The problem with that is the Bible tells us we humans are selfish, we are sinners, and trying to encourage everybody in the world to make do with a much lower standard of living and less wealth, that's a hard sell. And so that explains the political divide we have. So for example, we got politicians in Washington that are pushing for these economic sacrifices, and we got other politicians basically saying that's not going to work. We need to actually value the economic well-being of the American population. What I've written in Hidden Treasures in the Book of Job, God has designed our planet in such a way that when we face a crisis, in obeying the command to manage the planet's resources for the benefit of all life, in advance He's provided solutions that are optimally ethical and optimally economic. And therefore we need to seek those solutions out. And I give 3 examples of how that could work for global warming. Number 1, we could shrink the size of the Gobi Desert and the Sahara Desert. During the times of the Romans, the Sahara Desert was only 10% the size that it is today. During the days of the Roman Empire, the food that fed Europe came from what is now the Sahara Desert. Today, it feeds nobody. However, we can replant the Sahara Desert. And the reason why the Sahara Desert has gotten so big, the sub-Saharan peoples have been stripping it of vegetation for cooking fuel. So one of the proposals I made in Hidden Treasures in the Book of Job, incidentally, the book is not at the table. If you want it, you'll have to go to reasons.org, is that we could supply the sub-Saharan peoples with all the kerosene they want free of charge on the condition they work with us to replant the Sahara Desert. How quickly could that be done? In 1 or 2 generations. We can actually rapidly reverse the 2,000 years of damage that we have done. And if we were to do that, we could plant that with wheat, and we could grow a huge amount of food, and all that wheat would soak up huge quantities of greenhouse gases, so it helped cool the planet and at the same time provide a huge amount of income for those African peoples and help secure the food resources for the planet. I got 2 more solutions in the book. I'm not going to take the time to describe them, but it talks about whales and ostriches and other solutions as well. Anyway.
Hi, my question is about, is there any scientific evidence or explanation for why the people in Genesis, like Adam, lived such a long period of time, maybe biologically or the way the planet or the universe worked?
Okay, good question. I know you all heard that. Is there an explanation for how people in the days before Noah could live to be 800 or 900 years? And yes, we cover that in chapter 13 of Navigating Genesis, and it is out there at the table. And I also think we're giving away a free chapter of that book. Again, go to reasons.org/Ross. But in chapter 13, I talk about how one of the big limitations on our lifespan is that we have to deal with cosmic rays. Matter of fact, I'm going to be flying home this afternoon and going through Denver. If you live in Denver, your life expectancy is shortened by 3 months because of your additional exposure to cosmic rays. But one thing astronomers have discovered is that in the days before Noah, there was a gigantic nearby supernova eruption, and that one supernova eruption is responsible for 95% of the killer cosmic rays. And consequently, in the days before that supernova eruption, people were exposed to much less dangerous cosmic rays and therefore could live longer. Now, that's one factor. Another factor is we need to be protected from uranium and thorium in the crust of the earth. That uranium and thorium resides in igneous rocks. And today, all of us are exposed to igneous rocks, and that limits your lifespan. But notice in the days before Noah, humanity was only living in sedimentary plains. And if they weren't exploiting igneous rocks to make concrete and skyscrapers, they would have been much more protected from that radioactive decay than we are today. Notice the text also says for the people living before the flood, don't eat meat. If you're going to eat meat and live 800 years, the extra metals you'll accumulate will kill you. I'm not saying you have to be vegetarian. If you're only going to live to be 120 years, it doesn't matter how much meat you eat, though you might want to avoid certain brands of Japanese tuna. But other than that, it shouldn't be an issue. So, and then finally, our chromosomes get shorter and shorter as we get older and older. And that fundamentally limits our lifespan to 120 years. But actually, that increases our lifespan. If our chromosomes were not getting shorter and shorter as we got older and older, we'd be dying from cancer at much earlier ages. So it actually is a guard to allow us to live long enough that cancer doesn't become a source of death for people in their 20s and 30s. But if you don't have the cosmic rays or the uranium and thorium decay, then the cancer risk is a whole lot lower, and therefore God could have a telomerase activity where the chromosomes are getting shorter at a much less aggressive rate. Anyway, we want the details and documentation of the scientific literature. It's all in chapter 13 of Navigating Genesis.
So I was just skimming through the table of contents of one of your books I purchased, and a couple of the sections, overemphasis of free will and overemphasis of God's sovereignty or lack of free will or whatnot. And I know you mentioned at the end of last service how that's a huge debate, not only with Christians, but also atheists. So my question is, what's your insight when it comes to Reformed theology and that debate in our camp? I would like to get your perspective, because obviously it's from a different point of view.
I speak on seminary campuses quite frequently about the very topic of human free will and divine predestination. And basically, I'm trying to exhort these philosophers and theologians at seminary campuses that you need to look at this issue of Arminianism and Calvinism, another frame for free will and predestination, from a transdimensional perspective. Because I notice that theologians have been trying to wrestle with this issue, but looking at it in the context of length, width, height, and time. And so when I give talks in seminary campuses, is that if we actually look at it from an 11-dimensional perspective, and I don't think God is limited to just 11 space-time dimensions. I think he's got way more power than that. Then we actually have thousands, if not millions, of ways of resolving human free will and divine predestination. It's not either or, it's both and. And also there's a theological application here. If we focus too much on human free will, we get legalistic. If we focus too much on divine predestination, we get licential. And the reason why we see almost an equal number of verses in the Bible talking about divine predestination as opposed to verses talking about human free will, we all need to live this balance from a tendency towards legalism and a tendency towards license. And if we carefully walk that balance, we can actually recognize, okay, God's in charge. I don't have to worry about what God's going to do in my life. At the same time, God is holding me responsible, and I need to act as a responsible follower of God. And always, every day, kind of check that balance. I kind of look at it, like I enjoy mountaineering, and a lot of mountaineering is where you're walking on a really steep ridge, and you better stay right on top of that ridge, otherwise you're going to hurt yourself. Well, likewise, this is the theological ridge. If you move too far off, you're going to slip down the slope of legalism, otherwise you're going to slip down the slope of licentiousness. And so just realizing God's got multiple ways, literally thousands of ways of having us human beings with unrestrained free will, and at the same time predetermining every word, thought, and action. Hold both in context, and that will hopefully help you stay on that theological ridge.
Good answer. One that came in here is, can you give us just kind of your 1, 2, 3 of young earth creationism, the error that you see in young earth creationism?
And so what's the question again?
Why is young earth creationism wrong?
Okay. Well, the thing that concerns me most about young earth creationism is that they look at this as a fundamental doctrine of the Christian faith. And I remind my young earth friends, the age of the earth is not in any of the creeds of the church. It's not an essential of the Christian faith. And we're allowed to have different beliefs on things that are not essential to the Christian faith. For example, different denominations baptize in different ways or serve communion in different ways. It's not an essential of the Christian faith. And if we can realize this is not an essential of the Christian faith, then we can rationally dialogue with one another the biblical merits and the scientific merits of the case. But I'm convinced what's stopping this from being resolved is the fact that young earth creationists see this as an essential doctrine of the Christian faith. I mean, to give an example, I've been accused by young earth leaders as denying the doctrine of the atonement because I believe that there was plant and animal death before the fall of Adam. And my response is that's got nothing to do with the atonement. It's explicit in the book of Hebrews that only the blood of the Son of God can atone for sin. The blood of goats and cows has no benefit whatsoever for the atonement of our sin, and therefore it's got nothing to do with this debate about whether there was animal death before the fall of Adam. And really, I think the core of this debate, what I think is most wrong, is their attitude towards the scientific community. They look at the scientific community as an enemy that needs to be destroyed, whereas I look at the scientific community as a mission field that needs to be won to Christ. And I like to put this in historical context. I mean, I don't know if you have this, I got this 8-volume set by Philip Schaff on the history of the church. It's a really nice history of the first 16 centuries of the church. But as you go through that, you realize every generation of the church has had a church-splitting issue that's got nothing to do with salvation. But it's got everything to do with keeping an unwelcome people group from joining the church. Now, you see the first one of these in the book of Acts, chapter 15, where you had these Jewish Christians saying, you're not a Christian unless you're circumcised. Now, this is not a salvation issue, but here is their motivation. They despised Gentiles, so they came up with a doctrine that would be odious to Gentile men. Okay, you can't come to church, you can't be a Christian unless you're circumcised. Hey, if that's what I got to do, then I'm going to go somewhere else, okay? Well, likewise, what's happened in the 20th and 21st centuries is people saying, unless you believe that the earth is 10,000 years old or younger, there's no place for you within our community. That's guaranteed to stop scientists from getting involved in the church. And I've personally seen this. In fact, our nation's most famous astrophysicist, after a 35-year search of the Bible, gave his life to Christ. However, he was terrified about being exposed in the church. He said, if they find out I'm an astronomer, they're going to ask me to leave. And I said, well, what makes you afraid of it? I said, well, my colleague, who was a Christian before I was, he's been kicked out of 4 different churches. Not because he taught that the earth was old or the universe was old, but because he simply mentioned he was an astronomer. That was enough to get them ejected from the church. And so the way we need to resolve these controversies is realize God has called us to reach every people group for faith in Jesus Christ. Now, I firmly believe this young earth, old earth issue will quickly disappear. Of course, I've been saying that for years. But when it does go away, God's going to replace it with another church-splitting controversy that's got nothing to do with salvation. You say, why has God done that for 2,000 years? 2 Corinthians 5:18-20. It says there that we who are followers of Christ are ambassadors for Christ, calling unbelievers to make their peace with God. But the only way that's going to be effective is if we can make peace with one another. So I think God blesses us with these controversies that have got nothing to do with salvation in order that we can manifest our capacity to engage one another on these divisive beliefs in a manner that's loving and charitable, because non-Christians watch us. And incidentally, I'm sharing that with my non-Christian friends, saying, look, you can disagree with me, but please let's disagree in a charitable way, because non-Christians are watching us, and if they see vindictive responses, they're not going to touch us with a 10-foot pole.
Good.
Hi. You've said a couple of different times over the weekend that the earth is not going to be able to sustain life for very much longer unless we make significant changes in several different areas. So my question is, since that's probably not going to happen, and Jesus is going to have to come back before then, how much longer do we have approximately?
Right. Well, there's certain things we can do to delay our extinction, but there's a limit. The sun is getting brighter and brighter, but fortunately at a very, very slow rate. But I can tell you 10 million years from now, the sun will be too bright for humans to exist. And in about 30 million years, it'll be too bright for bacteria to exist. So there's a fundamental limit to how long we can reside here on the planet. But we humans can only reside here if we're in an ice age cycle. And we can only maintain our high level of technology and high population if we're in an ice age cycle with extreme climate stability. And the maximum time that extreme climate stability can be sustained is about 10,500 years. And the bad news is we've already eaten up 9,000 of those 10,500 years. So that's a relatively short window of time. But I'm relatively optimistic because Jesus said, hey, as soon as my followers take the good news of salvation to all the people groups of the world where significant numbers in each people group become disciples, then I'm going to come back. And after 1,000 years, I'm going to exit all of you from this creation and take you into a brand new creation. The Bible's message is that the universe is temporal. It's a temporary tool that God uses basically to deliver us permanently from evil and suffering. So once evil and suffering are completely eradicated, there's no longer a need for the universe. God's going to replace it with a realm that's far, far better for expressing his love towards us. And I write about that and why the universe is the way it is and in Beyond the Cosmos, basically to encourage you, it's worth every bit of our effort to get there quickly rather than slowly. And we can certainly do it in a lot less than 1,500 years. In fact, I end my book, Improbable Planet, with some reasons why I think it could be done in a single generation or less. In fact, a friend of mine, Ralph Winter, he's no longer alive, but he was the one that founded the U.S. Center for World Mission, and he wrote in his book that we evangelical Christians today have the numbers, the money, and the technology to fulfill the Great Commission in under 5 years. All we lack is the motivation. That's one reason why I'm here this weekend. I know you guys are motivated, but hopefully I can give you a little more motivation. Because, hey, wouldn't it be neat if we can get it done in 5 years?
You may have already answered my question with everything I've been listening to, but the thing that's uppermost on my mind is humanity progressed at a very slow rate for many, many years. And in just the last couple of 100 years, progress has greatly accelerated, and now in just the last 20 to 30 years, we're seeing incredible acceleration of technology. Just explain to me, what does all this mean, and where are we headed?
Okay, the biggest driver of technology has been the ratio of farmers to non-farmers. The more non-farmers we have relative to farmers, the faster technology advances. And that's been the case for the past 45,000 years. I mean, if you go back into the last ice age, about 98 to 99% of the human population was involved in coming up with enough food to survive. The percentage in the United States right now is less than 1%. And that's now becoming almost a worldwide percentage. There's still some nations of the world where, say, 10% are involved in agricultural activity, but that still sets free 90% of the population to do things like engineering, science, computer science, to do programming, to do medicine, technology. And so as that percentage of non-farmers to farmers grows, we see technology advancing at a progressively more and more rapid rate. And a lot of it is thanks to what they call the Green Revolution, where we're able to produce food far more efficiently than what we were able to do even a couple of decades ago.
But where are we headed, is what I'm asking.
Where are we headed? Well, there will come a time when we can no longer advance technology at the pace we're advancing today. You know, Fuzz, when he spoke yesterday, made the point that we're coming up with a data storage crisis, that eventually we're not going to have enough silicon available to store all of our computer data. And in fact, there are scientists, basically, because we scientists really can produce a lot of data. But it's such that a number of scientists are now saying we need to pass laws to stop people from posting all these photos in the cloud and all these video clips of their pets, so that we can actually have enough data available to store all the scientific stuff we want to store. And there's calculations showing we could hit that data limit literally within a few decades. But Fuzz was speaking about the fact that we can somehow use DNA computers, we can get past that limitation. But even then, there's a limit. Given that our knowledge base is doubling every couple of years, eventually we're going to run into a hard limit where we simply can't accumulate knowledge at the pace we're accumulating. And when the ice age comes back, that's going to stop everything. So, yeah.